Commander, maintaining only basic operations will be stable for 10 years without affecting the vehicle. After hearing this, I felt completely relieved. 10 years was enough. As for continuing to expand the space, it was completely unnecessary. Even if there were 40 more people instead of 4, this 10,000 square meter domain would be enough for living, resting, and storing supplies. Seeing that all possible reinforcements and installations were complete, my nerves, which had been tight for days, finally relaxed. I pushed the door open and stepped out, walking straight to the front of the vehicle to check the newly installed Titan armor-piercing ram. In the center of the previously flat and simple front, a pitch-black triangular ram now stood, its edges gleaming with a cold, sharp light. The base of the ram connected perfectly with the RV's frame, its lines sharp and heavy, making the entire RV look even more imposing and formidable. It was no longer just a simple vehicle, but more like a mobile combat fortress. Nodding with satisfaction, I turned and headed toward the supermarket. I had originally worried that the RV's space was limited and couldn't store many supplies, but now with the 10,000 square meter void domain, I could finally let go and shop to my heart's content, fully preparing for the subsequent survival challenges. Just as I walked into the supermarket lobby, I saw Lin Shi coming out, looking somewhat urgent. "Big Brother Wu Di, I was just about to look for you," Lin Shi said, walking up quickly. "What's wrong?" I asked. I found the basic materials area inside. Metal blocks, rubber, glass, and plastic are all 1 point each, with a purchase limit of 1,000 each. There is also fuel, which is 1 point per unit, also limited to 1,000 units. "How much do you think we should exchange?" Lin Shi reported her findings seriously, her tone carrying a hint of hesitation, as she was worried about the limited space in the vehicle. Hearing Lin Shi's words, I paused, secretly surprised. I remembered that at the previous supply station, the price of basic materials was far higher than 1 point each. Now that the price in the safe zone was so low, could it be that the system was deliberately supporting survivors to give everyone a chance to improve their strength? Without much thought, I said in a deep voice, "Exchange all the materials and fuel. Get as much as we can." "But, Big Brother Wu Di," Lin Shi said with a troubled expression, "everyone's backpack only has 10 slots, and each item can only stack up to 99. The space in the vehicle isn't big enough either." "I've already solved the space problem, don't worry," I said with a smile. "Tell Su Wanwan and Lin Yu that we'll exchange the resources together and then transport them back together." "Okay, Big Brother Wu Di." Lin Shi nodded. While sending messages to Su Wanwan and Lin Yu on her panel, she asked curiously, "Did you already use the space expansion scroll you exchanged earlier?" "Yes, I did, and it exceeded expectations. The space now is bigger than you can imagine." I still couldn't hide the smile on my face. Lin Shi tilted her head and looked at me in astonishment. A flash of the RV's previous changes crossed her mind, and she had a vague guess. A moment later, Lin Shi led me to the basic materials area deep in the supermarket. From a distance, I saw Lin Yu and Su Wanwan waiting by the shelves. Lin Yu was holding a few bags of snacks, her face full of anticipation. "Big Brother Wu Di." Seeing me, Lin Yu ran over immediately, her tone full of annoyance. "The system seems to have determined that we are a team. I thought that since there are 4 of us, we could exchange 4,000 units of each item, but it turns out there's still a limit of 1,000 each. What a pity." Looking at her annoyed expression, I couldn't help but laugh. "We are a team, aren't we?" "That's true." Lin Yu scratched her head and instantly became happy again, casting her annoyance aside. "Don't waste time. Let's exchange the basic resources first. My inventory has 30 slots, and each slot stacks 99 items. We can move everything in 2 trips." "Okay." The 3 of them agreed in unison and immediately began the exchange. Afterward, the 4 of us walked toward the supermarket exit. As soon as we stepped out, the eyes of Lin Shi, Lin Yu, and Su Wanwan were drawn to the front of the RV. Their mouths hung open in shock. The familiar front of the RV now had a huge metal triangular ram, and combined with the 30mm chain autocannon already on the roof, the entire vehicle radiated a strong sense of deterrence. Lin Yu was so excited she hugged Lin Shi's arm, her voice trembling. Big sister, look, that ram. And the big cannon on the roof. Is that still our RV?" It's so cool. Although she was also full of surprise, she was calmer than Linyu. She looked at her sister helplessly and said with a smile, who was the one clamoring to see the autocannon. But when we got to the supermarket, their eyes were glued to the shelves and didn't even look at the cannon on the roof. In fact, when they first arrived at the safe zone and got out of the car, she and Su Wanwan had noticed the autocannon, but they hadn't had time to look closely. Now, with the addition of the ram, she was even more shocked. Su Wanwan stood to the side, staring intently at the RV, and whispered, "Such an RV, it just feels so safe. Let's go, I'll show you the new space." I didn't stop and walked straight toward the RV, my tone mysterious. The three of them followed quickly. After entering the RV, they saw me walk to the space between the kitchen and the bedroom and open the metal door. Lin Shi, Lin Yu, and Su Wanwan, filled with curiosity, followed me inside, dazed. As soon as they stepped into the void domain, the three of them froze completely. Their mouths were open wide enough to fit an egg, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. After a long while, Lin Yu finally came to her senses and stammered, "Be big, brother Wu Di." "Hiss, this is too big." Su Wanwan also recovered and murmured softly, "So magical. It's like a dream." She had never imagined that such a space could be opened up inside an RV. It completely exceeded her cognition. "Yeah." Lin Shi nodded gently, her face full of shock. She had guessed part of it before, but it was far less shocking than what was before her eyes. I looked at their shocked expressions and a smile curled at the corner of my mouth. "Don't just stand there. The space here is huge. You can look around slowly later. It's on the vehicle. It's not going anywhere." "Oh, okay." Lin Yu responded blankly. Returning to the supermarket, I looked at the three of them, my tone steady. "I'm going to exchange for a batch of weapons. No one knows what tomorrow will be like, but you must learn to fight." Lin Yu was about to speak, but Lin Shi had already gently pulled her back and said seriously, "Big brother Wu Di, we will follow your arrangements." Su Wanwan also nodded gently, her eyes firm. "Big brother Wu Di, I'm not bad at shooting. I still have the crossbow you gave me. Wherever you point, I'll hit." I nodded slightly. "The previous promise still stands. I won't force you to do anything. But in case I'm not around one day, at the very least, you'll be able to survive independently. All right, go finish exchanging the remaining resources. I'll meet up with you after I exchange for the firearms. Use the remaining points to exchange for whatever daily necessities you want." As soon as these words were out, Lin Yu almost jumped up. "Okay, big brother Wu Di, go exchange for the weapons. Sister Wanwan, and I will go exchange for resources right now." I had just turned and walked 2 steps when Lin Yu's excited voice came from behind. "Big brother Wu Di, you must call me when you're done exchanging for the weapons." I arrived at the weapons area, thought for a moment, and made my decision. 4 QBZ 95 assault rifles, 800 points, 500 magazines, 5,000 points. For M9 pistols, 400 points, 500 magazines, 2,500 points. M9 pistol, green quality standard semi-automatic pistol, 15-round magazine capacity, 30-meter effective range, 9mm ammunition. Reliable structure, low failure rate, easy for beginners to handle. This should arm them to the teeth. Once their physiques improve, they won't be the weak links anymore. I calculated to myself. Everything was settled, and my points dropped significantly in an instant. Current remaining points, 16,603. I messaged Lin Yu directly. "Use the remaining points to buy whatever you want. I'll be back in the RV waiting for you." After sending the message, I headed straight back to the RV. It was already 15:50. "Xiaoxi, monitor the surroundings at all times. Notify me immediately if anything happens." "Understood, Commander." For the next while, I watched Lin Yu, Lin Shi, and Su Wanwan make trip after trip, excitedly moving supplies into the void realm. The RV's 5 cubic meters refrigerator was packed to the brim. I was actually curious about how much they had bought. But seeing the long-lost, relaxed, and happy expressions on their faces, I suddenly felt a weight lift from my heart. It seemed, this doomsday survival game wasn't as cold and unbearable as I thought. Time passed slowly amidst the busy and steady moving. After 2 full hours, the three of them returned to the RV, looking completely satisfied. They entered the void realm, and eventually, only Lin she walked out. Brother Wudi, we bought a lot of daily supplies. Xiao Yu and Sister Su are still inside, organizing everything. Whatever you decide is fine. I no longer had any special needs for material life. The feeling of firmly grasping my own strength and constantly growing stronger was far more intoxicating. Okay, Brother Wudi, now that we have everything, I'm going to cook a proper meal, Lin she said softly. Good, then I'll look forward to tasting your cooking. The cabin grew quiet again, save for the faint clinking of kitchenware, which felt warm and reassuring. I leaned back in my seat, finally able to fully relax. Just as this tranquility was about to wash over me, Xiaoxi's voice suddenly sounded from the center console screen. Commander, a vehicle has been detected entering the parking lot. I immediately looked up through the window toward the parking lot and saw 4 familiar vehicles slowly pulling in. They looked so familiar. Could it be those 6 people? The moment I saw the cars, I remembered the group of survivors I had encountered in the rust-corroded ruined city. Brother Wudi? Lin she stopped what she was doing and called out softly, a hint of vigilance in her eyes. It's fine, don't worry about them. I'm still waiting to taste your cooking, I said with a faint smile, leaning back into my seat. I had no intention of provoking them. At that moment, 6 people stepped out of the 4 vans. It was indeed the same group I had met in the rust-corroded ruined city. Look, that RV is here too. The short-haired girl recognized my vehicle instantly and exclaimed in a low voice. Talk about a narrow path for enemies, the short, stout man said, his eyes darkening and his tone hostile. He got away last time, but he won't be able to escape this time, right? Another girl chimed in, greed flickering in her eyes. Recalling the frustration of being shaken off by me last time, her anger flared up again. Don't provoke him, the long-haired girl said worriedly. Look closely at the roof, that cannon barrel. And the system notification says this is a safe zone. Let's not mess with him, the tall, thin man said with a grave expression, staring at the top of the RV, his tone clearly showing fear. What are you afraid of? We have the numbers. Let's trick him into coming out first. That cannon might just be for show. If a fight breaks out, Zhao Cheng, you can use your talent to freeze him. Don't you think we have a chance? The stout man, unwilling to give up, whispered into the tall man's ear. The 6 of them began to argue on the spot. In the end, only the stout man and the girl who spoke first were still eyeing the RV. The others were too afraid to approach. Even if they were unwilling, they had to suppress their malicious thoughts and stood aside, looking disgruntled. Forget it, I'll go say hello, the tall, thin man said, taking a deep breath and walking toward the RV. Just as he approached, the RV door suddenly opened. I stood by the door, my gaze sweeping calmly over the 6 of them. For the sake of us being fellow countrymen, let me give you a piece of advice. You can exchange for supplies inside. Also, it's best not to harbor any thoughts you shouldn't have. With that, I closed the door before they could respond. What a pity. Inside the vehicle, I whispered to myself, a trace of regret flashing in my eyes. I had heard every word of their argument outside clearly. It wasn't anything else I regretted, but the fact that they hadn't dared to attack. Otherwise, I could have tested whether this parking lot was truly a safe zone. Lin she continued working quietly in the kitchen, not asking a single question. Inside the void realm, Lin Yu and Su Wanwan were still frantically organizing supplies. It wasn't until I went in that I managed to call them out for dinner. At the dining table, I looked at the 3 of them and sighed helplessly. That mountain of stuff is the result of your shopping? How long is it going to take to organize? Brother Wudi, you don't know. The supermarket has everything. I bought so many pretty clothes, and Sister Wanwan and my sister even picked out a lot for you. Lin Yu reported excitedly while shoveling food into her mouth. As soon as she said that, Su Wanwan and Lin she glared at her simultaneously. Lin she scolded lightly. Can't you keep your mouth shut while eating? Su Wanwan's cheeks flushed slightly as she explained softly. Brother Wudi, we had way too many points. We have enough daily supplies to live comfortably for 3 months. Lin she nodded in agreement. It's just a pity the fridge is too small. We couldn't buy more things that need refrigeration, otherwise, we could have stocked up even more. Well, after you finish eating, remember not to leave the vehicle again, I said, my expression turning serious. More people will likely arrive. and it probably won't be peaceful outside tonight. Just as I finished speaking, Commander, a vehicle has been detected entering the parking lot. Xiaoxi, I instructed calmly. No need to notify me for every vehicle that enters. Only notify me if someone approaches the RV. Understood, Commander. I put down my bowl and chopsticks, walked back to the driver's seat, closed my eyes to rest, and listened carefully to the outside. Lin Shi, Lin Yu, and Su Wanwan exchanged glances, fell silent, and silently sped up their eating. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened. I looked through the glass and saw that in just a short while, 7 or 8 more vans had pulled into the parking lot. When facing monsters, I can strike without hesitation, but when facing these survivors, my own countrymen, can I really do it? I kept pondering. If it comes to that, don't blame me. I muttered to myself, listening to the sounds outside. Perhaps the 30mm chain autocannon on the roof of the RV was too intimidating, as the subsequent survivors all observed the RV from a distance. Their eyes filled with curiosity and fear, but not one dared to take a step closer. Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu had already cleared the table, and the latter two were pulled into the void realm by Lin Yu. Before I knew it, it was 1930, and another van appeared in the parking lot. As soon as the vehicle stopped, the door was kicked open, and a man in his 30s jumped out. He was burly, wearing a black tank top, stained with grime and blood. After getting out, the man scanned the parking lot, and when his gaze landed on my RV, his eyes lit up instantly. Damn, good stuff. Is there more of this? The man said in a low voice, his tone full of ecstasy. He walked quickly toward the RV. Is anyone inside? The moment the man stepped toward the RV, Xiaoxi's notification sounded. Commander, someone is approaching the RV, distance 10 meters. I leaned back in my seat without even lifting an eyelid, my tone flat. No rush. Let's see what he wants. No sooner had I spoken than a loud bang, bang, bang echoed. The man had reached the RV door and was pounding on it with such force that it seemed as if he wanted to shatter it. After pounding for a while, the door remained unmoved, and no one responded. The man kicked the door hard, and seeing there was still no reaction, he turned around in frustration and headed toward the supermarket. Xiaoxi, how many people are here now? I opened my eyes, scanned the vehicles in the parking lot through the window, and asked in a low voice. Commander, as of now, 16 vehicles have entered, totaling 23 survivors, 15 males and 8 females, Xiaoxi replied promptly. I nodded slightly and said nothing more. Time ticked by, and the parking lot remained quiet, with only the occasional sound of conversation from the supermarket area. Everything seemed exceptionally calm. Just then, I noticed the man who had been pounding on the door walking out of the supermarket, holding a silver Desert Eagle. He walked toward a van where a young man in his early 20s was sitting. Little brother, how about teaming up with me? I saw you exchange for quite a few supplies earlier. I have a gun. I can protect you. Brother, no? No need. I'm fine on my own. The young man seemed intimidated by the burly man's presence. His speech was stuttering, his body trembling slightly, and he instinctively shrank back into his seat. Kid, don't be ungrateful. The smile on the burly man's face vanished instantly, his tone turning vicious. Either hand over your supplies and let me protect you, or I'll use you to test my gun and see the power of this Desert Eagle. Brother, I really don't have many supplies. I spent most of my points upgrading the vehicle. The young man's eyes were filled with terror. A flash of cruelty crossed the burly man's eyes. Without hesitation, he raised the Desert Eagle and fired several shots through the window. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots were crisp and loud, piercing the silent night. The window shattered instantly, and the bullets struck the young man's chest with precision. He groaned, his body went limp, and he collapsed in his seat, eyes wide open. Seeing this, the burly man quickly pulled open the van door, moved all the meager supplies inside into his own van, and cursed. Damn, what a poor bastard, wasting my time. He then dismantled the vehicle to take the vehicle core. In the parking lot, the other survivors locked their doors tight and huddled inside, none daring to step out to intervene. The survivors in the supermarket were also drawn by the gunshots and ran out, gathering nearby to watch from a distance, their faces full of fear and panic, but no one dared to approach. After dismantling the vehicle, the burly man scanned the crowd. Seeing everyone looking at him with fearful, evasive eyes, a smile curled his lips. His gaze shifted slowly until it landed once again on the eye-catching RV. Compared to those meager supplies, this RV was what he truly wanted. Scattered whispers broke out among the onlookers, their tones filled with fear and unease. He actually killed someone. Didn't the system say there's no attacking in the safe zone? A girl said, her voice trembling as she clutched her companion's arm. It seems this parking lot isn't a safe zone. Only the inside of the supermarket is. A man nearby whispered, his eyes full of wariness. Look, he's going toward the RV again. Is he trying to rob that RV? Someone pointed toward the burly man, their voice full of shock. I should have exchanged for some weapons earlier. If he robs that RV, will we be next? Someone said regretfully, their face full of remorse. The burly man was already walking toward the RV. Damn, robbery is the fastest way. If I get my hands on this RV, I'll be set. The gun in his hand gave him enough courage. When the burly man was about 3 meters away from the RV, the tightly closed door suddenly opened. I appeared at the door, my expression calm, my right hand holding the ghost shadow pistol, the muzzle aimed steadily at the burly man's chest. The expression on his face froze instantly, his pupils contracted violently, and he instinctively tried to raise his Desert Eagle, but his movements were a step too slow. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet struck the burly man's chest with precision. Just like the young man before him, he groaned, replaced by an expression of incredulous shock. His body went limp, he fell straight down, and the Desert Eagle dropped to the ground. He stopped breathing shortly after. I looked at the corpse on the ground, my expression devoid of any fluctuation. I slowly retracted the ghost shadow pistol, turned around, and the door closed, shutting out the fear, the whispers, and the smell of blood. Inside the vehicle, I sat on the sofa and slowly closed my eyes. In my mind, the moment I pulled the trigger and the image of the scarred man falling kept replaying. This was the first time I had killed one of my own kind with my own hands. Not a monster, but a survivor just like me. A strong sense of discomfort surged in my heart. My throat tightened, my stomach churned, and my chest felt as if it were blocked by something, making it hard to breathe. My hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from an indescribable, complex emotion. A moment later, I slowly opened my eyes. The confusion and complexity in them had vanished, replaced by clarity and determination. I whispered to myself, perhaps this is the life I want. I then spoke to the center console screen in a low voice. Xiaoxi, open the door. Understood, Commander. The door is open. In the parking lot, the survivors who had witnessed the killing scattered after I closed the door. Their expressions varied. Some hurried back to their vans, locking the doors tight to isolate themselves from the danger. Others ran back to the supermarket, heading straight for the weapon area, desperate to arm themselves for self-preservation. Just then, the RV door opened again, and I stepped out. My expression was calm. I glanced at the burly man's corpse, picked up his pistol, and walked straight to his van. The onlookers held their breath, their eyes fixed on my every move, their hearts in their throats. But my actions exceeded everyone's expectations. I didn't look through the supplies in the van, nor did I even glance at them. I simply dismantled the vehicle to take the vehicle core. Not until the RV door closed again did the survivors in the parking lot finally breathe a sigh of relief, their suspended hearts finally settling. Back in the RV, I sat down on the sofa. Xiaoxi, stay alert. Keep an eye on the movements of everyone in the parking lot and any changes in the surrounding environment. Notify me immediately if there's anything unusual. Understood, Commander. I knew clearly that while killing the burly man had deterred some, there would always be those who, for the sake of profit, would be willing to take risks regardless of the consequences. The parking lot, which had previously felt somewhat lively, became deathly silent after the 2 killings. Those who had finished exchanging supplies stayed obediently in their vehicles, no one daring to step out, and more people hid inside the supermarket, too afraid to come out. The entire parking lot was terrifyingly quiet. Xiaoxi, Arlin Shi, and the others still inside the domain organizing supplies. Apologies, Commander. Due to a lack of corresponding monitoring equipment, I cannot view the specific situation inside the Void Realm. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it. I nodded lightly and didn't ask further. As the night deepened, it reached around 11 p.m. Lin Shi, Lin Yu, and Su Wanwan emerged from the domain one after another, looking tired but unable to hide the excitement in their eyes. As soon as Lin Yu came out, she ran to me excitedly. Brother Wu Di, this Void Realm is amazing. It has blue skies and white clouds and soft soil. It feels just like being back in the real world. Do you think we could build a house inside so we don't have to squeeze into the RV anymore? Su Wanwan also walked over. Brother Wu Di, why don't I take the night watch? You go get some rest. Lin Shi didn't speak, just stood quietly to the side, her gaze fixed on me. She could feel that the aura around me seemed different from before. I shook my head, my tone flat but firm. No need. You all go get some rest. With Xiaoxi monitoring the outside in all directions, there's no need for anyone to stand watch. I paused, then added, you should also hurry and get some rest to keep your energy up. We don't know what dangers await us tomorrow, so we must be prepared at all times. Seeing my firm attitude, the three of them didn't try to persuade me further. They nodded and silently walked into the RV's bedroom, and the cabin returned to silence. At 3:09 a.m., Xiaoxi's notification suddenly broke the silence of the night. Commander, someone is approaching the RV. Location marked. I opened my eyes, not a hint of sleepiness in them, and whispered to myself, still not giving up? Fine, I suppose this will be a release for you. Not far outside the RV, three figures were sneaking closer, their bodies hunched, footsteps light, fearing discovery. I already knew two of them, the stout man from the previous group of 6, and the girl who had been eyeing the RV. There was also a man in his 40s, medium build, looking vigilant. Little brother, are you sure about this? The man in his 40s whispered, his tone uncertain, his eyes fixed on the RV door, filled with wariness. The stout man shook the pistol in his hand and replied in a low voice, Brother Chun, don't worry. As long as you can use your talent to open the door, we can definitely take him out while he's fast asleep. No matter how strong someone is, can they withstand bullets? The man called Brother Chin frowned and said in a low voice, Little brother, it's not that I don't trust you, but let's get this straight. After it's done, this RV belongs to me. After all, we're just in a partnership, and the benefits must be clear. I don't want to take the risk and work for nothing. The stout man nodded quickly. Don't worry, Brother Chun. We just want revenge. This time he must pay the price. The RV, the supplies, everything is yours. He had his own plan. As long as he could kill me, he would find a chance to get rid of this Brother Chun, and the RV would be his after all. But he also knew that only by relying on Brother Chin's talent, metal mastery, could they possibly enter the RV silently. Just then, the short-haired girl suddenly whispered excitedly, Look, the door is opening. The stout man and Brother Chun looked up, but the moment they did, they felt the world go black, their vision changed drastically, and their consciousness began to fade rapidly. How am I seeing my own body? This was the last thought that flashed through the stout man's mind. I stood to the side, holding the armor-piercing Tang Dao, looked down at the 3 decapitated corpses at my feet, and murmured softly, Isn't it better to just live well? Returning to the RV, I leaned back in the driver's seat and exhaled softly. I knew no one would bother me anymore. The rest of the night passed without incident. At 5 in the morning, Lin Shi, Lin Yu, and Su Wanwan stepped out of the bedroom on tiptoe. Seeing me resting with my eyes closed in the driver's seat, they all instinctively softened their movements. Without a word, they tacitly avoided disturbing me and began tidying the cabin and preparing breakfast. In truth, I had already woken up the moment they opened the door, but I remained lying there quietly, choosing not to speak. Before long, breakfast was ready. Just as Lin Yu was about to step forward to wake me, I stood up and walked over. Brother Wu Di, you're awake. I was just about to call you for breakfast. We don't know what will happen after 6 o'clock, so let's be prepared early. Su Wanwan, standing to the side, kept her head down, looking as if she had something to say but was holding back. What's wrong? I asked, looking at her. Su Wanwan bit her lip, her voice tinged with self-reproach. Brother Wu Di, my talent treasure chest didn't appear yesterday. It seems that because I stayed inside the void domain the whole time, I wasted an opportunity. I was stunned for a moment, having expected something major. Is that all? Just pay attention next time. My entire focus yesterday had been on monitoring the outside situation. I hadn't even thought about Su Wanwan's chest. Su Wanwan studied me earnestly for a few seconds. Once she confirmed I truly wasn't blaming her, her tense shoulders finally relaxed, and she let out a soft sigh of relief. The three of them nodded, said nothing more, and quietly finished their breakfast in a hurry. Once everything was packed away, the time reached 5:58. Keep a close eye on the communication channel at all times. If there's any news, report it immediately. Understood. The three of them nodded in unison. The next second, all-region announcement. The 7-day period of heavy wind and rain is about to begin. 1. Weather conditions will continue to worsen. Please hurry to escape the black fog. 2. The acquisition rate for special items and skill books and supply crates has been increased. 3. This phase will yield high-level vehicle upgrade blueprints and modification blueprints. 4. Due to the mortality rate exceeding 50% in the first phase, the regional channel is cancelled, and all survivors will be randomly spawned. As soon as the announcement finished, the four of us felt a flash of white light before our eyes. When we opened our eyes again, we were no longer in the parking lot from last night. We were on a wide highway, the air thick with the scent of a ruined civilization. Twisted, abandoned vehicles sat rusted along the roadside, and in the distance, the silhouettes of high-rise buildings loomed, lifeless and desolate. I rolled down the window and looked back. Sure enough, 100 meters behind the vehicle, the black fog, stretching from the earth to the sky, was slowly creeping toward us at a visible speed. Xiaoxi moved forward at a speed of 60. Received, Commander. Brother Wu Di, didn't they say there would be heavy wind and rain? Why is it so quiet? Lin Yu, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but ask. However, no sooner had she spoken than a light drizzle began to fall outside the RV. Brother Wu Di, it really wasn't my jinxing it. Lin Yu hurriedly covered her mouth. Today is the first day. The situation shouldn't be too severe yet, I said in a deep voice. Keep an eye on the communication channel and see if there are any suitable blueprints. Yet, the reality was even more exaggerated than I had imagined. Less than an hour into our journey, the light rain had turned into a torrential downpour. Bean-sized raindrops hammered against the roof and windows with a rhythmic clatter, blurring the view ahead. Commander, the radar function is affected by the rainfall. The current detection range is 100 meters, Xiaoxi's sweet voice chimed in. Xiaoxi, check if the rainfall has any other impact on the vehicle. I was already starting to worry. If it was this heavy on the first day, it was hard to imagine what the next 7 days would be like. Commander, due to weather factors, the estimated maximum speed is 150 kilometers per hour. There are no other impacts at this time. Xiaoxi, maintain a speed of 60. Report any changes immediately. Received, Commander. At least the black fog behind us isn't spreading quickly. Otherwise, in this weather, a single skid or rollover would be the end of us, I said, breathing a sigh of relief. Lin Yu made a bitter face. Brother Wu Di, the weather changed so fast. How are we supposed to go out? I asked, how are the others in the communication channel doing? Su Wanwan frowned as she looked at the panel. Brother Wu Di, the communication channel is unreadable. There are too many people, over 2 billion, and it's all nonsense. But everyone seems to be in the same situation. It's pouring everywhere. Lin Yu leaned over, excited. That's right, Brother Wu Di. So many people are talking about us. Many people who upgraded to level 4 vehicles only have 2,000 points, but we have 34,610. Also, Brother Wu Di, why are they saying that many people who reached level 4 didn't get an RV? And some of the RVs don't have any equipment inside. They're living so miserably. Hearing Lin Yu, I didn't reply, but immediately opened the vehicle leaderboard. First, XXX, vehicle level, 4, vehicle points, 34610. Second, Lin Shun, vehicle level, 4, vehicle points, 2330. Third, XXX, vehicle level, 4, vehicle points, 2320. Fourth, XXX, vehicle level, 4, vehicle points, 2310. 5th, Triple X, vehicle level, 4 vehicle points, 2300. 6th, Triple X, vehicle level, 4 vehicle points, 2220. 7th, Triple X, vehicle level, 4 vehicle points, 2210. 8th, Elena, vehicle level, 4 vehicle points, 2180. 9th, Triple X, vehicle level, 4 vehicle points, 2050. 10th, Zhao, vehicle level, 4 vehicle points, 2020. Why is everyone starting to hide their names? I muttered, looking at the string of Triple X on the leaderboard. Lin Yu leaned against the panel, chattering away. They're all discussing it. This survival game doesn't encourage teaming up at all. The more people there are, the greater the crisis. Many people who grouped up were separated immediately after the teleportation. It was all for nothing. She suddenly looked up, blinking. Oh, Brother Wu Di, why are the 4 of us still together? Lin Shi gave her a helpless look. Are you silly? We have a team contract. Oh, right. I almost forgot Lin Yu scratched her head and laughed awkwardly. Su Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle at her confused expression. The atmosphere in the cabin, amidst the relentless rain, became a rare moment of lightness. Just then, ding, obtained 10 points. A crisp notification made the 4 of us freeze simultaneously. Lin Yu looked up abruptly. Brother Wu Di, where did these points come from? We didn't open any crates or trade anything. I pondered for a moment and immediately said, Xiaoxi, how far have we traveled in total? Commander, we have just completed 100 kilometers. Su Wanwan's eyes lit up. 10 points for every 100 kilometers? If there are points, there must be a place to spend them. Maybe it's just ahead. Lin Shi also frowned as she analyzed. Brother Wu Di, the system said the probability of special items and skill books has increased in this phase. Could it be that the number of supply crates has actually decreased? That's a possibility, I nodded. Keep an eye on what others are doing in the channel. Report any news immediately. I turned to the center console screen and ordered, Xiaoxi, proceed at full speed, provided it's safe. Received, Commander. For the rest of the morning, the RV sped through the torrential rain. Aside from the obtained 10 points notification that popped up punctually every 100 kilometers, we didn't encounter a single supply crate or any exchange point along the way. The rain outside the window continued to pour down madly, as if it would never stop. Lin Yu suddenly remembered something, her eyes brightening. Brother Wu Di, do you think we can farm in the void domain? I saw many seeds earlier. Could we grow fruits and vegetables in there? Lin Shi and Su Wanwan exchanged glances, their faces showing interest. I was taken aback. That's right. Why hadn't I thought of that? Our supplies are sufficient now, but we can't just eat through them indefinitely. The void domain is so vast that we could be completely self-sufficient. Besides, farming is a tradition. I nodded immediately. Go ahead and try. Xiaoxi can't contact the interior of the domain, so I need to stay outside to monitor the situation. Lin Shi quickly said, then Brother Wu Di, call us immediately if anything happens. Don't worry, I instructed. You can trade for more types of seeds. We don't need fuel, so we can use that for trading. Don't worry about it. Hearing me say we didn't need fuel, the 3 of them didn't ask why. Lin Yu patted her chest. Don't worry, Brother Wu Di. I'm the best at picking things. With that, the 3 of them entered the void domain. I sat alone in the driver's seat, continuing to ponder the variables that might appear in the second phase. Commander, an obstacle has appeared ahead. Please be aware. No sooner had Xiaoxi's warning finished than I felt the vehicle shudder slightly. Under intelligent driving, the massive RV didn't slow down, charging straight into a pile of abandoned vehicle wreckage. Bang! The Titan armor-piercing ram on the front of the vehicle sent the twisted metal flying. The RV drove through steadily, with almost no jolting. I sighed slightly. I didn't expect this ram to come in handy so soon. Time ticked by. The 3 of them came out of the domain, finished lunch, and went back in to get busy again. It was already 13:39 in the afternoon. Just when I thought the day might pass uneventfully. Commander, an unidentified object has appeared ahead. Shall I slow down? Slow down, I said, immediately snapping back to attention. Received, Commander. Do you need to reverse? I didn't answer, my gaze already piercing through the rain to see the unidentified object Xiaoxi mentioned. It was actually a supply point. But the RV was moving too fast, and with Xiaoxi's radar limited to 100 meters due to the storm, it was too late to slow down by the time it was detected. The RV slowly reversed and came to a steady stop beside the supply point. I stepped into the supply point immediately, looking at the familiar design, and couldn't help but complain internally. Is it always designed to look like a bus stop, just to provide shelter from the rain? In this kind of stormy weather, with the thick rain and blurred vision, if Xiaoxi hadn't discovered it in time, I suspect I wouldn't have noticed this supply point myself. I stepped forward, my eyes landing on the center of the supply point, where I found only one exchange machine. Just as Su Wanwan said, if there are points, there must be a place to exchange them. I whispered to myself, tapping the machine screen to view the exchange list. After browsing carefully, I was surprised. Basic resources like food, metal, and rubber were exactly the same as before, with no changes. But in the blueprint section, there was only one item, as if the system had specifically designed it for this relentless rain. Ground-locking anti-slip tread blueprint, green quality vehicle item. Install detachable anti-slip tread patches on the tire surface to deepen the anti-slip grooves, improving grip on wet and shallow water surfaces. Compatible with original tires. Production requirements, rubber times 5. Exchange requirements, 100 points. I looked at my point panel. I had exactly 100 points, not a single one more or less. I wondered to myself, does every 1,000 kilometers traveled yield such a supply point? Although I couldn't confirm it yet, this anti-slip tread blueprint was an absolute necessity. The roads were slippery, and the RV was moving fast. Having this would greatly reduce the risk of skidding or rolling over. Without hesitation, I clicked to exchange and immediately returned to the RV. Xiaoxi, continue forward. Keep an eye out for similar supply points along the way. If you encounter one, stop. Received, Commander. The RV started up again, still speeding through the rain at 150 kilometers per hour. The Titan armor-piercing ram on the front was invincible, easily crushing and rolling over any abandoned vehicle wreckage or road barriers we encountered. Along the way, aside from the obtained 10 points notification that popped up punctually every 100 kilometers, we didn't encounter any more supply points or find any trace of supply crates. There was only the endless torrential rain outside the window, drumming against the roof with a rhythmic patter. Time passed slowly until 1700 hours, when Lin Shi and Su Wanwan were the first to come out, looking a bit tired but unable to hide the anticipation in their eyes. Brother Wu Di, we planted a lot of vegetable seeds in the domain, but we don't know when they'll mature, Lin Shi said softly, her tone curious. But we looked around and couldn't find any fruit tree seeds. It doesn't matter. We aren't short on supplies. Consider it something to look forward to. I didn't know if the seeds in this survival game were any different from those in reality. Su Wanwan took over. Brother Wu Di, Shi and I will make dinner and wait for the talent treasure chest to refresh. We missed one yesterday, which was a huge loss. We can't miss it again today. The two worked together and quickly prepared dinner. Lin Shi went to call Lin Yu, who was still organizing supplies, to come out and eat. After a quick meal, they cleaned up, and before we knew it, it was 6 p.m. Just then, a soft white light lit up on the RV's coffee table, and a small treasure chest slowly emerged. It was Su Wanwan's talent treasure chest. Lin Shi looked at the chest and sighed softly. Even though it's not the first time I've seen a talent treasure chest refresh, it still feels incredible. Lin Yu leaned over to the coffee table, looking envious. Sister Wanwan, what do you think you'll get this time? Su Wanwan waved her hand, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's nothing. It's not very useful. Before, I even used a blueprint from a chest to trade for a weapon with Brother Wu Di. That was the time Brother Wu Di saved my life. Don't dwell on the past. Just open it and see. I interrupted them. Okay. Su Wanwan nodded, took a deep breath, and opened the chest. Su Wanwan then showed the blueprint attributes to everyone. Rain-penetrating light blueprint, green quality vehicle item. Modifies front and rear lights into high-penetration light sources, capable of piercing through the thick rain and water mist formed by heavy storms, significantly improving forward visibility. Energy consumption plus 5%. Production requirements: metal block times 2, glass times 2, plastic times 1, electronic component times 1. Holding the ground-locking anti-slip tread blueprint in my hand, I frowned, feeling completely bewildered. It had only just begun, yet the blueprints provided by the system were all essential items specifically for the stormy weather, with nothing extra. This deliberate targeting made me feel increasingly uneasy. Was the current comfort truly real? Just as I was lost in thought, looking solemn, Lin Shi's voice rang out. Don't you find it strange? During the first phase, the system warned us that the night was dangerous, but since we arrived here, there hasn't been a single warning about the dangers of the night. Hearing Lin Shi, Su Wanwan's body stiffened slightly. I didn't know what she was thinking of, but her face turned pale, and a trace of imperceptible fear flashed in her eyes. Lin Yu keenly noticed her abnormal expression and quickly squeezed over to Su Wanwan's side, deliberately putting on an annoying face to change the subject. Sister, now that you mention it, I just thought of something. If there are no more supply crates in the future, won't you be useless? What will you do? Lin Shi looked at Lin Yu's deliberately foolish act and understood her intentions immediately. She was trying to help Su Wanwan ease her embarrassment. She resisted the urge to hit Lin Yu on the head, gave her a helpless look, and didn't expose her. I was also awakened by Lin Shi's words and fell back into thought. That's right. So far, the danger warnings given by the system had all been out in the open, such as the heavy wind and rain or the spreading black fog. They had never been hidden. Yet, the fact that it didn't mention the dangers of the night, this abnormal calm, was even more unfathomable. Since the system hadn't forbidden it, did that mean we could continue moving at night? Besides, with Xiaoxi monitoring everything, I didn't need to keep my nerves on edge watching the road. Even if we did encounter danger, I had enough confidence to handle it. Having figured this out, I looked up and said firmly, Xiaoxi, maintain a speed of 100. Received, Commander. Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately leaned over to Lin Shi and said with wide eyes, Sister Wanwan, do you want to keep Brother Wu Di company? It's so boring being alone. It'll be livelier if we're here. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan also chimed in. Yes, Brother Wu Di. No need. I refused directly. With Xiaoxi here, it makes no difference whether you're here or not. Besides, there's no extra seat for you next to the driver's seat. Lin Yu immediately raised her hand and said eagerly, Brother Wu Di, I'll just keep you company. The passenger seat is my exclusive seat. I can chat with you, and I can also amplify your talent. Hearing this, I was silent for a moment before finally nodding. I did indeed need Lin Yu's talent amplification today. Lin Yu immediately looked at Lin Shi triumphantly, lifting her chin. Sister, look, I told you Brother Wu Di needs me. You guys go rest. I'm enough here. I said helplessly. Lin Yu is enough here, and you don't have anywhere else to be. Go inside and rest, get some energy. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan exchanged glances. Seeing that I was determined, they didn't insist and nodded. I nodded slightly, turned, and sat back in the driver's seat, my mind already clear on where to use my talent today. I didn't let Lin Yu apply her talent immediately. Instead, I placed the ground-locking anti-slip tread blueprint and the rain-penetrating light blueprint Su Wanwan had opened in front of me. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Ground-locking anti-slip tread blueprint, green quality, has been promoted to Global Grip Tire Tread Module Blueprint, blue quality. Global Grip Tire Tread Module Blueprint, blue quality vehicle item. Uses bionic deep groove mechanical structure to optimize ground pressure distribution, significantly improving grip on wet and waterlogged surfaces, suppressing skidding, wheel spin, and side shifting, ensuring stability in stormy weather. Production requirements, rubber times 10. Ding, Global Grip Tire Tread Module production complete. Ding, Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Rain Penetrating Light Blueprint, green quality, has been promoted to Turbulence Light Suppressing Projector Blueprint, blue quality. Turbulence Light Suppressing Projector Blueprint, blue quality vehicle item. Optimizes beam focusing structure, suppresses strong light reflection from rain, can penetrate heavy rain and thick fog, significantly increasing detection distance. Features anti-glare and automatic brightness adjustment. Energy consumption plus 5%. Production requirements. Metal block times 2, glass times 2, plastic times 1, electronic component times 5. Ding! Turbulence light suppressing projector production complete. Seeing that both green blueprints had only been promoted by one tier, I breathed a quiet sigh of relief. In the past, I had always hoped to hit that 5% probability and promote by 3 tiers at once, but now, I actually hoped for only a 1-tier promotion. After all, I still didn't know the source of quantum primordial matter. If they were promoted to purple quality and I lacked the materials to craft them, the blueprints would just be waste paper. I turned my head to look at Lin Yu, who was waiting expectantly. Lin Yu, apply your talent to me. You got it, Brother Wu Di. Lin Yu immediately perked up, took a deep breath, clasped her hands together, and whispered, "Bless me with explosive luck." "Okay, Brother Wu Di." I nodded and used my talent again. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Global Grip Tire Tread Module, blue quality, has been promoted to Adaptive Tire Locking Tooth Component, purple quality. Adaptive Tire Locking Tooth Component, purple quality vehicle item. Equipped with high-density alloy ground locking spikes and all-terrain adaptive tire treads. It provides powerful grip on ice, steep slopes, and rushing water, resisting displacement from typhoon-force side winds and flood impacts, while maintaining steering control and stability in extreme environments. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Turbulence Light Suppressing Projector, blue quality, has been promoted to Multispectral Penetrating Illumination Unit, purple quality. Multispectral Penetrating Illumination Unit, purple quality vehicle item. Integrates visible light and near-infrared dual modes. It can penetrate heavy rain, thick smoke, and water mist, providing clear imaging during night and extreme weather, and works with the radar for all-weather detection. I took a deep breath and pulled out the final blueprint. Protective Coating Blueprint, blue quality vehicle accessory. Can be applied to the vehicle's surface to increase protection and resist minor corrosion and impacts. Crafting requirements. Glass X5, rubber X5. This was the first blue blueprint Su Wanwan had opened since joining the team. I had originally planned to keep it for trading since I already possessed the anti-corrosion stealth composite coating blueprint. But now, facing the unknown dangers of the second stage, I no longer hesitated. Ding! Protective Coating Crafting complete. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. Protective Coating, blue quality, has been promoted to Composite Armor Coating, gold quality. Composite Armor Coating, gold quality vehicle item. After curing, both hardness and toughness are simultaneously enhanced, effectively resisting moderate impacts and physical strikes. It also strengthens corrosion resistance, allowing it to withstand prolonged exposure to floods, chemical waste, and acidic rain. Phew, that's a relief. I let out a long sigh. I thought everything was only going to be promoted by 1 tier today. Install. Xiaoxi. Run a check on all the newly added vehicle items. Understood, Commander. Running diagnostics. Commander, the current maximum speed can reach 160 kilometers per hour. Additionally, the radar coverage area is affected by the multispectral penetrating illumination unit. The front and rear detection range can reach 500 meters, while the sides remain unchanged. 500 meters, huh? My eyes darkened. At the very least, that gives us a bit more reaction time. Lin Yu leaned over, blinking curiously. Big Brother Wu Di, did you install new vehicle items again? I didn't answer immediately, opting instead to open the vehicle interface. Vehicle, Level 4 vehicle, maximum speed, 240 kilometers per hour. Vehicle accessories/items, Lucky Pendant, gold. Turbo Pulse supercharged engine, purple. Composite bulletproof crystallized glass, purple. Heavy armor core frame, purple. Heavy-duty explosion-proof off-road tire, blue. Vehicle nuclear reactor, orange. Smart constant temperature refrigeration box, purple. Atmospheric water collection unit, orange. Super alloy fortress armor, purple. Vehicle global scanning radar, gold. 30mm chain autocannon, orange. Smart hub, gold. Titan armor. Piercing ram, purple. Adaptive tire locking tooth component, purple. multispectral penetrating illumination unit, purple, composite armor coating, gold. A long list of gold and purple equipment was enough to be considered overwhelming in the entire survival world. After reviewing it, I looked at Linyu. Are you really not going to rest? Just as I finished speaking, Commander, radar functionality detected to be affected by rainfall. Detection distance on both sides has dropped to 50 meters. The rain intensity may be continuing to increase. Due to the new illumination unit, driving speed remains unaffected. I looked out the window. Outside the RV, almost nothing could be seen. There was only a dense, frenzied curtain of rain, and the world was a chaotic, dim blur. In this kind of weather, are there really still supply crates? I muttered to myself. Lin Yu's face turned slightly pale. She grabbed my arm, her voice filled with unease. Big Brother Wu Di, we'll be okay, right? I saw on the communication channel that many people's vehicles are completely immobilized. It's the heavy rain and the road obstacles. Lin Yu bit her lip, her eyes turning slightly red. Her voice softened, completely shedding her usual playfulness. Big Brother Wu Di, looking at her, I could guess what she was feeling. A girl like her surely hadn't suffered much before arriving here. After arriving, she had stayed with her sister thanks to the items, and then met me. She hadn't really experienced what survival truly meant along the way. She gripped my sleeve, her fingertips trembling slightly. I'm so scared. I'm afraid this heavy rain will flip the car, afraid of encountering monsters, and even more afraid of never seeing my sister and Wanwan again. I know I'm useless, always relying on others to protect me. I listened quietly, my gaze fixed on the rain curtain outside, my expression calm but steady. Once she finished, I spoke slowly, my tone firm. Your talent is very useful, and we are a team. Don't overthink it, and don't say things like that again. Lin Yu looked at my serious expression, stunned for a long moment. She seemed to suddenly understand, nodding vigorously. I know. Her eyes lit up as if she had thought of something, and she leaned in close to whisper, Big Brother Wu Di, why don't you be my brother-in-law? Look at my sister. She's pretty, gentle, and a great cook. Stop. I quickly interrupted her, my tone tinged with helplessness. Say another word, and you're going to the back to sleep. I knew clearly that in this precarious survival world, only staying alive mattered. Romance was not something to consider right now. Oh, Lin Yu pouted, looking aggrieved as she lay back down in the passenger seat. She didn't speak again, only occasionally stealing a glance at me. Then looking back at the rain, her expression gradually calming down. The cabin fell silent. Aside from the sound of the rain outside and the slight jolts as the Titan armor-piercing ram occasionally smashed through the wreckage of abandoned vehicles, there was no other noise. I glanced at the vehicle clock. It read 1940. Under Xiao Shi's intelligent control, the RV maintained a steady speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Even with the torrential rain and complex road conditions, the vehicle remained stable and secure. Is it really just like this today? I whispered to myself. Lin Yu's words from earlier echoed in my mind. Other survivors were barely able to move in this weather. Indeed, without the multispectral penetrating illumination unit, the global scanning radar, and Xiao Shi's precise control, even I wouldn't be able to travel so smoothly on such a stormy night. No wonder the system didn't give a night danger warning. This environment itself has already trapped most survivors. Realizing this, most of my doubts dissipated. I stopped dwelling on it, leaned back in the driver's seat, and closed my eyes to rest, keeping my ears alert to every movement outside. Lin Yu turned over in the passenger seat and gradually fell into a deep sleep, her breathing becoming rhythmic, the unease on her face fading away. Time passed slowly in the silence and the sound of rain, and before I knew it, it was around 2300 hours. I opened my eyes and rubbed my temples, looking at the still dim rain curtain outside. I thought to myself, it seems there really won't be any other dangers tonight. But the moment I let my guard down, Xiao Shi's alert sounded. Commander, a large number of unidentified small organisms detected approaching. I was instantly alert. Even Lin Yu, lying in the passenger seat, was startled awake by the alert. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she looked at the center console screen. Seeing the dense, rapidly moving red dots, she instantly sobered up, her face turning pale. Big Brother Wu Di, what are those? They're so fast. My expression was grave as I stared at the red dots on the screen, my voice low and steady. They are indeed too fast. You have to realize, our current speed is 100 kilometers per hour, and it's still pouring rain outside. For something to catch up to the RV in this speed and environment, it's definitely not simple, and there are so many of them. I felt a pang of annoyance. Asterisk, I must find a way to get surveillance equipment. Xiaoxi's current radar functionality is too incomplete. It can only detect red dots, and I can't see what they are at all. It's too passive, asterisk. As soon as I finished speaking, the red dots on the screen closed in rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they reached the RV, swarming all over the vehicle and completely surrounding it. Suddenly, Linyu let out a scream, pointing at the windshield with trembling fingers. Big Brother Wu Di, look. I looked up at the windshield. It was covered in creatures resembling wasps. They were about the size of a fist, gray-black in color, with translucent, membrane-like wings. Their abdomens were covered in fine fuzz, and sharp, lethal-looking stingers were visible on their tails. Looking at the dense swarm of bee-like monsters on the windshield and the ever-increasing red dots on the screen, I couldn't help but curse. Damn. How many are there? The entire outside of the RV must be covered. Xiaoxi, are these things affecting the RV? I asked quickly, my tone urgent. I wasn't afraid of the monsters, but I was afraid of the RV being damaged. On a night like this, if the RV had a problem, the four of us would be in a desperate situation. Commander, the front and rear lighting systems are obscured by unidentified organisms. Radar detection range reduced to 100 meters. All other vehicle accessories and driving functions remain unaffected. Xiaoxi's voice remained calm as she reported the situation. I let out a long sigh of relief, my heart finally settling. Good, the RV's components are strong enough. There's no danger for now, but I knew this couldn't last forever. Hearing Xiaoxi, Linyu calmed down slightly, though she remained worried. Big Brother Wu Di, is it because we're driving at night that we attracted these monsters? I nodded, my voice deep. That's possible. We are a four-person team, so we face greater crises than solo survivors, and driving at night adds to that. Then Big Brother Wu Di, what do we do now? Linyu asked anxiously. I frowned and thought for a moment, then made a decision. Xiaoxi, slow down and come to a complete stop, I said firmly, then added. As soon as I get out, lock the doors immediately. Understood, Commander. The RV slowed down and came to a steady stop on the side of the road. I stood up, gripped my armor-piercing Tang Dao, took a deep breath, and opened the door. The moment the door opened, dozens of gray-black, bee-like monsters lunged toward the opening, their buzzing ear-splitting, their stingers glinting with cold light, clearly intent on rushing into the cabin. With a flick of my wrist, a few swish sounds echoed, and the dozens of monsters lunging at me were instantly sliced in half, their bodies falling to the ground and going still. Almost simultaneously, Xiaoxi locked the door. I leaped out of the vehicle. The moment my feet touched the waterlogged road, the dense swarm of monsters around me seemed provoked. They abandoned their siege of the RV and turned toward me, a black, sky-blocking mass rushing in. My expression remained unchanged. My feet were firmly planted on the flooded road, and the armor-piercing Tang Dao in my hand danced in a seamless blur, forming a wall of cold steel. Gray-black corpses fell from the air, but more monsters surged forward in a relentless wave. The heavy rain soaked my clothes, but it didn't affect my movements in the slightest. I don't know how much time passed, but the last bee-like monster was struck down by my blade, falling to the ground and breathing its last. The battle ended. I stood in place, breathing slightly, my body covered in rain and the monster's fluids. I looked up at the RV and saw it was undamaged, which made me relax. Just then, all the monster corpses on the ground instantly dissipated, leaving behind only a shimmering supply crate lying in the water. I bent down to pick up the supply crate from the water and return to the RV. Linyu immediately rushed over, her eyes full of anxiety as she looked me up and down. Big Brother Wu Di, are you okay? Did any of those monsters sting you? I shook my head gently, set the supply crate aside, and instructed the center console. Xiaoxi, stop for now. Don't continue moving. Then I turned to Linyu. You keep an eye on the surroundings here. I'm going to clean up. Okay. Big Brother Wu Di, wait a moment. Lin Yu nodded quickly, turned, and rushed into the domain. Not long after, she ran back with a set of clean clothes. Here you go, Big Brother Wu Di. My sister picked these out for you. I took the clothes, went into the RV's bathroom, and quickly cleaned up and changed. Once I was ready, Lin Yu and I sat on the sofa, our eyes fixed on the supply crate. Its silver luster was unmistakable. It was clearly a silver-grade supply crate. Lin Yu rested her chin on her hand and asked curiously, Big Brother Wu Di, do you think from now on, we'll only be able to get supply crates by killing monsters? I shook my head slightly. I don't know. Then should we keep moving? Lin Yu asked again, her eyes filled with uncertainty. The bee swarm attack had left her shaken. I was silent for a moment, my eyes turning firm. Keep moving. Regardless of whether there are other ways to get supply crates, at least we can get them by killing monsters now. As long as we can get supplies and blueprints, there's no reason to stop. With that, I ordered the center console. Xiaoxi, continue moving. Maintain a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Understood, Commander. I sat back in the driver's seat, and Lin Yu followed, obediently lying down in the passenger seat. She didn't chatter anymore, only occasionally glancing at the rain outside and then at me, her expression gradually calming down. The cabin returned to silence. After a long silence, Lin Yu seemed to have made a huge decision and spoke in a small voice. Big Brother Wu Di, could you teach me how to fight? I turned my head in surprise, looking at Lin Yu with complete astonishment. I hadn't expected this usually playful, spoiled girl to take the initiative to ask to learn how to fight. Lin Yu's cheeks flushed under my gaze, and she quickly lowered her head, stammering, Big Brother Wu Di, isn't that what you said before? That we should learn to fight and not rely on others forever. Besides, I want to be a bit stronger, and I don't want to hold everyone back anymore. I looked at her serious expression, slowly turned my head back, and fixed my gaze on the rain ahead. I will teach you, but now isn't the time. Get some rest. In truth, I had been considering this all along. I had prepared firearms earlier, intending for the three of them to get familiar with ranged weapons and master basic survival and defensive skills, but the current situation was completely unexpected. Beyond that, I was also calculating that as soon as I had the chance, I would find a way to improve their physical fitness so they wouldn't be completely helpless when facing a crisis. The current 1-point increase in physique per day was simply too slow. Time ticked by, the hands of the vehicle clock slowly turning until it reached 5 a.m. The bedroom door opened, and Lin Shi and Su Wanwan walked out one after the other. As soon as they stepped out, they saw me and Lin Yu sleeping in the driver and passenger seats. They caught sight of the silver-glowing supply crate on the coffee table, exchanged a look, and didn't disturb us, instead walking quietly into the kitchen as usual to start preparing breakfast. Not long after, breakfast was ready. Lin Shi walked gently toward the driver's seat, only to see that I had already stood up. Big Brother Wu Di, was everything okay last night? Lin Shi asked in a low voice as she saw me stand up. At this moment, Lin Yu in the passenger seat also opened her eyes and looked around, instantly perking up. Sister, is breakfast ready? I'm coming. She then got up to wash up. I shook my head. Nothing happened. The four of us sat around the dining table, eating breakfast in silence. During the meal, Lin Yu couldn't contain her excitement, chattering away to Lin Shi and Su Wanwan about last night's scene, praising me with great enthusiasm. You guys don't know how amazing Big Brother Wu Di was last night. Those monsters were everywhere, and he just slashed his blade and killed a whole bunch of them in one go, without even blinking. It was just so cool. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan listened intently, occasionally looking at me. I remained calm. Breakfast was finished quickly. I sat in the driver's seat and instructed the three of them. Keep an eye on the trading channel, especially for blueprints or special items. Lin Shi, Lin Yu, and Su Wanwan all nodded in unison. Just then, Xiaoxi's alert sounded. Commander, supply point detected, located 500 meters ahead. Decelerating to approach. My eyes narrowed as I looked out the window. Through the rain, I could vaguely see the familiar shape of a bus stop in the distance. It was the same supply point we had encountered before. The RV slowed down and came to a steady stop beside the supply point. I pushed the door open, stepped out, and walked toward the exchange machine in the center of the supply point. The exchange list was identical to before, except for one item blueprint that was different. Emergency supply drying chamber, green quality vehicle item. Adds a 1 cubic meter sealed drying chamber inside the cabin, with a built-in dehumidification module to keep the interior dry, and also features shockproof functionality. Installation requirements. Level 2 or higher vehicle, energy consumption plus 5%. Crafting requirements. Metal block X3, rubber X1, plastic X1, electronic component X5. Exchange requirement, 100 points. I stared at the blueprint, my brow furrowed in hesitation. From a functional standpoint, this blueprint was almost useless to me. The void domain was completely unaffected by the outside world. This drying chamber was not only mediocre, but would also take up limited space in the cabin. Furthermore, I wasn't sure what effect this mediocre green blueprint would have after being strengthened, or if it could undergo a qualitative change. Plus, after driving all night, I only had 190 points. I stood in front of the exchange machine, hesitating. Inside the RV, Lin Yu leaned against the window, asking Lin Shi and Su Wanwan in confusion, "Sister, what do you think is wrong with Big Brother Wu Di?" Beside her, Su Wanwan looked vigilant, her gaze constantly scanning the surroundings, keeping a close eye on the center console screen. Seeing this, Lin Shi quickly ran from the RV to my side and whispered, "Big Brother Wu Di?" I turned to the side and pointed the blueprint information on the exchange machine to Lin Shi. "Do you think this is useful for us?" Lin Shi looked at the blueprint carefully and thought for a moment. "Big Brother Wu Di, Su and I checked the communication channel last night. Supply points appear randomly. If you're not sure, you can wait and see at the next supply point." After listening, I pondered for a moment, nodded, and decisively gave up on the exchange. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Immediately, we both turned and returned to the RV. I sat back in the driver's seat and ordered the center console. "Xiaoxi, move at maximum speed." "Understood, Commander." Adjusted to maximum speed of 160 kilometers per hour. The RV sped up again, smashing through the scattered abandoned vehicles along the way. Time passed bit by bit, from early morning to late morning. The journey was peaceful. We didn't encounter any monster attacks, nor did we find any more supply points. Until 10 a.m., the cabin remained calm, with only the slight sound of the vehicle moving. Just then, Su Wanwan, who had been looking down at the trading channel, suddenly spoke, her tone tinged with uncertainty. "Big Brother Wu Di, take a look at this. Do we need to trade for it?" Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, Lin Yu, and I immediately gathered around to look at her panel. When I saw the information on the blueprint, my eyes lit up. It was exactly the surveillance-type item I had been longing for. Blueprint, Vehicle Drone Reconnaissance Module. Green quality, can deploy one basic reconnaissance drone with a 300-meter cruising radius. Transmits real-time footage. Features basic rain and wind resistance. Capable of visual reconnaissance during the day. Cannot penetrate rain or fog. Usage increases energy consumption. Installation requirement, level 2 or higher vehicle. Crafting requirements, metal block ×3, rubber ×1, plastic ×1, glass ×1, electronic components ×5. The moment I saw this blueprint, I felt as if my wishes had been granted. Just last night, I was frustrated that my radar function was incomplete and couldn't provide a clear view of the outside world. Now, encountering this drone blueprint was like receiving charcoal in the snow. I suppressed my excitement and asked, "What does the other party want in exchange?" Su Wanwan quickly checked the other party's requirements. He wants 20 rifle magazines, 7.62 millimeters caliber. Tell him our magazine reserves are running low, and offer 10 magazines for the blueprint. I knew that in this torrential rain, this reconnaissance drone blueprint was almost useless to other survivors, but in my hands, it would be a different story. Su Wanwan immediately sent the message as I instructed. A few seconds later, a smile appeared on her face. "Big Brother Wu Di," he agreed. "Ask him if he got this blueprint from a supply point or how he obtained it." Su Wanwan nodded, and a moment later, she said, "Big Brother Wu Di, he said he encountered a monster while parked. After killing it, the blueprint dropped from the supply crate." Lin Yu blinked her large eyes, looking confused. "There are monsters during the day too?" Why haven't we encountered any? Lin, she frowned in thought. The person we just traded with encountered the monster while parked. Could it be that monster attacks are only triggered when we stop? I pondered this as well. If it were true that monsters only appeared when parked, it would be a dilemma for me. Continuing to move allowed for a steady gain of points to exchange for blueprints, but stopping to kill monsters could yield supply crates, which might contain rare items. Just then, Su Wanwan said softly, I just asked him for details. He said the monster lunged out of the roadside puddles. It looked like a snake, but much thicker than a normal one, about 2 meters long and very fast. She looked up at me after speaking. I was silent for a moment, my gaze fixed on the vehicle drone reconnaissance module blueprint in my hand. Suddenly, my eyes brightened as an idea formed. I can just craft this reconnaissance module first and see how it goes. If I had a reconnaissance drone to expand my search range, it would mean we could continue moving while detecting the location of monsters in advance. This way, we wouldn't miss out on gaining points while still being able to kill monsters for supply crates. The dilemma would be solved. Thinking of this, I turned to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, give me a talent amplification. Lin Yu was stunned for a second before she reacted and nodded. Oh, okay. Big brother Wu Di. I didn't hesitate and activated my talent. The next second, the familiar system notification sounded. Ding, talent, rule breaker, activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Blueprint, vehicle drone reconnaissance module, green quality, has been promoted to Blueprint, multi-rotor tactical reconnaissance unit, blue quality. Blueprint, multi-rotor tactical reconnaissance unit, blue quality vehicle item, dual rotor powered drone, 800-meter cruising radius, supports night infrared imaging, enhanced wind and rain resistance. Can fly stably in moderate rain and strong winds. Capable of marking obstacles and moving targets. Usage increases energy consumption. Installation requirement, level 2 or higher vehicle. Crafting requirements, metal block 5, rubber 2, plastic 2, glass 2, electronic components 10. Ding, multi-rotor tactical reconnaissance unit, crafting complete. Ding, talent, rule breaker, activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Multi-rotor tactical reconnaissance unit, blue quality, has been promoted to Global Stealth Reconnaissance Drone, purple quality. Global Stealth Reconnaissance Drone, purple quality vehicle item, can deploy 1 stealth drone, 2,000-meter cruising radius, features radar stealth and low noise characteristics. Equipped with a multispectral camera capable of penetrating rain, smoke, and darkness for reconnaissance. Automatically marks dangers and supplies. Usage increases energy consumption. Installation requirement, level 2 or higher vehicle. Ding, accessory installation successful. Looking at the final promoted attributes, I felt a hint of doubt. Could this thing really fly out in such heavy rain? Besides, after the installation, there was no obvious change inside the RV. I couldn't see any sign of the drone. I immediately spoke to the center console screen. Xiaoxi, I've installed a new vehicle item. Check if there are any changes to the vehicle and where the drone is. Commander, Global Stealth Reconnaissance Drone detected. Location marked for you. Following Xiaoxi's voice, a 3D model of the RV popped up on the screen. A small light point flickered on the roof of the bedroom, labeled Drone Hatch. The diagram clearly showed the drone was installed in the center of the bedroom roof, embedded within the vehicle's armor and perfectly integrated with the roof. I nodded at the diagram and asked, Xiaoxi, give me the details on the drone. Commander, the Global Stealth Reconnaissance Drone comes with a lift platform. Wingspan diameter is 60 centimeters. Folded state is 30 cm times 30 cm times 12 cm. Weight is 3.0 kilograms. Equipped with an exclusive sealed hatch. Cruising duration is 8 hours. Charging time is 10 minutes. Maximum flight altitude is 1,000 meters. Cruising radius is 2,000 meters. Xiaoxi, can it be deployed in this weather? This was my primary concern. Commander, based on external conditions, the Global Stealth Reconnaissance Drone is not capable of flight. Lin Yu's face fell. Big brother Wu Di. Does that mean we traded for nothing? She patted Lin Yu on the forehead. Are you really that silly? We can't stay in this rain forever. Sister, stop hitting my head. I'm not smart to begin with. You'll make me even dumber. Lin Yu covered her head, and scurried behind Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan looked at me earnestly. Big brother Wu Di, no matter what decision you make, I believe in you. I fell silent. I had thought the drone would completely change our passive situation, but if it couldn't even take off, it was as if nothing had changed. Just as I felt disappointed, Xiao Shi's voice sounded again. Commander, the multispectral camera on the global stealth reconnaissance drone can link with the vehicle radar to restore radar reconnaissance range. It is recommended to keep the drone's sealed hatch open to utilize the optical components for auxiliary detection. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Wow. So it has that use. I thought we wasted the trade, but it's amazing that it can still work without flying out. Xiao Shi, does keeping the sealed hatch open affect the vehicle? I was still concerned about the overall state of the RV. Commander, it only consumes basic energy and does not affect the RV's normal operation or other accessories. Good. Then keep the hatch open and monitor the surroundings. Report any abnormalities immediately. I ordered decisively without hesitation. Understood, Commander. Time passed slowly, and before I knew it, it was past 11 a.m. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan prepared lunch early. The four of us sat together and finished our meal quickly. Throughout the time, we didn't encounter any monsters or find any new anomalies. Shortly after lunch, Xiao Shi's notification sounded. Commander, supply point detected, 1,000 meters ahead. Decelerating to approach. The four of us were instantly drawn by Xiao Shi's words and looked ahead. As the RV slowly approached and came to a steady stop, I got out as usual and walked toward the supply point. Just like the previous 2 times, the exchange list contained only common daily supplies and basic materials with nothing new. However, when I looked at the blueprint section, I was stunned. This blueprint was completely different from previous vehicle item blueprints and seemed particularly strange. Dungeon Scroll, used to enter the special dungeon, Raiders of the Lost Treasure. Teambound, cannot exit during the dungeon until it ends. Produces special items, skill books, and blueprints. High mortality rate, non-tradable. Price, 50 points. After reading the description, I bought it without a moment's hesitation. Back in the RV, I placed the dungeon scroll on the coffee table and ordered the center console screen. Xiao Shi, continue moving. Understood, Commander. The RV sped off again. Lin Yu was the first to lean over to the coffee table, staring at the scroll, and asked curiously, Big brother Wu Di, are we going to use this scroll? What are skill books? Can we learn spells like in games? Lin Shi and Su Wanwan didn't interrupt, just watched me quietly, waiting for me to think and make a decision. Just then, Lin Yu's eyes lit up as she pointed to her panel. Big brother Wu Di, I see many people on the communication channel discussing this dungeon scroll. My heart stirred, and I immediately opened the communication channel. The screen was flooded with messages, all discussing the dungeon scroll. Did anyone encounter a supply point around 12 p.m.? There was only a dungeon scroll inside, nothing else. I did. 50 points is so expensive, and the mortality rate is high. I don't dare buy it. I still need to exchange for fuel. I can't bear to spend points on this. Don't hesitate, brothers. There are so many good things in the dungeon. It's worth a try even if it's dangerous. Aren't you afraid of running into others? It's already hard enough to survive, and we have to watch out for others stealing supplies or stabbing us in the back. I quickly browsed the messages, looking at the dense Chinese characters on the screen. My first reaction was confusion. Why are they all fellow countrymen? Isn't everyone from Blue Star on the same channel? Big brother Wu Di, many people were discussing this yesterday. Lin Shi explained softly from the side. In this survival game, it seems everyone sees the content in their own native language. Big brother Wu Di, are we going to use this scroll? Seeing that I had finished reading the channel, Lin Yu leaned over, her eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of fear. Su Wanwan gently held Lin Yu's hand and turned to me, her tone firm. Big brother Wu Di, I believe in you. No matter if you decide to enter or not, I'm with you. Lin Shi didn't speak, just looked at me quietly, her eyes full of trust. I looked at the three of them and said in an unquestionable tone, we're going in. We are definitely going in. I actually had another thought. Could this dungeon scroll be enhanced by my talent? What would it look like if enhanced? But after thinking about it seriously for a moment, I dismissed the idea. I had no idea what the specific situation inside the dungeon was, and if an unknown accident occurred after enhancement, it wouldn't be worth the risk. Without further hesitation, I picked up the dungeon scroll from the coffee table and tapped it with my fingertip. Use dungeon scroll. The next second, a familiar white light swept across the entire carriage, and we instinctively closed our eyes. We felt the sound of rain and the vehicle's movement vanish instantly. As the white light faded, the first thing I saw was a magnificent and oppressive hall. Above was a towering dome engraved with complex golden patterns that emitted a faint luster. The floor was made of polished giant stone slabs, and a faint golden glow seeped from the gaps between them. There was no obvious light source in the space, yet it emitted a soft glow that illuminated the entire hall. The space was about 50 meters wide. In front, rows of stone statues were neatly arranged. Each statue was tall and brawny, holding giant axes, long spears, and shields. Their facial expressions were stiff, and their eyes were hollow. Just then, the system interface popped up. Ding! You have entered Raiders of the Lost Treasure. Ancient Ruins. Mechanism Fortress. Ding! Number of participants. 2384. My gaze swept across the surroundings, and I noticed about a dozen vehicles parked in the hall. Besides the common vans and RVs like ours, there were also a few SUVs. I frowned. The system says there are 2,384 participants. Why are there so few people here? Are there other entrances, and did others enter from different places? However, after entering, no one dared to get out of their vehicles. They all remained parked, windows tightly closed, clearly as vigilant as we were, not daring to act rashly. Lin Shi looked outside and asked softly, "Big Brother Wu Di, what should we do? Staying here forever isn't a solution." I looked at the other vehicles. Let's see how things develop first. We're in no rush. A moment later, the door of an RV finally opened, and a tall, blonde, blue-eyed foreigner stepped out. He was wearing a black combat suit with a pistol at his waist. After getting out, he stood in front of his vehicle and shouted to the surroundings, "Everyone, my name is Johnson, and my vehicle is ranked 8,642nd. The situation ahead is unclear. How about we explore together for now? Everyone can get out and discuss it. I guarantee no one will hurt anyone." Lin Yu peeked through the window, looking surprised. "Wow, this foreigner's Chinese is so good, even more standard than mine." Lin Shi frowned. Could it be the system's real-time translation? Like the communication channel, no matter what language is spoken, it automatically converts to one's native language. I nodded slightly, agreeing with this guess. It was likely the effect of the system translation, which allowed survivors from different regions to communicate normally. Su Wanwan looked at Johnson with vigilance. "Big Brother Wu Di, should we go out and join them?" "No, let's keep watching what they plan to do." I knew that these strangers were mostly a disorganized mob. Their hearts were scattered, and not only would they be of no help, but they might also drag us down or stab us in the back. Following Johnson's call, survivors gradually got out of their vehicles, all holding weapons, and a few even had pistols. Eventually, these 16 people gathered together, whispering to each other. A moment later, Johnson turned and walked toward our RV. He stopped at a distance and shouted, "Brother inside, can you hear me? Where are you from? Do you want to team up with us to explore? There's strength in numbers. Acting alone is too dangerous." Lin Yu, Lin Shi, and Su Wanwan all looked at me, waiting for my decision. I didn't respond at all. My face remained expressionless as I spoke coldly to the center console screen. "Xiao Shi, lock onto him with the autocannon and fire a shot." "What?" The three of them looked at me in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Yu opened her mouth to say something, but Lin Shi pulled her back and shook her head, signaling her to stay silent. "Understood, Commander." The next second, a loud boom echoed. The autocannon on the roof of the RV instantly spewed fire, and a shell landed precisely where Johnson was standing. The violent explosion kicked up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, nothing remained but a shallow crater. At this moment, all the survivors in the small square were shocked by the sudden roar. They looked at the muzzle of our RV and then at the shallow crater, their faces filled with fear and disbelief. Only then did I speak. They were just discussing how to make those of us who didn't get out go ahead and scout, using us as cannon fodder. After saying this, I ordered the center console screen again. Xiaoxi, lock onto the 15 survivors in front. Wait for my command. I'm going out. You guys stay in the vehicle. Understood, Commander. All targets locked. I nodded, gripped the ghost shadow pistol, pushed the door open, and stepped out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Standing by the door, I scanned the 15 survivors in the center of the square. My voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone clearly. All of you, charge forward now. No nonsense, move fast. If anyone dares to move recklessly or refuses, I'll give them a shot, just like that guy earlier. As soon as I finished speaking, one of the survivors with dark skin couldn't help but speak up. Hey, brother, we mean no harm. What do you mean by this? However, before he could finish, a bang rang out. I raised my hand without hesitation, and the ghost shadow pistol hit him precisely in the chest. The dark-skinned survivor groaned and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. I put away the pistol, my eyes devoid of any emotion. Does anyone else have an opinion? I'll give you 30 seconds. Either go scout or end up like him. After 30 seconds, if anyone hasn't moved, I'll fire the cannon. The remaining 14 people were in a panic. They never expected me to be so ruthless, killing without even asking a question. Hearing my warning, some were still hesitating, while others were terrified, immediately turning around and running back to their vehicles like madmen. I watched their reactions without stopping them or firing again, then turned and returned to the RV. Xiaoxi, after 30 seconds, if any of those 14 people haven't charged forward, blow them up. I sat in the driver's seat, my tone calm. Understood, Commander. Targets locked, countdown starting. Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu stood by, not daring to breathe. At this moment, in the square, the survivors who had kept their doors closed and hadn't gotten out were sitting in their vehicles, looking through the windows at the scene in shock. Their hearts were pounding, and their breathing became rapid. In one of the SUVs, two men in their 40s sat with pale faces. The man in the driver's seat had a voice filled with unconcealable terror. Holy crap, did you see that? Did you see that? That was really an artillery strike. The man in the passenger seat swallowed hard, his eyes dull and his voice trembling. I'm not blind. Damn it. Did you hear what he just said? The driver frowned, looking panicked. He told those people to go ahead and scout. What do we do? Do we have to follow them and charge forward too? Didn't you hear what he said? The passenger shook his head, his tone filled with a glimmer of hope. He told the group that got out to charge. We didn't get out, so we shouldn't have to, right? But if we keep staying still, will he get impatient and hit us with a shell too? The driver's voice became increasingly frantic, his eyes fixed on our RV, fearing that the muzzle would be aimed at them the next second. However, just as he finished speaking, a series of boom, boom, boom artillery shots suddenly rang out, shaking the windows. The two men stiffened and looked outside in horror. I watched as 4 or 5 fireballs detonated in succession in the center of the plaza, billowing thick smoke. Those survivors who had hesitated earlier and failed to scout the path were instantly swallowed by the shells, along with their vehicles. In the remaining vehicles, the survivors were terrified out of their wits, no longer daring to hesitate. They started their engines like madmen and charged toward the depths of the hall. Even so, 3 slower vehicles were struck by subsequent shells, instantly exploding into piles of wreckage. Holy shit, holy shit. This is too ruthless. The man in the driver's seat stammered, his hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles turned white. The man in the passenger seat was equally dumbfounded. They locked eyes, both seeing extreme shock and fear in the other, unable to utter a word for a long time. Oh, old Lin. He wouldn't blast us, would he? The passenger asked, his voice trembling. In no way, right? Old Lin was unsure, his tone vague as he scanned his surroundings with panicked eyes. We didn't get out of the vehicle, and we didn't resist. We should be fine, right? Then what do we do? Just stay here. I don't know. I'm just as lost. Old Lin gave a bitter laugh. It wasn't just those two. In the remaining 6 vehicles in the small plaza, all the survivors sat frozen, staring at the scene before them in shock. They didn't dare breathe, let alone move, terrified of attracting my attention. At this moment, inside my RV, Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu remained standing there blankly, their faces pale, the shock of the bombardment still lingering in their eyes. The successive explosions and the sight of the vehicles being destroyed were deeply etched into their minds. No one dared to say a word. I sat in the driver's seat, watching the remaining 5 vehicles charge frantically toward the depths of the corridor. The moment these vehicles entered the corridor and passed the array of stone statues, a sudden change occurred. The previously motionless statues began to emit a clacking sound. Their stiff bodies slowly began to move. Eerie red light ignited in their hollow eyes, and they raised their giant axes and spears, hacking fiercely at the speeding vehicles. Bang! A van couldn't dodge in time and was struck hard on the roof by a giant axe, instantly splitting the roof open. The vehicle lost balance and flipped over. Another vehicle tried to accelerate through but was caught in a pincer attack by the statues on both sides. Spears pierced the body, and axes shattered the wheels. The vehicle was instantly paralyzed, then surrounded by the statues, its occupants' screams gradually fading away. The remaining 3 vehicles accelerated with all their might, trying to escape the onslaught. One SUV, relying on agile handling and extreme speed, managed to dodge several attacks and sped all the way to the end of the corridor. The other 2 vehicles, however, could not escape and were destroyed one after another, turning into wreckage. In the end, only that SUV, thanks to its extreme speed, reached the end of the corridor and slammed into something with a bang, coming to a sudden halt. As the SUV stopped, the statues that had been attacking so frantically seemed to lose their target. Their movements gradually stiffened, and they returned to their stationary state, the red light in their hollow eyes fading away, becoming lifeless once more. I looked at the image on the center console screen. Just stone statues? I was worried there might be some formidable traps. After saying this, I commanded the center console screen. Xiaoxi, full speed ahead. Stop at that SUV in front. Use the autocannon to blast away any statues blocking the path. Received, Commander. As soon as the words left my mouth, the RV started instantly, accelerating violently as it surged forward. The 30mm autocannon on the roof immediately activated. Any statues blocking the way were blasted to pieces the moment they got close, sending stone fragments flying. In just 10 seconds, the RV reached the end and stopped steadily beside the SUV. The remaining scattered statues, having lost their target, also ceased their actions and returned to their original state. In the small plaza, old Lin and his companion inside the SUV only breathed a sigh of relief after seeing my RV disappear at the end of the corridor. The companion asked tentatively, "Old Lin, He's gone. Should we follow? Maybe there really is something up ahead." Old Lin glared at him fiercely. "Follow my ass. Do you want to die? What if he has a sudden whim and turns around to give us a blast? We wouldn't even know how we died." In the remaining vehicles, the survivors shared the same sentiment. Not a single person dared to move forward, even though the statue array ahead was now essentially harmless. I pushed open the door and walked to the SUV that had made it through. I knocked on the window and found that the survivors inside had fainted from the violent impact, though the vehicle itself was intact. Seeing this, I didn't bother with them further and turned to examine the scene before me. From a distance, the end of the corridor had looked like a thick wall, but up close, I realized it wasn't a wall at all, but a translucent light barrier. The barrier emitted a faint golden glow, and through it, I could clearly see a massive circular hall inside. In the center of the hall stood a towering black throne, carved throughout with intricate golden patterns. Seated upon the throne was a 3-meter-tall metal giant. Its entire body was a dark silver, covered in fine patterns, its eyes like 2 dark red crystals, its hands resting on the armrests of the throne. After saying this, I didn't look at Lin Yu or Lin Shi again, but walked straight to the driver's seat, placed my hands on the steering wheel, and waited quietly. I knew in my heart that while in the safe zone, the 3 of them hadn't truly seen the malice of human nature and had lived in a relatively stable environment. But some things cannot be avoided and must be faced. The RV fell into a deathly silence. Lin Yu and Lin Shi stood frozen, their faces full of bewilderment, my words and the image of Su Wanwan firing her gun echoing in their minds. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. A moment later, Lin Shi pulled Lin Yu to the sofa, and the two of them softly comforted Su Wanwan, who was still somewhat dazed. Time passed slowly in this silent and oppressive environment. Every minute and every second felt exceptionally long. It wasn't until an hour later that the light barrier blocking the end vanished instantly, revealing the massive, empty circular hall. I immediately commanded the center console screen. Xiao Shi, send the drone in. Fly high and keep a close eye on that metal giant. Received, Commander. Drone activated and entering the hall. Hearing my words, Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu seemed to snap out of their emotional state, crowding around the center console screen, their eyes fixed on the display, looking nervous and curious. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan stood side by side. Lin Yu walked quickly to the passenger seat, turned to look at me, and said with a serious and firm tone, Brother Wu Di, my sister, and I can do it too. We won't hold you back. We can learn to protect ourselves and protect everyone. I glanced at her and nodded gently. We'll talk about that later. Let's see what's happening in the hall first. As soon as I finished speaking, the real-time feed from the drone appeared on the screen. In the circular hall, vehicles were entering one after another from different directions. Soon, nearly 200 vehicles had gathered, parked densely around the edge of the hall, wary of each other and keeping their distance. Even with so many people, the vast hall still felt empty and cold. I stared at the direction of the throne. Xiao Shi, maneuver the drone closer. Aim at that metal giant. Received, Commander. Drone is approaching the target. However, the next second, a sudden change occurred. The metal giant seemed to sense the drone's prying. Its previously dim crystal eyes suddenly ignited with a scarlet glow. Without any warning, a launch port popped out from the side of the giant's shoulder, and a missile whistled out, heading straight for the drone. On the screen, the missile grew rapidly. Before anyone could even gasp, a flash of white light appeared, and the feed vanished. What the hell? I just got that drone, and it's already blown up. Before I could even process the loss, a low, hoarse voice, sounding like grinding metal, echoed throughout the hall. Intruders, those who profane the throne. Crush. Almost at the same second, a system notification popped up before everyone's eyes. Ding. The ancient war construct has awakened. Ding. Objective. Kill all intruders. Ding. Rules. Kill or flee. The dungeon will automatically close in 5 minutes. It ends if we flee for 5 minutes. My heart sank. Is the system, assuming we can't possibly beat this thing? No sooner had the thought crossed my mind than the scene before me spiraled completely out of control. The metal giant, which had been sitting on the throne and appeared only 3 meters tall, slowly stood up. Its body surged to nearly 6 meters, like a moving mountain of steel. The next moment, it didn't hesitate, accelerating violently toward the cluster of survivors at the edge of the hall. Boom! A giant palm descended, and a van was flattened into a metal pancake. The body shattered, metal fragments flew, and the people inside didn't even have time to scream before they were completely annihilated. A nearby SUV tried to flee, but the giant backhanded it, smashing its roof. The entire body buckled and twisted, and then it was kicked away, slamming hard into the stone wall of the hall and exploding with a roar. The survivors completely broke down, starting their vehicles like madmen and fleeing in all directions. But in front of a 6-meter-tall ancient war construct, all attempts to escape seemed pale and futile. The missile ports on its shoulders fired continuously, flashes of fire flickering as missiles chased the fleeing vehicles. With every explosion, another vehicle turned into a fireball. In just over 10 seconds, more than 40 vehicles were reduced to wreckage. Screams, explosions, and the sound of twisting metal blended together. They couldn't even mount a decent resistance. I watched the fire and thunder outside, completely stunned. I remained silent for a few seconds before muttering an unbelievable statement. Is this thing really something we can contend with at this stage? Lin Yu, Lin Shi, and Su Wanwan had long since turned pale with fright, staring blankly at the carnage outside, fire reaching the sky, wreckage everywhere, screams echoing one after another. Every move the ancient war construct made was accompanied by destruction. Lin Yu was the first to react, her voice trembling as she grabbed my arm and said urgently, Brother Wu Di, Let's retreat too. Su Wanwan and Lin Shi nodded in agreement. I didn't move, my brows furrowed tightly, my eyes locked on the ancient war construct in the hall as I muttered to myself. That shouldn't be. Since the system opened this dungeon, it's impossible for there to be an unsolvable monster. There must be a flaw. Since arriving in this survival world, I had gradually grasped the rules of the game. Although this world is cruel, it would never deliberately drive anyone to extinction. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down, and scanned the entire hall quickly, trying to find a breakthrough. There must be a solution. I spoke again, my tone firm, as if to bolster my own courage and to reassure the three people beside me. But in this hall, besides this ancient war construct, there's only the vehicle wreckage and the throne in the center. The moment I paused, my eyes lit up as if I had suddenly thought of something. I shouted urgently, "That's it! The throne! The metal giant has been sitting on the throne the whole time. Maybe the throne is its weakness, the core that controls it." Without a moment's hesitation, I immediately commanded the center console screen. "Shao Shi, aim at the throne in front. Fire the armor-piercing shell." "Received, Commander." Armor-piercing shell locked onto target, preparing to fire. The next second, the autocannon on the roof of the RV emitted a thunderous boom, and an armor-piercing shell whistled through the air, striking the black throne in the center of the hall with precision. With a crash, the throne was instantly shattered by the shell, stone fragments flying everywhere. The golden patterns originally carved into the throne dimmed instantly and vanished completely. Immediately after, everyone clearly saw the ancient war construct, which had been chasing survivors at high speed, suddenly stall as if its power had been drained. Its speed plummeted, and its previously smooth, dark silver metal body, along with the fine energy patterns on it, instantly became covered in cracks. It worked. The throne is its weakness. I ordered immediately. "Shao Shi, armor-piercing shells. Aim at the ancient war construct. Fire all of them." "Received, Commander." The remaining 47 armor-piercing shells are all locked onto the target. Firing. As soon as the words were spoken, a continuous series of cannon fire erupted. Boom, 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 as each armor-piercing shell struck the body of the ancient war construct with precision. The survivors who had been fleeing in all directions saw the explosions and the abnormality of the ancient war construct and ran even faster, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. In just a few dozen seconds, the entire hall was left with nothing but vehicle wreckage and burning fireballs, and the ancient war construct engulfed in cannon fire. Not a single surviving survivor could be seen. Fire filled the sky, and smoke billowed, obscuring the view of the entire hall. Before the fire could even dissipate, the system interface popped up. "Ding! Ancient war construct has died. Dungeon cleared. Teleportation will begin shortly." The system notification had just popped up, and I hadn't even reacted. The sound of explosions in my ears vanished instantly, replaced by the familiar sound of rain. I snapped back to reality. The torrential rain outside was still falling incessantly, the cold water hitting the windows with a tap-tap-tap sound. We were back on the familiar rain-slicked highway. The circular hall and the metal giant seemed like nothing more than a hallucination. "That's it." I looked bewildered, my tone filled with confusion and annoyance. "What about the items? The blueprints? The dungeon rewards? And all those ownerless vehicles destroyed in the hall? I didn't even get to dismantle them, and they're just gone." The more I thought about it, the more annoyed I became. While I didn't care about the other resources, the vehicle cores from dismantling those vehicles were a scarce commodity. Lin Yu, Lin Shi, and Su Wanwan were also in a daze, their eyes blank, unable to recover for a long time. From the moment the ancient war construct awakened to me finding the weakness, defeating it, and being teleported back, only about 3 minutes had passed. Everything happened too fast for them to react. Lin Yu scratched her head and asked blankly, "Brother Wu Di, that robot that was so powerful it just died? We just cleared the dungeon." Just then, the system notification popped up again, finally allowing me and the three of them to fully react. "Ding! Raiders of the Lost Treasure dungeon cleared." "Ding! Detected that player Wu Di's team contributed 100% of the damage to the ancient war construct." Obtained 100% clearance treasure chest X1. Ding! Clearance treasure chest has been stored in your inventory. I was stunned for a moment. Then the annoyance on my face gradually dissipated, replaced by a hint of anticipation. So the reward was at the end. A 100% clearance treasure chest. I imagined the rewards inside wouldn't be too bad, which made up for the loss of not dismantling the vehicles. I leaned back in the driver's seat and let out a long sigh, my tense nerves finally relaxing. Just then, Lin Shi said softly, "Brother Wu Di, check the time." I was stunned for a moment and looked down at the screen. "What's wrong?" Su Wanwan leaned in and reminded me softly. "Brother Wu Di, we were in the dungeon for about 2 hours, but right now, it's still just past 12 o'clock. Su Wanwan's words made me realize instantly. We had entered the dungeon right around 12 o'clock. By that calculation, the passage of time inside the dungeon was completely different from the outside world. Could it be that time inside the dungeon isn't linked to the outside, like an independent space-time? After thinking for a moment, I shook my head. Forget it, that's not something we can consider right now. After saying that, I commanded the center console screen. Xiao Shi, continue forward. Received, Commander. We'll continue to maintain a speed of 160 kilometers per hour and keep an eye on any abnormalities in the surroundings. I turned to look at Lin Shi, my tone softening slightly. Take Su Wanwan and go get some rest. I could tell that although Su Wanwan appeared calm on the surface, she hadn't fully emerged from the shadow of killing someone with her own hands and needed time to adjust. Su Wanwan shook her head quickly and gave a forced smile. Brother Wu Di, I'm fine, no need to rest. Lin Shi understood my look and knew Su Wanwan was just holding on, so she quickly pulled her hand and said softly, Sister Su, come with me to see the vegetables planted in the domain. Let's tend to them and get some fresh air while we're at it. Lin Yu immediately raised her hand and said earnestly, Sister, you go ahead. With Brother Wu Di and me here on guard, don't worry, I'll keep a good watch. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan locked eyes, nodded, and turned to walk into the domain entrance. After they left, the RV fell into silence, leaving only the tap-tap of rain against the windows and the slight hum of the RV's engine. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, Brother Wu Di, is Sister Wanwan really okay? I cast my gaze toward the rain outside, my expression calm. Hard to say. Whether she can move past it depends on if she can adjust herself. But in this world, this is a necessary path. Lin Yu lowered her head, her fingers gently twisting the corner of her shirt, her voice even lower. Brother Wu Di, then, do I have to be like Sister Wanwan? I'm a little scared, but I don't want to hold you back. I didn't answer immediately, just quietly watching the endless downpour outside. After a long time, I spoke slowly, my tone heavy but firm. That day will come. I don't wish for you to experience these things, but I wish even more that when danger arrives, you have the ability to protect yourselves. After saying this, neither of us spoke again, and the RV fell into silence once more. Time passed bit by bit, and the rain showed no signs of stopping. The RV sped through the rain, encountering no monsters or survivors. It wasn't until around 1700 hours that Lin Shi and Su Wanwan came out from the domain. Hearing the movement, I immediately turned to look. The bewilderment and depression were gone from Su Wanwan's face, her eyes much clearer. Although there was still a hint of fatigue, her state had improved significantly. Seeing me look over, Su Wanwan took the initiative to give a faint smile. Brother Wu Di, you don't need to worry about me. I'm fine. Lin Shi also walked over. Brother Wu Di, Sister Su is indeed much better. We're going to make dinner. If you're tired, just call me. I nodded, and then Lin Shi and Su Wanwan walked into the RV's kitchen. Half an hour later, the four of us sat around the dining table, eating in silence. After the meal, Lin Yu took the initiative to clean up. Once finished, the four of us sat around the coffee table, our eyes fixed on the center, waiting quietly for Su Wanwan's talent treasure chest to refresh. Time ticked away, and the moment the time on the center console screen hit 1800 hours, a faint white light flashed, and a treasure chest appeared on the coffee table. I reached into my inventory and took out 2 chests, the silver treasure chest obtained last night, and the 100% clearance treasure chest from the dungeon. placing them on the coffee table alongside Su Wanwan's talent treasure chest. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. She leaned toward the coffee table and muttered with anticipation, "I wonder what good stuff we'll get today. If we could pull out a house, we could live inside the domain and wouldn't have to stay in the RV all the time. Also, do you think we could get a computer? I've never seen one in the trading channel. I miss them so much." Watching Lin Yu's bubbly behavior, She helplessly covered her forehead. Su Wanwan couldn't help but smile, reaching out to ruffle Lin Yu's hair. "Xiao Yu is so cute, but even if you had a computer, you wouldn't have an internet connection." Lin Yu, who had been chattering away, felt a blush creep across her cheeks at Su Wanwan's praise. She lowered her head in embarrassment and fell silent. "All right, let's open the treasure chests and see what we get. Hopefully, we'll find something we need," I said, interrupting them. Su Wanwan nodded, took a deep breath, and touched her talent treasure chest. She then displayed the blueprint. Heavy-duty anti-collision side skirt blueprint. Green quality vehicle item. Add side skirts to both sides of the vehicle body, effectively resisting side impacts, preventing damage to the chassis and doors, and enhancing the vehicle's side defense. Crafting requirements. Metal block 3, rubber 2. After reading the item description, I nodded slowly. A very practical blueprint. If we had more like this, it would perfectly make up for the deficiencies in our vehicle's defense. Then, the three of us turned our gaze toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi looked at me, and seeing my slight nod, she said to Lin Yu, "Xiao Yu, give me an amplification." Lin Yu immediately raised her hand to cast talent amplification on Lin Shi. Lin Shi took a deep breath and touched the silver treasure chest. As she checked the loot, Lin Shi whispered, 30 units of fuel, 20 metal blocks, and a blueprint. She then expanded the blueprint's attributes for us to see. Environmental Mimicry Camouflage Net Blueprint, green quality vehicle item. After use, it can be crafted into a set of vehicle-specific environmental mimicry camouflage nets, achieving basic visual camouflage. It has good concealment when stationary, slightly reduced effectiveness when moving, and cannot shield against heat sources, sound, or radar detection. Crafting requirements. Metal block 1, plastic 2, rubber 2. "Sister, your luck is really bad," Lin Yu blurted out after seeing the haul. Lin Shi suppressed the urge to give Lin Yu a beating. After glancing at me, she reached out to open the final dungeon clearance treasure chest. Lin Shi was left completely stunned, frozen in place for a long time. It wasn't until I gave a light cough that she snapped out of her trance and hurriedly displayed all the items from the chest to everyone. Divine Mechanical Overload Core, special item. A concentrated overload energy core derived from an ancient war construct. Must be manually placed in the target area. Once activated, it enters a timed detonation mode, with the detonation time freely adjustable. Upon triggering, it releases violent ancient construct energy, creating a large-scale destructive explosion with devastating suppression power against buildings, heavy armor, and clustered enemies. Constructed Armored Soldier, Black Armor Mech Guard, one-time use item. After use, it summons a Black Armor Mech Guard. Consumption, Metal Block 101,000 units, Energy Core 1, Electronic Components 101,000 units, Rubber 100, Plastic 100, Glass 100. Constructs a humanoid metal mecha puppet. The mecha's arms are equipped with melee alloy blades and small energy emitters, possessing basic combat logic and low-level intelligence. The mecha's strength, defense, attack power, and endurance depend on the quantity and quality of the materials invested. The energy core is replaceable. The mecha exists permanently until destroyed and cannot be repaired. Constructor's Eternal Iron Armor Blueprint, gold quality vehicle item. Derived from the eternal iron forging craftsmanship of ancient war constructs. Can craft a full coverage retractable armor set. When deployed, the armor completely wraps all parts of the vehicle body, forming an all-angle defense. It can be freely raised, lowered, opened, and closed via the smart hub. Significantly increases physical defense, ignores conventional explosive impacts, and has strong immunity to corrosion, toxic mist, and energy attacks. Energy consumption plus 100%. Installation requirements. Level 4 or higher vehicle. Crafting requirements. Metal block 100, electronic components 100, atomic mass matter 100. Brother Wu Di, there are also 100 units of atomic mass matter in the chest, Lin Shi added. Upon seeing this long list of heaven-defying attributes, Su Wanwan, Lin Yu, and even I were just as stunned as Lin Shi had been, unable to speak for a long time. The entire RV was so quiet that only our breathing could be heard. See, sister, you're really amazing. Lin Yu was the first to react. She hugged Lin Shi's arm and praised her relentlessly, her eyes practically sparkling. This is too exaggerated. A gold-grade blueprint. And this summonable mecha. Could it be the final boss we just fought? Su Wanwan also looked on in awe. Shi, your talent is just too powerful. Lin Shi blushed slightly from their praise, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's probably because the clearance chest was high-grade to begin with. It's not entirely my credit. As they spoke, they all turned their eyes toward me. I stared at the 3 heaven-defying items before me, my heart still trembling slightly. I took a deep breath, looked at Lin Shi earnestly, and said with great solemnity, "You've truly made a massive contribution this time." Lin Shi felt shy under my gaze. As she handed everything over to me, she said, "Brother Wu Di, you said it yourself. We are a team. Besides, you've always been the one protecting us. This is nothing." I took the items and nodded. "You all go get some rest. I need to think quietly about our next plan." With that, I turned and walked toward the driver's seat. Lin Shi immediately understood my intention. She gently pulled Su Wanwan away, preparing to leave, while turning to instruct Lin Yu. "Xiao Yu, you stay here and keep Brother Wu Di company. No causing trouble, and don't disturb his thinking, understand?" Lin Yu immediately puffed out her cheeks. "Sister, I'm your own sister. Am I really that unbearable? Don't worry, I'll be good. I won't move a muscle." Lin Shi shook her head helplessly and left with Su Wanwan. However, before they had fully dispersed, the center console screen suddenly lit up, and Xiao Shi's notification sounded. "Commander, a supply point has been detected ahead. The vehicle has automatically slowed down and stopped. Do you wish to reverse and approach?" Hearing the words supply point, I was stunned for a moment, then remembered the drone that had been blown to bits in the dungeon, feeling a slight pang of heartache. But the next second, I recalled the gold blueprint, the mecha puppet, and the super bomb I had just obtained. That heartache vanished in an instant. I stood up, pushed open the vehicle door, and walked quickly to the supply point. After a brief inspection, I found only one blueprint for sale. Vehicle spare fuel tank blueprint, green quality vehicle item. Adds a 200-unit spare fuel tank. Crafting requirements, metal block 2. This blueprint only added a 200-unit spare tank and was useless to us now. Without a moment's hesitation, I turned and returned to the vehicle. As I sat back in the driver's seat, Lin Yu lay down in the passenger seat, waiting quietly without saying a word. I closed my eyes and considered the 3 core gains from the dungeon chest one by one. First, the constructor's eternal iron armor blueprint, which would provide the most significant boost to our vehicle's strength. After crafting, I would use my talent to enhance it. It would be at least orange quality. Tomorrow, I could use the second effect of my talent, and I was very much looking forward to seeing what quality it would promote to. Second, the constructed armored soldier, black armor mech guard. I barely had enough materials to craft it now, but I wasn't sure if the crafting requirements would change after talent enhancement. To be safe, I had to shelve it for now and wait until I had sufficient materials or encountered a special situation. Third, the divine mechanical overload core had immense power. Even if my current enhancement couldn't immediately bring out its full potential, it was a solid trump card. Next time we encountered enemies like the ancient war constructs, we wouldn't be completely defenseless. After thinking it through, I didn't hesitate. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Environmental Mimicry Camouflage Net Blueprint, green quality, has been promoted to Digital Camouflage Coating Blueprint, blue quality. Digital Camouflage Coating Blueprint, blue quality vehicle item. A vehicle camouflage system that uses high-precision camouflage patterns and environmental adaptation technology to allow the vehicle to blend perfectly with the surrounding terrain, achieving long-range visual concealment. Crafting requirements: rubber 5, plastic 4, glass 1. Ding! Digital Camouflage Coating Crafting complete. I let out a soft breath and a smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. I thought to myself, this talent truly doesn't disappoint. A 30% chance for a 2-tier promotion is truly realistic. I turned to look at Linyu in the passenger seat. Linyu, give me a talent amplification. Linyu immediately perked up and sat straight. You got it, Brother Wu Di. Ever since she told her to stay, she had been waiting for instructions. Although I had never explicitly stated what my talent was, Lin Shi, and Su Wanwan had long guessed it was an item enhancement type, though they never imagined it was a mythical grade talent. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. Digital Camouflage Coating, blue quality, has been promoted to Holographic Disguise, gold quality. Holographic Disguise, gold quality vehicle item. Equipped with high-precision optical projection and contour reshaping technology, it can construct a dynamic visual camouflage layer around the vehicle to achieve visual deception. It can freely edit and set the vehicle's appearance. It only acts as optical camouflage and does not possess anti-radar or anti-infrared detection capabilities. Energy consumption plus 50% after use. Usage requirements: Level 2 or higher vehicle. Install immediately. The utility of the holographic disguise far exceeded the previous camouflage net. It would be incredibly useful for both concealment and avoiding trouble. Ding! Holographic disguise installation complete. After the installation, I took a deep breath and initiated the final talent enhancement opportunity of the day. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Divine Mechanical Overload Core has been promoted to Assault Annihilation Warhead. Assault Annihilation Warhead. Special item strategic grade heavy overload core. Detonation time is freely adjustable. Upon detonation, it releases violent annihilation energy, forming a destruction zone with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Targets within the 300-meter core zone are directly annihilated, ignoring armor, shields, and building defenses. Targets within 300 to 700 meters suffer devastating explosions and high-temperature impacts. Targets within 700-1000 meters suffer severe damage from intense tremors and shockwaves. It has overwhelming destructive effects on fortress fortifications, heavy units, and dense clusters, making it the ultimate assault blasting device with strategic deterrent power. Note: full screen damage 999, run. If you're a second late, not even dust will be left. Looking at the attributes of the Assault Annihilation Warhead, my pupils constricted and a flash of shock crossed my eyes. Linyu had been sitting in the passenger seat, secretly observing my expression while also watching the vehicle leaderboard. Although she couldn't see the specific details of the vehicle, she knew that every time I used my talent, our vehicle points would change accordingly. Just now, she had clearly seen my vehicle points rise to 36,910, and after a moment, they rose by another 1,000 points. I must have added a new item to the RV. Seeing my unusual expression, Linyu couldn't help but lean over and ask in a low voice, "Brother Wu Di, what's wrong?" I shook my head slowly, withdrew my gaze, and opened the Vehicle tab to check the current detailed information. Vehicle, Level 4 vehicle, top speed, 240 kilometers per hour. Vehicle accessories/items, Lucky Pendant, gold. Turbo Pulse Supercharged Engine, purple. Composite Bulletproof Crystallized Glass, purple. Heavy Armor Core Frame, purple. Heavy-Duty Explosion-Proof Off-Road Tire, blue. Vehicle Nuclear Reactor, orange. Smart Constant Temperature Refrigeration Box, purple. Atmospheric Water Collection Unit, orange. Super Alloy Fortress Armor, purple. Vehicle Global Scanning Radar, gold. 30mm Chain Cannon, orange. Smart Hub, gold. Titan Armor Piercing. RAM, purple. Adaptive Tire Locking Tooth Component, purple. Multispectral Penetrating Illumination Unit, purple. Composite Armor Coating, gold. Global Stealth Reconnaissance Drone, purple. Holographic Disguise, gold. After reading the vehicle information, I turned to look at Linyu and asked casually, "Linyu, what do you think we are still missing?" Linyu was taken aback by the sudden question. Her eyes drifted for a moment, and she blurted out, Brother Wu Di, you should be missing a girlfriend, right?" I was instantly choked by Linyu's words. "Linyu, Did you hear what I just said? I meant, what do you think our RV is missing? Brother Wudi, I heard you wrong. Lin Yu looked embarrassed and scratched her head. I thought you were asking what you were missing. I don't know what the RV is missing, but looking at the people in the communication channel, they all seem to be living quite miserably. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yu leaned in closer, looking at me earnestly. Brother Wudi, my sister is really quite good. Why don't you consider it? I let out a heavy sigh, realizing instantly that I had asked the wrong person. With Lin Yu's bubbly personality, talking about serious matters with her was as difficult as ascending to heaven. I stopped dwelling on the topic, immediately shifted my focus, and ordered the center console screen. Xiaoxi, check the newly installed vehicle item. Commander, the new item, holographic disguise, has been detected and is functioning normally. Do you wish to activate it? Upon hearing holographic disguise, Lin Yu became instantly interested and hurriedly asked the screen, Xiaoxi, what does the holographic disguise do? Deputy Commander, the holographic disguise can construct a dynamic visual camouflage layer around the vehicle to achieve visual deception. It can freely edit the vehicle's appearance. Hearing this, I looked at Lin Yu and asked curiously, Deputy Commander, why does Xiaoxi call you that? Lin Yu lifted her little face and smiled triumphantly. Brother Wudi is the commander, so of course I'm the deputy commander, After saying that, she immediately turned to the screen. Xiaoxi, can you turn our RV into an ordinary van? Received, Deputy Commander. Appearance change complete. I looked at Lin Yu. Why change it to that? Lin Yu looked as if it were obvious. Brother Wudi, think about it. Next time, if some blind person provokes us, they'll think we're just an ordinary van, and then we suddenly reveal our true strength. How satisfying would that face-slapping be? That's how it's done in TV dramas. I looked at Lin Yu's excited expression and was speechless. No need for that. Xiaoxi, just hide the 30mm chain cannon. After that, I turned to Lin Yu. We don't need to be the most conspicuous ones to avoid unnecessary trouble, but we shouldn't be too low-key either. We need to show our strength appropriately so others won't dare to provoke us easily. That will actually save us a lot of trouble. Lin Yu nodded, seemingly understanding, and muttered, Oh, okay. Even though it's not as satisfying as face-slapping, I'll do whatever you say. Watching Lin Yu's half-understanding expression, I suddenly thought of something. Lin Yu, I have a task for you. Brother Wudi, what is it? Tell me, I'll definitely get it done. Lin Yu instantly perked up, her tone full of certainty. We have a few blueprints we don't need. Keep an eye on the communication channel and see if you can trade them for items or blueprints that are useful to us. As I said this, I took 3 blueprints from my inventory and handed them to Lin Yu. Vehicle glass blueprint, green quality. Heavy-duty anti-collision side skirt blueprint, green quality. Level 3 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Lin Yu put the blueprints away and asked suspiciously, Brother Wudi, don't we need this heavy-duty anti-collision side skirt blueprint? It looks quite useful. I shook my head gently. We don't need it anymore. With that gold-grade armor blueprint, this one isn't very useful to us. Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately patted her chest in assurance. Okay, Brother Wudi, you can trust me to handle it. With that, she stopped paying attention to me, looking as if she were about to start trading immediately. I smiled helplessly. No rush, take your time. Lin Yu said without looking up, Brother Wudi, you don't know? Blueprints are very popular. In the trading channel right now, almost no one is willing to trade blueprints. Everyone is saving them to enhance their own vehicles or trading them with people they know. As she spoke, she suddenly looked up, a hint of worry in her eyes. Brother Wudi, do you think monsters will attack us again tonight? I see in the communication channel that no one dares to drive at night anymore. It seems a lot of people died last night. Looking at the unease in Lin Yu's eyes, my tone softened. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Lin Yu nodded earnestly and didn't ask any more questions, lowering her head again. The RV fell into silence again. After a long while, I glanced at the time on the center console screen. It was already 22:58. I turned to look at the passenger seat and saw that Lin Yu had curled up on the seat and fallen fast asleep, her head resting gently against the back of the seat with a faint smile on her lips. Recalling my initial deal with the Lin sisters, it was indeed driven by their talents and items, with a bit of utilitarianism. But the longer we spent together, the more I felt that having them by my side was truly good. If I were alone, I might have lived well, but I would never have had the companionship and conversation I had now. I lowered my voice and ordered the screen. Xiaoxi, if there is any abnormal situation, notify me immediately, but keep the sound low. I knew that night was the peak time for monster activity, and if there were an attack, it would likely happen soon. Received, Commander. It is recommended to reduce speed to 100 kilometers per hour to ensure the vehicle has sufficient reaction time in case of emergencies. Reduce it. Received, Commander. Vehicle speed adjusted to 100 kilometers per hour. Sure enough, things went exactly as I had anticipated. At 23:39, Xiaoxi's notification sounded. Commander, an unknown large creature has been detected. The vehicle has automatically slowed down to evade. I opened my eyes and, through the heavy rain outside the window, could barely see a blurry, massive figure standing in the rain not far ahead. As we drew closer, I finally saw the creature's appearance. It was a giant ape, standing 8 to 10 meters tall, its entire body covered in thick, dark brown fur. The fur was soaked by the rain, clinging tightly to its body and outlining its extremely well-developed muscle lines. A pair of fierce eyes were staring fixedly at our RV. The next second, the giant ape suddenly clenched its fists, raised them high, and smashed them down toward the RV. Xiaoxi, reverse quickly. My tone became urgent. Commander, attack detected. Do you wish to use high-explosive grenades to counterattack? Counterattack, fire everything. I didn't hesitate for a second. Received, Commander. Before the words had even faded, the 30mm chain cannon on the roof of the RV activated. The boom, boom, boom roar shattered the silence of the rainy night, and high-explosive grenades whistled through the air, hitting the giant ape's body with precision. Firelight exploded instantly in the rain. In just a few seconds, the cannon had emptied all its ammunition. Commander, all ammunition has been fired. I kept my eyes fixed on the situation outside. The rain was still torrential. The raging flames from the high-explosive grenade I had just fired were completely extinguished by the downpour in barely 10 seconds. All that remained in the spot was a single supply crate. Whew! I let out a long, steadying breath. As expected, at this stage, the power of an orange-quality 30mm autocannon is enough to achieve total suppression. The roar of the autocannon and the shock of the explosion instantly jolted Su Wanwan and Lin Shi awake in the bedroom. They hurried out, their faces still clouded with lingering sleepiness and a hint of panic. At the same time, Lin Yu, who had been in the passenger seat, was also startled awake by the loud noise. She sat bolt upright, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and looked around in confusion. What happened? What happened? Did more monsters come? Su Wanwan rushed to my side, her tone laced with worry. Brother Wu Di, what was that sound? Did we run into danger? Lin Shi followed closely behind, her gaze sweeping across the rain-lashed windows. Brother Wu Di, we heard an explosion. Are you all right? Seeing their anxious expressions, I shook my head gently. It's fine. A giant ape attacked, but I've already taken care of it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu instantly perked up, her sleepiness vanishing. A giant ape? Brother Wu Di, was it like King Kong? How big was it? Lin Shi gave Lin Yu a helpless look before turning to me. Brother Wu Di, why don't you get some rest? There shouldn't be any more danger for now. I'll call you if anything happens. Su Wanwan quickly chimed in. Yes, Brother Wu Di. The three of us will take turns keeping watch, so nothing will go wrong. You can rest easy. Don't worry, Brother Wu Di. Lin Yu immediately patted her chest in assurance. I looked at the three of them and shook my head slightly. The second half of the night should be safe. I'll just lie down in the driver's seat. You three take Lin Yu and go get some rest. The giant ape from earlier had left me feeling deeply unsettled. Seeing that I was serious, the three of them could only nod. The rest of the night passed without a single ripple. By 5 in the morning, as usual, Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu emerged from the bedroom on time, stepping lightly into the kitchen to start preparing breakfast. I opened my eyes, feeling much more refreshed, and joined the three of them at the dining table, eating my breakfast in silence. Just then, Xiaoxi's voice chimed from the center console screen. Commander, A change in external weather has been detected. The intensity of the rain is decreasing. The four of us stopped eating instantly, set down our bowls and chopsticks, and hurried to the RV windows to observe outside. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "Wow, it really has slowed down. The raindrops are so much smaller than before. Big sister, do you think the rain will stop soon?" Lin Shi, however, wasn't as excited as Lin Yu. Instead, she frowned and looked at me with concern. "Brother Wu Di, why would the heavy rain suddenly let up?" Lin Yu looked at Lin Shi, puzzled. "Big sister, isn't it a good thing that the rain is slowing down?" Su Wanwan gently ruffled Lin Yu's hair. "Xiao Yu, we are in a survival game, not on vacation." I nodded slowly, my expression turning grave. It is indeed strange. The weather should be getting worse, not better. With the rain suddenly easing, there's no telling what might happen next. With that, I instructed the center console screen. "Xiao Shi, keep a close watch on the external weather and any movement in the surroundings. Report any anomalies immediately." "Understood, Commander." I turned to the three of them. "Finish your meal quickly. It seems like things are going to change today. We need to be prepared." The four of us said no more, sped up our eating, and tidied up shortly after. Lin Shi walked over to me in the driver's seat, a mysterious smile on her face. "Brother Wu Di, I'll keep an eye on the situation outside. You can go into the domain to take a look. If anything happens, I'll have Xiaoyu call you." Seeing Lin Shi's secretive look, I felt a spark of curiosity. After a moment of thought, I nodded. "All right, call me immediately if there's any anomaly." I entered the domain. As soon as I stepped into the domain space, I was completely stunned by the sight before me. The space, which had previously been nothing but barren dirt, now featured a cultivated plot of about 10 square meters. It was filled with all sorts of vegetables, each plant lush and green, heavy with fruit that looked nearly ready for harvest. I walked quickly to the vegetable patch and reached out to touch a plump tomato, my eyes full of surprise. I remember them planting these on the first day we arrived, right? It's only been 2 days. How did they grow so fast? Looking at the garden, my tense shoulders slowly relaxed, and a smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. I found a patch of clean soil to sit on, breathing in the fresh air of the domain space. My nerves, which had been taut for so long, finally unraveled. The exhaustion of the past few days washed over me like a tide. I leaned back against the earth, closed my eyes, and gradually drifted into a deep sleep. I don't know how much time had passed when I heard light footsteps. I opened my eyes to see Lin Yu walking toward me, her face full of excitement. "Brother Wu Di, you're awake," Lin Yu said with a smile. "We found a supply point outside, and my sister asked me to come get you." I sat up. "How long have I been asleep?" Lin Yu tilted her head to think. "About 5 hours. It's already 12 o'clock. Hearing 5 hours, I was momentarily stunned. My need for sleep was minimal now. Even when exhausted, I rarely slept that long at once. But I didn't dwell on it. I stood up, brushed the dirt off my clothes, and followed Lin Yu out of the domain space. But the moment I stepped out, I was completely shocked by the scene outside. The rain, which had been tapering off, had stopped entirely. In its place was a sky filled with swirling, goose-feather-sized snowflakes. As far as the eye could see, everything outside the window was a vast, white expanse. Lin Yu pointed out the window, saying excitedly, "Brother Wu Di, are you stunned?" The rain stopped shortly after the morning, and then it started snowing. "It's just getting heavier and heavier." Just then, Lin Shi walked in from outside, wrapped in a layer of chill. "Brother Wu Di, you're awake. I just went down to check the supply point and found another special scroll. It only cost 20 points, so I bought it immediately." As she spoke, she displayed the scroll's attributes to us. Snowstorm Tournament Entry Ticket. Used to participate in the Snowstorm Tournament. Clearing it grants a large amount of points, rare items, and more. After reading the scroll's information, Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu all looked at me. I stared at the scroll for a moment, took a deep breath, turned to the three of them, and said firmly, "Get ready. We're participating." No sooner had I spoken than I reached out, took the scroll, and activated it. A familiar white light instantly enveloped the four of us. A moment later, the light faded, and the system notification sounded right on cue. "Ding, registration for the Snowstorm Tournament successful. Current participants, 654/10,000. Tournament rules. 1. The first to reach the finish line ends the race. No penalties for other participants. 2. The starting plaza is a safe zone. Any form of attack is prohibited. Violators will be executed immediately. Our eyes fell on the system interface, watching the participant count slowly climb from 654 to 658, then 662. Clearly, more participants were still signing up. Suddenly, Lin Yu tugged hard on my sleeve. Brother Wu Di, look. There are so many people outside. And so many vehicles. The three of us looked up through the RV window. Before us lay a massive circular plaza. It was flat and wide, and as far as the eye could see, it was packed with all kinds of vehicles, including many RVs like ours. In the plaza, many people had stepped out of their vehicles, bundled in thick clothing, gathering in small groups. Let's go down and take a look. Lin Yu's eyes lit up instantly. She grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the door. Really? That's great. Come on, Brother Wu Di, let's go down. Since arriving in this survival world, she had spent almost all her time inside the RV with little chance to move around outside. Now, seeing so many people, she could barely contain herself. The four of us stepped out together, and the biting cold wind instantly wrapped around us. Lin Yu couldn't help but shiver. It's so cold. She rubbed her hands together and turned to us. Wait for me. I'll go get you some clothes. With that, she jogged back to the RV and returned shortly, wearing a thick down jacket and carrying 3 equally heavy coats, which she handed to us. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan quickly took the coats and put them on. Although my physique was far beyond that of an ordinary person and I didn't feel the cold, I still took the coat and draped it over my shoulders. Su Wanwan and Lin Shi stood where they were, scanning the people and vehicles in the plaza, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Lin Yu, meanwhile, had already bent down, scooped up a handful of snow, and quickly packed it into a snowball. She shouted to Lin Shi, "Big sister, let's have a snowball fight." Lin Shi shook her head helplessly. "Xiao Yu, don't be silly." I stood to the side, watching the bright smile on Lin Yu's face, and said softly, "It's all right. There's no danger here. Let her play for a while." Hearing my words, Lin Yu instantly got excited. She raised the snowball and threw it at Lin Shi. Lin Shi dodged to the side, glared at Lin Yu, and then bent down to pack a snowball of her own. Su Wanwan stood nearby, watching the two of them play, a faint smile appearing on her lips. I stood quietly to the side, watching the three of them while calmly observing the activity in the plaza. Just then, 2 men in their early 20s approached. They were both wrapped in 2 layers of worn, thick clothing. Their faces were flushed from the cold, and their hair was a bit messy but relatively clean, with no obvious stains or injuries. The taller of the two spoke first, his tone carrying a hint of enthusiasm. "Brother, where are you from?" "I'm from Jiang City. This guy next to me is my brother. He's from Hai City. We're all from Huagua." I looked at them. "What is it?" The Jiang City man smiled and waved his hand. Nothing, brother. Just saw that you guys look like fellow countrymen and wanted to say hello." I nodded slightly, my gaze returning to Lin Yu and the others. The High City man beside him saw this, his expression darkening instantly. His tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. "What kind of attitude is that? My brother was kind enough to greet you, and that's your reaction?" The Jiang City man quickly pulled the High City man back and gave me an apologetic smile. "Sorry about that, brother. My friend has this kind of personality, a bit short-tempered. Don't mind him. We just wanted to make some friends. We're all from the same home country, so it's good to look out for each other. By the way, you 4 are together, right? You actually have a level 4 vehicle. You guys are really something. Just lucky." The Jiang City man waved his hand, looking sincere. "Brother, don't be modest. To survive in this survival world until now and own a level 4 vehicle, who doesn't have some real skills? Haven't you 4 encountered any major crises?" While watching Lin Yu and Lin Shi play, I replied nonchalantly, "No major crises." The Jiang City man looked at me, realizing he wouldn't get anything more out of me, and said with a smile, "Brother, looking at the participant count, it should be almost full. My friend and I will head back to our vehicle to prepare. If we run into each other during the race, let's help each other out." With that, he pulled the still dissatisfied High City man away. The two hurried back to their vehicle and climbed inside. The moment the door closed, the high city man couldn't help but speak up. "Big brother, why were you so polite to him just now?" The Jiang city man's face darkened, and he hissed, "Use your brain. Didn't you see the four of them? Everyone was clean, dressed neatly, not a hint of being in a rough spot, and they have a level 4 vehicle. They are definitely not ordinary people." The high city man retorted, unconvinced. "We have a level 4 vehicle too. Besides, your talent is so strong. Why are we afraid of that brat?" The Jiang city man curled his lips into a smile and whispered, "Don't worry, I didn't say I was afraid of him. Once the race starts, we'll follow them and test the waters. If they're easy to handle, we'll take our chance and wipe them out. Take the people and the vehicle." The high city man's eyes lit up. "Yeah, you're right, big brother. And those 3 little girls, they're all quite pretty." The Jiang city man glared at him. "You'll get your share. What's the rush? When the race starts, just make sure you keep up with them." The high city man nodded quickly. "Don't worry, big brother. Leave the driving to me. I won't lose them." Meanwhile, the number of participants in the plaza continued to rise. The digits on the system interface jumped rapidly, getting closer and closer to the 10,000 person limit. I watched the 2 men walk away and turn to the 3 girls. "Let's go. The race is about to start." The 4 of us returned to the RV. As soon as the door closed, Su Wanwan couldn't help but lower her voice. "Brother Wu Di, those 2 just now." I shook my head slightly, saying nothing. Lin Shi also looked at me. Although she had been playing with her sister, her attention hadn't fully left the situation. Seeing that I didn't want to talk about it, she tactfully didn't press the issue. Not long after we got back on board, the system popped up a notification. "Ding! Snowstorm Tournament Stage 1. High-speed breakout officially begins. Rules: 1. Vehicles are the unit. 100 vehicles per team. Only the first place advances to the second stage. 2. Those who remain stationary die. 3. Those who fall into the abyss die. 4. The losers die." As soon as the rules were announced, the familiar white light enveloped everyone again. Before anyone could react, the system popped up another notification. "Countdown starting. 9, 8. Xiaoxi, start the vehicle and move forward." I gave the order immediately. "Understood, Commander." Based on the snow conditions on the road and the surrounding environment, maintaining a speed of 60. The RV pulled out slowly, and the 4 of us finally saw the environment. We were on a wide, 16-lane highway covered in thick snow. Both sides of the road were pitch black, completely invisible. Clearly, this was the abyss mentioned in the rules. All around us, the road was packed with the vehicles of other participants. Lin Shi's face changed slightly as she looked at me. "Brother Wu Di, didn't the rules say at the beginning that there were no penalties for participants?" Su Wanwan and Lin Yu were also terrified by the string of die warnings, looking at me in unison. I looked at the frantic flow of traffic outside the window, my tone low. "I don't know, but this is a survival game. Our opinions don't matter." Lin Shi opened her mouth, then hesitated. She had already realized the cruelty of this race. Only one team could survive. Everyone else had to die. This isn't what I wanted to see. I stared straight ahead, my voice soft but firm. "But I only want to survive." The interior of the vehicle fell into silence. "Look over there," Su Wanwan suddenly exclaimed. The 3 of us followed her gaze and saw an RV on the edge of the road slam into a van. The van instantly lost control, spinning as it plunged into the pitch-black abyss, not even a scream returning from the depths. This collision seemed to ignite a fuse. The vehicles on the edges all accelerated frantically to escape, but the wet, snowy road made them impossible to control, and they began to skid one after another. Some plunged directly into the abyss, while others collided and stopped, only to explode the moment they came to a halt. Lin Shi, Su Wanwan, and Lin Yu watched the bloody, tragic scene before them, their faces turning pale. Suddenly, Xiaoxi's voice sounded. "Commander, multiple vehicles are approaching. Shall we take evasive action?" The 4 of us looked at the center console screen to see several vehicles behind us closing in, forming a pincer movement. I took a deep breath, my eyes turning cold. "Xiaoxi, fire 1 shell at every remaining vehicle in the vicinity." "Understood, Commander." The next second, A continuous barrage of cannon fire and explosions erupted. The 30mm autocannon on the roof fired at full capacity, and the surrounding vehicles exploded into fireballs one after another, their wreckage scattering into the wind and snow. Commander, 60 armor-piercing shells and 26 high-explosive grenades consumed. Currently, 34 high-explosive grenades remain. All vehicles have been destroyed. Almost simultaneously, a system notification popped up. Ding! Detected that only one vehicle remains. Ding! Congratulations on clearing Stage 1. Stage 2 is about to begin. Please prepare. As soon as the notification ended, the four of us were enveloped in white light once again. When the light faded, we found that our location had changed. The RV was parked at the foot of a snow-covered mountain, with a prominent starting point sign standing in front of us. Immediately after, a new system notification popped up. Ding! Snowstorm Tournament Stage 2. Item Chase Race officially begins. Rules. 1. The top 10 to reach the finish line enter the third stage. 2. Starting order is based on the time taken to clear Stage 1. 3. Various items are provided along the way. Please use them wisely. Countdown starting. 10, 9, 8. Xiaoxi, move forward immediately. Understood, Commander. The mountain road has thick snow and many curves. Estimated safe speed is 50 kilometers per hour. The RV started slowly and headed up the mountain. After giving the order to Xiaoxi, I turned to Su Wanwan and the others behind me. This is a survival game. It's kill or be killed. Do you still not understand? With that, I looked away and refocused on the road ahead, ignoring their expressions. Su Wanwan looked at my back in the driver's seat, her eyes firm. Brother Wu Di, no matter what you do, I support you. Lin Yu's face was still pale, her hands clutching her hem tightly, her voice trembling slightly. Brother Wu Di, I understand. Lin Shi gently took Lin Yu's hand and turned to me. Brother Wu Di, we understand. Surviving is what matters most. Hearing their words, I just nodded slightly, my gaze still fixed on the mountain road ahead. Xiaoxi, is the radar functioning normally now? Commander, the radar has started normally and can detect anomalies within a 1,000-meter range ahead. Keep a close watch on the surroundings. Notify me immediately if there are any anomalies, I ordered in a low voice. By now, we could gradually see the nature of the mountain road. It was only about 10 meters wide, winding and twisting as it climbed toward the summit. As the vehicle ascended, the environment became increasingly treacherous. The sides of the road had turned into steep cliffs, with the bottom pitch black and invisible. I frowned, muttering to myself, what does the system mean by items provided along the way? The cruelty of the first stage and the eerie calm of the second created a sharp contrast that only made me more vigilant. However, the progress that followed was unexpectedly smooth. The RV drove steadily for nearly 10 minutes. Aside from the road getting narrower, we encountered no anomalies, and we didn't even see the shadows of other participants. Just then, Xiaoxi's voice sounded. Commander, an unknown obstacle detected 1,000 meters ahead. I immediately focused my attention on the road ahead. As the RV approached, I saw 3 objects shaped like wooden crates 100 meters away, each about half a meter square, floating in the middle of the road, completely blocking the path. Given the width of the RV, there was no way to drive around them. I pondered for a moment, but with no other options, I said, Xiaoxi, slow down. Just ram straight through. Understood, Commander. Decelerating now. The RV slowed gradually, heading straight for the 3 floating wooden crates. However, the violent collision I expected never happened. The moment the front of the vehicle touched one of the crates, it instantly turned into a beam of white light and vanished into thin air. Immediately after, the system notification chimed. Ding! Obtain tournament item. Obstacle card. Obstacle card can be used to place an obstacle anywhere on the mountain highway. The obstacle disappears automatically upon being hit by a vehicle. Limited to this item chase tournament. I opened the item panel, and a virtual 3D map appeared before my eyes. It was the entire layout of this mountain highway. A green dot representing our vehicle was moving slowly across the map. Looking at the obstacle card in my hand, my mouth twitched. I couldn't help but think, is this really a survival game? Isn't this just a racing game? Grumbling aside, I carefully put the obstacle card away and instructed Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi, if we encounter crates like that again, don't hesitate. Just drive straight through them. Ignore them. Understood, Commander. Su Wanwan, sitting in the passenger seat, looked at the smooth road ahead and couldn't help but ask, Brother Wu Di, why is this second stage so calm? Aside from those crates, nothing has happened. I kept my eyes on the road ahead. We cleared the first stage too quickly, in less than 10 minutes. The others are likely still fighting for first place in the first stage and haven't reached the second yet. That's why we're the only vehicle on this mountain road for now. Hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Su Wanwan's eyes. Then, Brother Wu Di, does that mean we can reach the finish line smoothly and secure our entry into the third stage? I shook my head slightly, my expression remaining grave. I'm not sure. Based on the distance, we've only covered 1/5 of the way. The mountain road is getting steeper and more treacherous. I don't know what we'll encounter later. During the rest of the journey, the RV climbed steadily. I noticed that the closer we got to the summit, the more frequently the supply crates appeared. With only about 20 minutes left until the finish line, I looked at the pile of item cards in my hand and thought, I hope I don't have to use these. The RV continued to climb along the winding highway. As we reached the final 10 minutes of the journey, the tension in the air grew increasingly thick. Suddenly, Xiao Shi's alert broke the silence inside the vehicle. Commander, an unknown flying object is approaching rapidly. Suspected attack. Shall I activate the autocannon to counter? My heart tightened, and I didn't hesitate for a second. Counter. Counter immediately. Understood, Commander. No sooner had she spoken than the 30mm autocannon on the roof of the RV roared to life. The boom 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 of gunfire tore through the snowstorm, shells pouring out toward the direction of the incoming object. The flashes of fire were blinding against the vast, white snowy landscape. But just seconds later, Xiao Shi's voice sounded again. Commander, interception failed. The attacking object is less than 200 meters away. My face darkened. With no time to think, I immediately pulled out the shield card I had obtained from a supply crate earlier, tapped it with my fingertip, and activated it. Use shield card. Ding, shield card activated. A temporary protective barrier has been generated. It can negate one collision or item attack. Limited to this item chase tournament. From outside the RV, a transparent, pale blue barrier instantly enveloped the entire vehicle, shimmering and crystalline. The moment the barrier fully rose, a missile whistled through the air and struck it with pinpoint accuracy. A deafening boom echoed, and sparks flew everywhere. Yet, the four of us inside the RV felt nothing, not even the slightest vibration. It was as if the explosion had nothing to do with us. I let out a long sigh of relief, my heart finally settling. I immediately pulled out the obstacle card and tapped the item panel. The 3D map of the mountain highway reappeared. Besides our green dot, there were now over 20 red dots, clearly other participants who had entered the second stage. 5 of them had covered about 1/6 of the distance, while the rest had clearly just started. Looking at the red dots on the map, I didn't hesitate to activate all the item cards in my hand. Meanwhile, down below on the mountain highway, inside another RV, a man in his mid-20s with a buzz cut sat in the passenger seat, a lit cigarette dangling from his mouth. He spoke arrogantly. Damn it, that should have blown them to bits. That kid thought he could run so fast. The driver was a woman in her early 20s with a high ponytail. She sounded doubtful. Brother Tian, how is that team ahead so fast? Looking at their position, they're almost at the finish line, aren't they? We've only gone 1/6 of the way. The man called Brother Tian sneered dismissively. What's the use of running fast? It's just luck. I don't believe they could have survived that missile strike. The woman frowned, her tone laced with worry. Brother Tian, do you think they might have items to dodge or defend? After all, this is an item chase tournament. They might have saved up quite a few items. The man choked on his words, his face turning pale then green. After a moment, he forced himself to stay calm. So what if they do? Even if they blocked it, how would they know it was us? But no sooner had he finished speaking than a thick, heavy fog suddenly rose from the road ahead. It appeared out of nowhere, so dense that one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. It completely shrouded the road, making it impossible to see even a meter ahead. Brother Tian, what's going on? Why is there such a thick fog all of a sudden? I can't see the road at all. The woman panicked, exclaiming as she slammed on the brakes. But on the slick, snow-covered road, there was no time to react. The moment the brakes were applied, the RV lost control and began to skid, spinning across the road. The woman frantically turned the steering wheel, but it was useless. The RV slid toward the edge of the steep cliff and, with a final boom, plummeted into the dark abyss below, falling silent forever. Inside the RV at the summit, I naturally knew nothing of what had happened below. I have always believed in the principle of, if you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you. Since they attacked first, they had to pay the price. As for the fate of that team, I didn't give it a second thought. In this survival world, mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. By now, the finish line was visible to the naked eye, a virtual barrier flickering with white light, standing on the flat ground at the summit, surrounded by no obstacles. Yet, I didn't let my guard down. The sudden attack had left me shaken. I hadn't expected the crisis in the second stage to come so unexpectedly, and that we would have to rely solely on the system's item cards to cope. The RV continued to speed toward the finish line, and we encountered no further attacks along the way. The moment the RV surged into the white light barrier, my tense nerves finally relaxed, and I let out a long breath. Almost simultaneously, the system notification popped up right on time. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the second stage in first place. Ding! The final stage of the snowstorm tournament is about to begin. Please wait in place. The RV came to a steady stop after passing through the barrier. Su Wanwan couldn't hide her excitement. Brother Wu Di, we're first place again. I nodded, feeling a sense of relief myself. However, what I didn't know was that the moment my RV reached the finish line, all survivors who hadn't arrived yet, including those still struggling in the first stage, received a system prompt. Ding! A contestant has reached the finish line first. Do you wish to continue participating in the tournament? This is your only chance to withdraw. Withdrawing carries no penalties and no rewards. Except for those in the first stage, almost all survivors chose to continue without hesitation. Having fought their way out of the brutal first stage, everyone held on to the hope of winning the championship. No one was willing to give up when they were just one step away from the final reward, even if unknown dangers lay ahead. The four of us stayed quietly in the RV, waiting for the final stage to begin. I sat in the driver's seat, pondering. 10 people cleared the second stage, so what form will the next stage take? Just then, Lin Yu's soft voice came from behind me, sounding a bit aggrieved, but full of sincerity. Brother Wu Di, I was just scared earlier, but I know I can't hold you and my sisters back. No matter what danger we face in the future, I won't shrink away again. I turned around to see Lin Yu looking at me with earnest eyes. She walked over to Lin Yu, gently put an arm around her shoulder, and looked at me with a firm and sincere expression. Brother Wu Di, Xiao Yu, and I can fight too. We aren't just here to hide behind you. When you need us, we can pick up weapons. We will never be a burden to you. I looked at the sisters and nodded slightly. I didn't mean anything else. It's just that we've been in this survival world for so long, and you need to get used to this cruelty. After all, one wrong step could mean our deaths. Besides, we are a team, aren't we? All right, get some rest and recharge your energy. Lin Yu shook her head immediately. Brother Wu Di, I've adjusted. I can face whatever comes next. She nodded in agreement. Seeing this, I didn't try to persuade them further. Then let's wait. It seems we have to wait for all the remaining 9 contestants to arrive before the next stage can begin. The 4 of us then remained quietly in the RV, a faint sense of tension filling the air. Just like that, nearly 2 hours passed before the system notification finally popped up. Ding! Snowstorm Tournament Final Stage. Death Melee officially begins. All contestants who did not reach the finish line are eliminated. There are no rules in the final stage. The last team standing will be crowned the champion of the Snowstorm Tournament. The familiar white light shone once more, enveloping the entire RV. A moment later, the light dissipated. We were now in a place resembling a coliseum, about the size of a football field, surrounded by high walls with no visible exits. At the edges, various vehicles were parked. What was truly conspicuous were the ranking labels floating above each vehicle: second stage, second place, second stage, third place, and so on. The fonts were particularly eye-catching. Lin Shi's expression changed instantly, her tone filled with worry. Brother Wu Di, are we wearing this ranking too? My face darkened as well. Although I was confident, who knew what special means others might have? After all, a tall tree catches the wind. That principle applies everywhere. And my current thought was exactly what the other 9 contestants were thinking. After entering the second stage and obtaining item cards, they discovered that someone had already reached the finish line ahead of them. They couldn't imagine how I had crushed everyone in the first stage to clear it with such speed, arriving at the second stage finish line so far ahead of everyone else. Just as I was briefly stunned, the other 9 vehicles seemed to reach a tacit agreement, simultaneously charging toward my RV. Clearly, they intended to join forces to eliminate the biggest threat, the first-place team. First, Brother Wu Di, they're all charging at us. Su Wanwan's expression changed, and she hurriedly warned me. Xiao Shi, fire all the remaining high-explosive grenades. Blow them all up for me. Understood, Commander. 29 high-explosive grenades remaining. Firing all. Before the words had even faded, the 30mm autocannon on the roof of the RV roared. The boom 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 of explosions was continuous as 29 high-explosive grenades were fired in sequence, creating a dense web of fire that poured down onto the 9 charging vehicles. The flames instantly swallowed them. Commander, 3 vehicles have broken through the barrage and are approaching rapidly. The 4 of us looked out the window, our faces full of surprise. 3 RVs and 1 SUV had broken through the sea of fire and were still speeding toward us. You have to understand, each vehicle had been hit by at least 3 high-explosive grenades. Logically, they should have been reduced to scrap metal long ago. Yet, these 4 vehicles were only damaged and still fully operational. This was the first time I had encountered such a situation. As expected, one shouldn't underestimate anyone. Inside the remaining 4 vehicles, the occupants were having a hard time. Facing the first place of the second stage, they were already under immense pressure. They hadn't expected everyone to have the same intuition, choosing to join forces to eliminate me first. But who could have guessed that my RV was equipped with such powerful weaponry? That barrage of shells was simply terrifying. They finally understood why I was able to clear the first stage so quickly. Without time to think, the 4 vehicles approached my RV, stopping about a dozen meters away. Then, the windows slowly rolled down, and 4 figures poked their heads out, each holding a rifle. They aimed at my RV and pulled the triggers without hesitation. Bang, 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 shots rang out densely, and bullets rained down on the RV windows. But to their utter shock, the bullets caused no damage to the windows. They only made a ding-ding-dang sound as they bounced off, not even leaving a shallow scratch. Inside, I watched the bullets fly toward us without reacting. After all, the purple-quality composite bulletproof crystallized glass wasn't something that ordinary rifles could penetrate. Xiao Shi, accelerate. Charge straight at them and ram all 4 vehicles to pieces. Understood, Commander. The engine roared, and the RV accelerated instantly, charging toward the nearest RV with increasing speed. The driver of that RV saw this, and his face changed drastically. He tried to turn the wheel to dodge, but it was too late. With a deafening boom, my RV slammed into theirs. The Titan armor-piercing ram instantly pierced their bodywork, and the RV lost control, flipping over. Its frame deformed, and it completely lost the ability to move. I turned the RV and charged at the next vehicle. After several more loud crashes, the remaining 2 RVs were also destroyed by the Titan armor-piercing ram, flipping over onto the ground. The last SUV, moving quickly, had already fled to the edge, hugging the wall of the Colosseum. Xiao Shi, full speed ahead. Catch it. Understood, Commander. A moment later, we caught up to the SUV. The sharp Titan armor-piercing ram pushed the SUV hard against the solid wall. With a loud boom and the screeching sound of tearing metal, the SUV was smashed into 2 halves, parts and debris flying everywhere. My gaze fell on the driver's seat of the SUV. The man was struggling to turn his head, his eyes locked onto me. His lips kept moving, as if he were cursing or perhaps begging. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, malice, and despair. I looked at him and remained silent for a moment. Don't blame me. I didn't want this either. If you want to blame someone, blame this damn world. Ding. Congratulations on winning the championship of the snowstorm tournament. Ding. The champion's treasure chest has been stored in your personal space. You may view it at any time. As the system prompt faded, the familiar white light enveloped the RV once more. The four of us opened our eyes to find ourselves back in the familiar icy world. The RV was parked on the vast snowy plains, and goose-feather-sized snowflakes were still falling outside the window. I immediately looked at the time on the center console screen, and my gaze paused slightly. Just as I had expected, we had spent about 4 hours in the snowstorm tournament, but upon returning, the time remained exactly as it was before we entered. Not a second had passed. What a miraculous world, I whispered, looking at the snow-filled sky outside. Xiaoxi, let's move out. Understood, Commander. Vehicle started. Current snowfall is too heavy. Radar is temporarily unavailable due to the snow. It is recommended to maintain a speed of 40 kilometers per hour to ensure driving safety. Xiaoxi's voice sounded steady, and the RV slowly started, driving forward. I nodded slightly, then turned to look at Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu behind me. Keep an eye on the communication channel. Focus on the talents of others. Those 4 vehicles in the final stage were still operational after being hit by several high-explosive grenades. I suspect this has something to do with their talents. The 3 of them nodded. Su Wanwan and Lin Shi remained on the sofa, while Lin Yu got up and sat in her designated spot, the passenger seat. Before we knew it, it was around 3 p.m. I looked at the blizzard still raging outside the window, my brow furrowing slightly. A doubt arose in my heart. With such an intense blizzard lasting for so long, logically, the road should have been completely buried in thick snow. Forget driving. Even standing would be difficult. Yet, the snow on the road ahead remained consistently around 10 centimeters deep. Especially strange was that while the road was covered in snow, there wasn't a trace of snow outside the road, as if it were intentionally guiding survivors to drive off the road. But I clearly remembered that driving off the road was strictly forbidden. It seems that in a world like this, nothing is strange. Just then, I noticed a fork in the road ahead. Both paths were covered in snow, and their ends were invisible. I pondered for a moment, recalling my previous experiences. Since entering this survival world, I had encountered forks in the road twice. Once, I found a silver supply crate. The other time, I found an abandoned vehicle. What would this third fork bring? Thinking of this, my gaze involuntarily fell on the inconspicuous lucky pendant above the center console. Xiaoxi, take the left path. Since I couldn't determine which path was better, I decided to follow my intuition. Understood, Commander. Turning to the left path. Maintaining speed. The RV slowly turned onto the left fork. However, we hadn't gone far when my gaze was drawn to the scene ahead. Parked on the side of the road not far away were 2 vehicles, shrouded in the swirling snow. I could only see their vague outlines. I couldn't make out their exact appearance. As the RV slowly approached, Lin Yu in the passenger seat also saw the scene ahead. She hurriedly tugged on my sleeve, her tone filled with vigilance. Brother Wu Di, look ahead. Are those 2 cars parked on the side of the road? I nodded slowly, thinking to myself, what a coincidence. It seems you were destined not to escape. Before the RV fully approached, I recognized the people inside one of the SUVs from the faint conversation drifting over. They were the 2 men who had taken the initiative to talk to me at the plaza earlier. Thinking of this, I didn't hesitate. I took an M9 pistol from my personal space and handed it to Lin Yu, my tone serious. Take this. You might need it soon. Remember, once you fire, aim at your target. Do not show mercy. Lin Yu looked into my eyes and nodded heavily. She took the pistol with both hands and gripped it tightly. Although her hands were trembling slightly, her eyes were exceptionally firm. At the same time, the 2 vehicles parked on the side of the road finally noticed my RV approaching from behind. The sound of their conversation stopped instantly. Xiaoxi, stop. Understood, Commander. Stopping now. The RV came to a halt. I stood up, took the armor-piercing Tang Dao from my personal space, gripped the hilt tightly, and turned to Lin Yu. Follow me. Lin Yu took a deep breath, trying to psych herself up. She gripped the M9 pistol tightly in both hands, nodded firmly, and followed closely behind me. As we drew closer, the scene by the roadside became clearer. For people, 2 men and 2 women, were standing by 2 vehicles. Aside from the 2 men who had initiated the conversation at the plaza earlier, there was another man and woman wearing thick, cold-weather gear. They looked exhausted, clearly the owners of the van. At this moment, the 4 of them spotted us. The taller man from Jiang City froze for a second, then a warm, enthusiastic smile spread across his face. He walked quickly toward me, his tone overly familiar. "Brother, you made it out alive too? What a coincidence, to run into each other again." Once he was close, his gaze swept over the armor-piercing Tang Dao gripped in my hand. A flash of disdain crossed his eyes, though his smile remained. He spoke in a chummy tone. "Brother, it was too rushed at the plaza earlier to get to know each other properly. I'm Jiang Hao and you are." I had no intention of engaging in small talk. I turned to Lin Yu behind me, my tone flat but heavy with meaning. "Do you know what they were thinking earlier?" Only then did Jiang Hao notice Lin Yu and the M9 pistol she was clutching. His smile stiffened instantly, and a clear look of wariness flickered in his eyes. His talent wasn't weak, but it certainly wasn't strong enough to ignore a firearm, especially since we clearly didn't come in peace. He quickly composed himself, forcing another smile, his tone testing the waters. "Brother, what are you doing? I mean no harm." At this point, the other 3 behind Jiang Hao hurried over. The slightly chubby man from High City, who looked honest and simple, spoke up with a hint of dissatisfaction. He raised his voice, clearly intending for the other man and woman to hear. "My brother was just being kind and greeting you, thinking that since we're all from Huagua, we should look out for each other. You ignored us, fine, but now with this stance, you aren't actually planning to attack us, are you?" It worked exactly as he intended. The man and woman nearby became instantly alert, eyeing us with suspicion and subconsciously huddling closer to Jiang Hao. They had been successfully manipulated into viewing us as the aggressors. Jiang Hao noticed their reaction, a trace of smugness curling his lips. He turned to the man from High City and scolded, "Zhao Lei, what are you saying? It's not easy for anyone to survive in this world. Being cautious and defensive is normal, don't talk nonsense." After scolding Zhao Lei, he turned back to me, his tone becoming even more earnest. "Brother, you really don't need to be so defensive. I just think that since we're all from Huagua, we can go further if we look out for each other. There's no need for us to kill one another." Lin Yu gripped the pistol tightly, her eyes flickering with panic, yet she looked at me with unwavering resolve. She whispered, "Wu Di, I'll do whatever you say. I'm listening to you." I nodded slightly, not saying another word. In the next second, my figure moved like a ghost, vanishing from where I stood. "Ah!" 2 shrill screams rang out almost simultaneously, shattering the silence of the snowstorm. Jiang Hao and Zhao Lei felt a sharp pain in their arms. When they looked down, their arms had been severed clean from their bodies. Blood sprayed like a fountain, staining the snow beneath their feet. The intense pain caused them to black out before they could even moan, and they collapsed into the snow, their breathing shallow and weak. The man and woman nearby, having witnessed this horrific scene, trembled uncontrollably. Their legs gave out, and they nearly collapsed to the ground, letting out terrified, desperate screams. Although Lin Yu had mentally prepared herself, seeing the bloody scene turned her face deathly pale. Her lips trembled, and she gripped the gun so hard her knuckles turned white. Her stomach churned, and she nearly vomited, but she forced herself to remain silent. I walked slowly to Lin Yu's side and gently patted her back, my gaze fixed on the fallen Jiang Hao and Zhao Lei. Back at the plaza, they were plotting to wipe us out and take our vehicle the moment they found an opening. "Now, these 2 are yours." With that, I stood still and waited. I didn't rush her, nor did I intervene. I needed her to truly learn how to face this cruel survival world and learn to protect herself with her own hands. Time ticked by. After 3 minutes, Lin Yu finally raised her head. A flicker of struggle passed through her eyes, only to be replaced by determination. She took a deep breath, as if gathering all her courage, walked toward the fallen men, raised the pistol, aimed at their bodies, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! 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 The gunshots echoed intermittently through the blizzard. In a few moments, she had emptied the magazine. Jiang Hao and Zhao Lei, who had been unconscious, were riddled with bullet holes. Blood splattered, staining the surrounding snow, and their lives were extinguished. After firing, Linyu remained in her shooting stance. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Her face was as pale as paper, and her eyes were hollow, as if her soul had been drained away. I felt a twinge of discomfort myself, but I walked over to her and gently stroked her hair. It's okay. They weren't good people. They were the ones who wanted to hurt us first. You're just protecting yourself and protecting us. Linyu seemed to be touched by my comfort. Her tightly wound emotions collapsed, and she dropped the gun, buried her face in my chest, and began to sob uncontrollably. The man and woman nearby were already paralyzed with fear, slumped in the snow and shaking. They never imagined we would be so ruthless, attacking without a word. Especially the young, delicate-looking girl who had just fired wildly at two unconscious men without hesitation. I looked at the shivering pair. They broke down instantly, screaming hoarsely, "Brother, don't kill us. We aren't with them. We were just tricked by them, really. Stand up. I won't kill you. How did you run into them? How long have you been stopped here?" The pair acted as if they had been granted a pardon, struggling to their feet while still shaking. The young man spoke first, his tone a mix of panic and relief. "Brother, we just happened to meet at the crossroads. Then they said they could look after us and take us with them, saying there's strength in numbers." I waved my hand. "How long have you been stopped here?" The man answered immediately, not daring to hesitate. "About 20 minutes, brother. We just stopped, and before we could even discuss where to go next, you arrived." 20 minutes, huh? I muttered, a thought crossing my mind as I calculated. I looked down at Linyu, who was still clinging to me, and hesitated. Linyu. Linyu seemed to sense something. She quickly let go, her cheeks flushing slightly, her eyes filled with guilt and panic. "Yes, Wu Di, I'm fine now. I was just. I nodded gently. "Go back first, lock the RV doors, and tell Su Wanwan and Lin Shi not to come out." "Okay." Linyu nodded heavily. She glanced at me, then quickly scanned the pair and the corpses on the ground, not daring to linger, and ran back toward the RV. I looked back at the shivering pair. A piece of advice. Next time you meet others, use your head and think clearly. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, especially here. The young man asked in disbelief, testing the waters. "Brother, you're not going to kill us?" I was speechless. I wasn't some bloodthirsty maniac. "Get going. Who knows what's going to happen here next?" With that, I ignored them and walked toward the SUV parked on the side of the road, the vehicle belonging to Jiang Hao and Zhao Lei. I didn't bother searching for supplies. I simply dismantled the vehicle. Dismantling a level 4 vehicle only yields a vehicle core? The young man nearby opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the words died in his throat. Without warning, the ground outside the road seemed to be churned up, bulging into mounds of various sizes. In the next second, accompanied by ear-piercing roars, a massive number of monsters burst from the mounds, surging like a tide and instantly surrounding me and the pair. These monsters were slightly larger than an adult male, with thick limbs and tense muscles. Their forelimbs were longer than their hind limbs, tipped with sharp claws. Their faces were completely covered in hard bone armor, obscuring their features, and their bodies were covered in thick, coarse, short fur that was a mix of gray-white and pale blue. Roar! After a shrill roar, all the monsters attacked simultaneously. I didn't hesitate, gripping my armor-piercing Tang Dao and charging into the swarm. Squelch! Crack! The sounds of blades slicing through flesh and bones shattering rang out in succession. The monsters' bodies were torn apart as easily as paper. The battle ended faster than anyone could imagine. In just 1 minute, nearly 100 monsters lay on the ground, twitching before going still. The snow was covered in monster corpses and blood. The man and woman nearby stood frozen in place, their faces pale as paper, trembling uncontrollably, their expressions filled with horror and disbelief. I scanned the piles of monster corpses, my brow furrowing slightly. Their combat power is nearly double that of a normal human. They're faster, and there were nearly 100 of them. No wonder people don't dare to gather together. It's hard to survive against a swarm like this. Suddenly, the monster corpses vanished, leaving no trace behind. save for a single supply crate emitting a faint glow. I walked over, picked up the supply crate, and headed back toward the RV. The man and woman finally seemed to snap out of it. The young man gritted his teeth, gathered all his courage, and chased after me, his voice pleading, "Brother, wait, can we follow you?" I didn't stop, just waved my hand dismissively without looking back. If you can keep up, then follow. But I'll say this first. The more people there are, the more dangerous it gets. I'm not responsible for your lives. Watching me disappear behind the RV door, the pair stood in the blizzard, looking at each other, still shivering from the cold and fear. The woman broke the silence first, her voice trembling with hesitation as she tugged on the man's sleeve. "Do we really have to follow them? That man, he's too terrifying. The way he killed those people and monsters just now, I'm still scared thinking about it." The man took a deep breath, looking at the RV with complex emotions. It's a miracle he didn't kill us. Think about it. If we had stayed with Jiang Hao and his group, we'd be the ones dead right now. It looks like those two weren't good people at all. He paused, his tone filled with helplessness. We're on the same path now, and we have no other choice. We have to follow them. The woman bit her lip, remembering my appearance, and couldn't help but feel afraid. But what if we run into monsters again and he doesn't help us? The man fell into a daze, his brow furrowed. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to argue. What she said was true. I had made it clear I wasn't responsible for their lives. Following me was just a gamble. Meanwhile, inside the RV, Lin Yu was sitting on the sofa, clutching her clothes, her eyes filled with guilt and unease. Seeing me enter, her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. I looked at her, covered in snowflakes and still pale, and waved my hand gently. "Don't overthink it. You did well today. Go clean up." Lin Yu froze for a moment, then nodded heavily, stood up, and walked toward the domain. I turned to the center console. "Xiaoxi, let's keep moving." "Received, Commander." Vehicle started, maintaining a steady speed of 40 kilometers per hour. The RV started slowly. I returned to the driver's seat and glanced in the rearview mirror. The pair was driving their van, following slowly at a distance, clearly having decided to stick with us. Just then, I heard light footsteps. I looked back to see Su Wanwan sitting in the passenger seat, her eyes filled with worry. "Wu Di, Lin Yu Shi. Like you, it's her first time experiencing this. Everyone gets scared and confused, but she'll adapt." Su Wanwan nodded gently. "Lin Shi, Lin Yu, and I never thought we'd have to face this. Lin Yu is the youngest and has a simple heart. I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it. Lin Shi looks strong, but she's fragile inside. She just puts on a brave face because she doesn't want to be a burden. The three of us, we've made it this far only because of you." I looked at the blizzard outside. If you want to survive, you have to learn to adapt to the environment. No one is an exception. A moment later, Su Wanwan looked at me, her tone earnest. "Wu Di, no matter what you do, I will always believe in you and support you. No matter what danger we encounter, I'll be by your side. I won't hold you back." I turned my head, looked into her clear eyes, and smiled. We're a team. Time passed slowly, and the blizzard didn't let up. By around 5 p.m., Lin Shi finally pulled Lin Yu out of the domain. I and Su Wanwan turned to look at them. Lin Yu no longer looked pale or panicked. She walked up to me, looked up with a serious expression, her tone filled with anticipation and nervousness. "Wu Di, have I become a qualified warrior too?" I didn't hold everyone back, and I didn't let fear make me retreat. I looked at her earnest expression, smiled, and nodded, reaching out to pat her hair. "Yes, you're a qualified warrior now. From now on, if we run into danger, I can leave it to you with confidence." Lin Yu's eyes lit up, a bright smile appearing on her face as she nodded vigorously. Lin Shi, standing to the side, just looked at me seriously. "Wu Di, I'm going to make dinner." "Lin Shi, I'll help you." Su Wanwan stood up from the passenger seat and walked over to her with a smile. After dinner and cleaning up, the four of us sat around the coffee table in the RV, waiting in silence. Every day at 1800 hours, Su Wanwan's talent treasure chest would refresh. Time ticked by. When the time on the center console screen hit exactly 1800 hours, a faint white light appeared in the center of the table. Su Wanwan's talent treasure chest had refreshed on schedule. Su Wanwan opened it and immediately showed the item's attributes to us. Space Expansion Scroll, Special Item. Increases vehicle space by 2 square meters upon use. The three of us were instantly stunned. Lin Yu was the first to react. 1-1. You can even get this? That's amazing. Lin Shi nodded in agreement. Su Wanwan, surprised and delighted, handed the scroll to me. I didn't expect to get this. I usually only get various blueprints. Let's continue. I took the scroll and nodded. I then took out 2 supply crates and placed them in front of Lin Shi. 1 silver supply crate dropped after killing the giant ape last night, and the other dropped after clearing the monster swarm earlier. Lin Shi looked at the 2 silver supply crates, then at me. Seeing me nod, she turned to Lin Yu and signaled for her to activate talent amplification. Lin Yu stepped forward. Lin Shi took a deep breath, opened the 2 crates one by one, and displayed the attributes. Monster Bestiary. Special item can identify the characteristics of all creatures within the vehicle's scanning range. Can be directly integrated into the vehicle's database. RPG, 7 Infantry Rocket Launcher, Blue Quality One-Time Use Item. Equipped with OG, 7 Light High Explosive Anti-Personnel Rounds. Effective range 50 to 200 meters. Blast radius up to 15 to 20 meters. The shockwave within 5 meters is enough to cause fatal internal injuries. Can destroy light vehicles in one shot. Devastating against unarmored vehicles. Weak against heavily armored targets. Risk of being affected by shockwaves and shrapnel at close range. After showing the items, Lin Shi said to me, Wu Di, besides these 2 items, there are 50 units of fuel, 30 units of metal blocks, and the rest are just daily supplies. Su Wanwan looked at the RPG-7's attributes with concern. Wu Di, is this RPG really that powerful? If it hit our RV, could we withstand it? Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Wanwan, are you planning to aim the rocket launcher at our own RV? I looked at the RPG, immediately understanding Su Wanwan's concern, and said calmly, Don't worry, we can take it. With that, I took out a treasure chest emitting a golden glow and placed it in front of Lin Shi. It was the champion treasure chest obtained from the snowstorm tournament today. Lin Shi's eyes flashed with anticipation, and she opened the chest without hesitation. Vehicle Repair Kit, Purple Quality One-Time Use Item. Instantly repairs all damage to the vehicle upon use. Combat Mastery Skill Book, Blue Quality Master Basic Close Quarters Combat Techniques. Significantly increases power and technique when fighting unarmed or using melee weapons. All-Terrain Track Kit, Purple Quality features enclosed rubber track plates, intelligent hydraulic suspension, multi-segment anti-slip treads, and a lightweight alloy frame. Provides extreme grip on rain, snow, standing water, and icy roads, ensuring vehicle stability and control. Maximum safe speed of 80 km per hour, allowing for high-speed, stable travel in extreme weather. Sister, did you not wash your face today? How is this so different from last time? Last time we got a gold quality item. Lin Yu couldn't help but tease. Lin Shi glared at Lin Yu and turned to look at me. This is likely the normal yield. Last time was probably the effect of your talent. Hearing me say this, Lin Shi finally relaxed. Then, Wu Di, Lin Yu and I are going to the domain. Call us if you need anything. Lin Shi knew it was time for me to handle things alone. She gave Lin Yu a subtle look. Sister, you go ahead. I'll stay here. I'll definitely call you if anything happens. Lin Yu understood immediately. I knew that the 3 of them had long since sensed the uniqueness of my talent, but no one had brought it up. Some things didn't need to be said. A silent understanding had already formed between the 4 of us. I returned to the driver's seat and immediately took out the blueprint shimmering with golden light, the constructor's eternal iron armor, gold grade. Ever since I obtained it yesterday, I had been waiting for today, waiting for the second effect of my talent rule breaker to refresh. I was desperate to know what level lay beyond orange grade, and what level corresponded to my mythical talent. Today, I could finally verify it. Without the slightest hesitation, I clicked to craft it. Ding! Insufficient space materials. Would you like to consume materials from the vehicle's inventory? As the system notification popped up, I was slightly taken aback, then immediately checked my wristband storage. 174 metal blocks, 82 rubber, 47 plastic, 48 glass, and 74 electronic components. So that's how it works. It's a good thing I exchanged and stockpiled thousands of units of basic materials back at the safe zone. Feeling reassured, I confirmed, craft. Ding! Constructor's eternal iron armor crafted successfully. With a slight flutter of nerves, I used my talent. Ding! Affected by talent level, talent, rule breaker, effect 2 activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. Constructor's eternal iron armor, gold grade, has been promoted to Ancient Constructor, Imperial Divine Armor, red grade. Legendary grade corresponds to orange. Mythical level corresponds to red. Then what comes after mythical? Looking at the system notification, I muttered to myself, my heart pounding uncontrollably. I took a deep breath and immediately checked this first piece of red grade equipment forged by my own mythical talent. Ancient Constructor, Imperial Divine Armor, red grade vehicle item. Fully awakens the ultimate defensive will of an ancient war construct. The entire body is perfectly reconstructed from eternal iron, with ancient constructor runes flowing through the armor's texture to form an absolute defense. Immune to any attack below mythical level. Comes with an active constructor force field that can sense threats in advance and deploy defenses automatically. Can be reshaped at will through thought, and possesses high-speed self-repair capabilities. Does not consume energy when equipped. Supplements vehicle power by absorbing impacts and energy. No installation required. Note: this is a constructor relic born in the mythical era, carrying the ultimate will of ancient war constructs. It is not a relic of history, but a prelude to a new era. All that has passed is but a prologue. Myth is merely the beginning of a true legend. After reading the stats, my eyes widened. I had guessed that mythical-grade equipment would be extremely powerful, but I never expected it to be to this extent. Immune to all attacks below mythical, automatic defense, self-repair, and even energy regeneration. At this moment, the excitement in my heart nearly burst through my chest. Without hesitation, I chose Install. A faint red light flashed from within the vehicle, and the entire RV seemed to be gently enveloped by an invisible, sacred barrier. The moment the installation was complete, Linyu, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly widened her eyes and jumped up with a whoosh, blurting out in shock, "Holy crap!" She stared at me in disbelief, her voice trembling. "Brother Wu Di. You." I was startled by her sudden reaction, but I immediately realized the reason for her shock. I didn't hesitate and opened the vehicle leaderboard. Rows of names and points appeared clearly before my eyes. First place, XXX, vehicle level, 4, vehicle points, 136,910. Second place, Elena, vehicle level, 4, vehicle points, 4,460. Third place, XXX, vehicle level, 4, vehicle points, 4,380. Fourth place, XXX, vehicle level, 4, vehicle points, 4,370. Fifth place, XXX, vehicle level, 4, vehicle points, 4,360. Sixth place, XXX, vehicle level, 4, vehicle points, 4,350. Seventh place, XXX, vehicle level, 4, vehicle points, 4,328. Place, XXX, vehicle level, 4, vehicle points, 4,310. Ninth place, XXX, vehicle level, 4, vehicle points, 3,820. 10th place, Lin Shun, vehicle level, 4, vehicle points, 3,810. I took a deep breath, closed the system interface, suppressed the surging excitement in my heart, and turned to say calmly to the still-dazed Linyu, "What are you so excited about? Give me a talent amplification." Linyu seemed unable to recover from the shock of the vehicle points skyrocketing by 100,000. Her eyes were glazed, her lips moved, but she couldn't form a complete sentence for a long time. "Brother Wu Di." After a few seconds of blankness, she finally reacted to my order and nodded hurriedly. "Oh." Even after casting talent amplification on me, Lin Yu's gaze remained glued to the leaderboard, the exaggerated number of points replaying in her mind, and she remained immersed in the shock, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Ignoring her distraction, I focused on the system interface and began today's talent enhancement. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. All-terrain track kit, purple grade, has been promoted to matrix stability tracks, gold grade. Matrix stability tracks, gold grade vehicle item, equipped with a global dynamic stability matrix system. Through high-frequency terrain scanning and millisecond-level suspension adjustment, it achieves high-speed cornering, steep slope climbing, and trench crossing. The tracks are made of composite military-grade alloy, with comprehensively enhanced performance. Maximum safe speed on paved roads is 110 km per hour, maintaining a controllable, stable, and quiet driving state even in extreme environments. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. Combat Proficiency Skill Book, blue grade, has been promoted to Combat Grandmaster Skill Book, gold grade. Combat Grandmaster Skill Book, gold grade, fuses the essence of ancient martial arts power generation with tactical combat algorithms to form a lethal close-quarters combat system for both unarmed and cold weapons. Possesses an intuitive sense for striking weak points in bones, joints, and armor. Attacks come with a shock penetration effect, allowing them to ignore light armor and basic defenses, significantly increasing the lethality of unarmed and cold weapon combat, with a comprehensive leap in close-quarters grappling and counter-suppression. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Vehicle Repair Kit, purple grade, has been promoted to Vehicle Repair Kit, gold grade. Vehicle Repair Kit, gold grade, one-time item that instantly repairs all damage to the vehicle upon use. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. RPG 7 Infantry Rocket Launcher, blue grade, has been promoted to RPG 7 Heavy Kill Rocket Launcher, purple grade. RPG 7 Heavy Kill Rocket Launcher, purple grade, one-time heavy assault item, equipped with reinforced OG 7V high explosive armor-piercing dual-effect shells, effective range 60 to 220 meters, explosion kill radius 18 to 25 meters, shockwave within 4 meters, can cause devastating internal injuries. Can easily destroy light armored vehicles and makeshift fortifications. Possesses overwhelming destructive power against unarmored vehicles and clustered targets. Causes significant damage to medium armored targets, and has limited effect on heavy armor. Risk of being affected by shockwaves and shrapnel when used at close range. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Space Expansion Scroll has been promoted to Space Expansion Scroll. Space Expansion Scroll, special item, increases vehicle space by 10 square meters upon use. After all enhancements were complete, I finally let out a long sigh, a helpless smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. The probability was as realistic as ever. Out of 5 enhancement chances, plus Lin used talent amplification, only the Combat Grandmaster Skill Book was promoted by 2 tiers. The rest were all just the guaranteed 1-tier promotion. Not dwelling on the probability, I took out the Combat Grandmaster Skill Book and chose to use it. In an instant, a massive stream of information flooded my mind like a tide. Countless combat techniques and power generation methods were instantly branded into the depths of my consciousness. I could clearly feel my body being thoroughly activated. As clear perception washed over me, I realized with a start, I had truly been wasting my current physical potential. I had possessed immense strength and speed, but didn't know how to use them efficiently, like holding a peerless divine weapon but only knowing how to swing it with brute force, unable to unleash even 1/10 of its power. But now, the Combat Grandmaster skill had brought a qualitative leap to my close-quarters combat ability. Is this what true power feels like? I clenched my fists and muttered to myself. I finally let out a long breath. With the improvement in my strength, that feeling of being in control of everything was truly intoxicating. Next was the installation of the vehicle items. Without delay, I chose to use the Matrix Stability Tracks. Ding! Detected installation of vehicle item. Matrix Stability Tracks vehicle must be in a stationary state. Xiaoxi, stop. I'm installing new vehicle items. I commanded the center console in a deep voice. Understood, Commander. The RV slowed to a stop. Only then did I notice that Lin Yu was still standing there, staring at me blankly, not yet having fully recovered from the previous shock. Lin Yu. I reached out and waved my hand gently in front of her. Lin Yu finally snapped out of it, her cheeks flushing slightly, her tone stuttering. Brother Wu Di. This. Words failed her. She was too excited to express herself. Seeing her like this, I smiled. Stop spacing out. Come on, I'll show you the new vehicle items. Lin Yu's eyes lit up instantly, all her dazedness vanishing, replaced by immense excitement as she hurriedly asked, Brother Wu Di, is it the vehicle item that made the points skyrocket by 100,000? What is it? What is it? Let me see. Don't get too excited. Follow me. As I spoke, I pushed open the door and stepped out into the swirling snow. Meanwhile, inside the van that had been following the RV from a distance, the atmosphere loosened as the RV ahead came to a stop. The woman in the passenger seat stared intently ahead, her tone filled with doubt. Chen Feng. Look, they seem to have stopped. Scared the hell out of me. I thought this ruthless guy wouldn't stop. Chen Feng, who was driving, finally let out a sigh of relief. Lina, keep an eye on things for me. I'm going to go use the bathroom. Since the afternoon, the RV ahead had been driving at a steady speed, and even after 1,800 hours, there was no sign of stopping. He had once thought they would drive through the night, so seeing the RV stop finally put his heart at ease. Lina nodded quickly, cautioning. Chen Feng, don't go too far. Even though the night is safer here than before, you still can't be careless. I wouldn't dare. Chen Feng waved his hand and pushed open the door. Keep a close watch on them. Don't let them leave again before I get back. Got it. Lina locked her gaze on the RV ahead, but the next second, she rubbed her eyes hard, her tone filled with unbelievable surprise. Look, they got out of the car. Chen Feng, am I seeing things? Did their RV change its tires? Chen Feng, who was about to step into the snow, froze, turned his head, and stared fixedly at the RV ahead, his tone filled with shock. It looks like it. Holy crap, they seem to have switched to tracks. He had long forgotten about the bathroom, hurrying back into the van to stare ahead. The two were far apart, and he could only vaguely see the silhouette of the RV, but he could still tell that the chassis was no longer sporting tires. At this moment, I stood in the swirling snow with Lin Yu, our eyes fixed on the RV before us, oblivious to the snowflakes landing on our shoulders. The original silhouette of the RV was now firmly wrapped in a layer of heavy, orderly armor. The armor plates were tightly joined, each piece exuding texture, dark gold in color, with fine runes flowing across the surface, emitting a faint red glow in the wind and snow. This layer of armor perfectly covered every corner of the RV, its lines sharp and heavy. The shell, forged from eternal iron, gleamed with a cold metallic luster, and the snowflakes falling upon it slid off instantly, leaving no trace. On the chassis, the original tires had been replaced by wide alloy tracks. The surface of the tracks was covered with deep, dense anti-slip treads, with tiny runes engraved between the patterns, echoing the body of the vehicle. The overall appearance was both majestic and highly technological. Lin Yu tilted her head, her eyes wide and her mouth slightly agape, her voice trembling. Brother Wu Di, is this the item you added? She couldn't imagine that the RV, which had been quite standard before, could now look so shocking. I was also deeply shocked by the RV's appearance. When I checked the description of the ancient constructor, Imperial Divine Armor earlier, I only thought the stats were exaggerated, but seeing the real thing, the visual impact was far more stunning than the text description. Is this what a red grade item is like? I looked at the RV, muttering to myself, a thought flashing through my mind. Then what level comes after red grade? Beyond mythical, there seemed to be an even broader world, which added even more anticipation to my heart. We watched in the snow for a while before I withdrew my gaze. Let's go. It's time to head out. We turned and returned to the vehicle, but as soon as we stepped inside, Lin Yu was completely stunned by the interior, her footsteps halting as her eyes widened even further. Brother Wu Di, is this the space expansion scroll you used? Lin Yu walked quickly to the center of the cabin, looking around, her tone filled with pleasant surprise. This area, it's almost half as big again, right? Looking at the cabin expanded by 10 square meters, I also felt a sense of surprise. The cabin, which had felt a bit cramped when the four of us sat around the tea table, was now extremely spacious. The layout was open, and the previous sense of confinement was gone. I looked at Lin Yu's excitement. Isn't this better? Lin Yu nodded frantically, her face full of admiration. Good. It's great. Brother Wu Di, I'm going to call Sister and Sister Wanwan out to see. You're amazing. With that, she couldn't wait to turn and run toward the domain entrance to call Lin Shi and Su Wanwan. Looking at the spacious cabin, I felt a sense of unreality for the first time. From coming here to struggle for survival to reaching this point, it had all happened so fast that I felt a bit dazed. If I hadn't traded with them back then, if I hadn't brought them along, would I still be like this? I looked at the empty cabin, unable to help but ponder in my heart. It wasn't until Lin Yu's crisp voice reached my ears that my thoughts were pulled back to reality. Brother Wu Di, what are you thinking about? I looked up to see Su Wanwan and Lin Shi standing side by side not far away. Lin Yu was still full of joy, Su Wanwan smiled gently, and Lin Shi looked calm. At that moment, my heart suddenly cleared. It seemed that having companions by my side was truly a wonderful thing. It's so good to have you all. I looked at the three of them, my tone sincere, and these words slipped out subconsciously. Lin Yu blushed, her eyes darting away, her tone a bit coy. Brother Wu Di, what are you saying? As soon as she finished, she seemed to think of something, looked up again, her eyes serious but a bit flustered. Brother Wu Di. No, really no? I'll introduce my sister to you. Or Sister Wanwan would work too. I was choked by her words, a hint of embarrassment appearing on my face as I hurriedly waved my hand and walked toward the driver's seat. I'm going to the front. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan, seeing this, exchanged a glance and quickly grabbed the still muttering Lin Yu, one on each side, and pulled her back into the bedroom. I walked to the driver's seat and commanded the center console in a deep voice. Xiao Shi, I've installed new items. Check them. Understood, Commander. Detected vehicle items. Ancient Constructor. Imperial Divine Armor. Matrix Stability Tracks successfully integrated into system control. Commander, the current maximum speed of the vehicle is 110 kilometers per hour. Shall I initiate full speed ahead? Full speed ahead. Understood, Commander. Vehicle starting, full speed ahead. I paused and added, oh right, Xiao Shi. Activate holographic disguise and change the appearance to look like a normal RV. An overly conspicuous appearance could attract unnecessary trouble. Moving forward with a low profile was the way to survive. Understood, Commander. Holographic disguise activated. Appearance changed to a normal RV. The moment my RV started moving forward, Chun Feng and Li Na in the van following behind were completely dumbfounded. Chun Feng widened his eyes, staring at the RV starting up ahead, his tone filled with shock and helplessness. Holy crap, this big shot is truly brave. Daring to charge forward in the middle of the night. Aren't they afraid of running into monsters? Li Na also showed a bit of panic, turning to Chun Feng and asking urgently, what do we do? Should we still follow? Chun Feng gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. We have no choice but to follow. I hope the big shot is just driving a bit further to earn points and won't go too far. But only a moment later, the two were completely bewildered. Chun Feng rubbed his eyes, his tone filled with disbelief. Li Na, am I seeing things? How are they gone? In the wind and snow ahead, there was no longer any trace of the RV, only the swirling snowflakes. Li Na turned pale and shouted, stop the car. It's dark. If we run into monsters, we're done for. Chun Feng hurriedly stepped on the brakes. The van stopped, and he slapped his thigh in regret. I should have realized it. The big shot installed tracks. They must have increased their speed significantly. We can't catch up at all. It's over, such a big thigh to cling to, and I missed it. Li Na looked at his regretful expression, patted his shoulder gently, and comforted him. Don't be too sad. Haven't we survived until now on our own? We can live well without the big shot. Chun Feng turned to look at Li Na, the regret in his eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a hint of warmth as he said softly, yeah, it's good to have you. The wind and snow continued to dance, and the van sat quietly in place, having completely lost distance from the speeding RV ahead. Inside the RV, I leaned quietly against the driver's seat, eyes closed, but I wasn't sleepy at all. My heart was full of anticipation. I was even desperate to encounter a monster attack. I wanted to experience just how powerful the defense of the ancient constructor. Imperial divine armor really was. Just as I was lost in my thoughts and full of anticipation, a light sound of footsteps came from behind. I turned slowly to see that only Lin Shi had come over. Su Wanwan and Lin Yu were not with her. I asked, "Where's Lin Yu?" Lin Shi walked to my side, a playful smile tugging at the corner of her mouth, her tone teasing. "What? Xiao Yu isn't here, so I can't keep you company." As soon as she finished, she seemed to realize the ambiguity in her words, and a faint blush instantly appeared on her cheeks. I was also choked by Lin Shi's words and hurriedly waved my hand, explaining, "That's not what I meant. I was just saying. Why didn't she come over with you?" Lin Shi looked at me and couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Wu Di, I was just joking with you. I've asked Sister Su to keep Xiao Yu company while she rests. She was quite frightened today, so she really needs a good sleep. Tonight, I'll keep watch with you." "It's fine, you go get some rest too. It makes no difference whether you're here or not." Lin Shi shook her head, her expression incredibly earnest. "The three of us might not be able to help you much, and we can't stand on the front lines like you do, but we can't always let you shoulder everything alone. Isn't that what you always say? We are a team." I looked up at Lin Shi. Under the lights, her eyes were clear and firm, with not a hint of jest. I remained silent for a moment, then nodded. "All right." The interior of the RV fell silent instantly. The tranquility of the RV lasted until the early hours of the morning. Lin Shi, sitting in the passenger seat, had long since succumbed to sleep, curled up in her seat. I leaned back in the driver's seat, my gaze fixed on the road ahead shrouded in wind and snow. I even felt a touch of disappointment. I had been looking forward to it all night, but in the end, no monsters attacked, and I didn't get to test the true power of the ancient constructor, Imperial divine armor. But just as this disappointment welled up, my pupils suddenly constricted as I looked ahead. Due to the raging blizzard, Xiaoxi's radar system had been severely interfered with and could no longer properly detect the surrounding environment. By the time I spotted the anomaly with my own eyes, a massive creature was already blocking the middle of the road, and at this point, the distance between the RV and the behemoth was only about 100 meters. At that moment, the RV was speeding at its full capacity of 110 kilometers per hour. Due to the momentum, there was no time for emergency braking, nor even time to react properly, and the RV crashed straight into the giant beast. The expected impact never occurred. The RV came to a steady stop, and even the sleeping Lin Shi wasn't disturbed in the slightest, still curled up with steady breathing. The struck beast let out a deafening roar. Its massive body didn't budge an inch. Instead, it suddenly raised its thick horns and slammed them hard against the front of the RV. Just then, the center console screen lit up, activating the monster bestiary previously synced to Xiaoxi's database. Detailed information about the beast appeared clearly. Frost Breath Behemoth, a high-level mutated behemoth bred in extremely cold environments, 7 meters long, 4 meters tall at the shoulder, and weighing up to 19 tons. Attack methods. Primarily charging. The horns on its head possess immense armor-piercing and penetrating capabilities, with added ice-attribute shock damage upon impact. Core skill, Winter Frost Breath, exhales an extremely cold mist in a fan-shaped area in front, instantly freezing the ground and vehicles. Traits, immune to freezing and slowing effects in blizzard environments, possesses extremely high damage reduction against bullets, shrapnel, and light cold weapons. Weaknesses, takes extra damage from fire, high heat, and explosive attacks. Attacking the eyes, mouth, or soft joints can cause it to enter a brief state of paralysis. Commander, an unknown biological attack has been detected and identified as a Frost Breath Behemoth. Shall I initiate the 30mm autocannon for a counterattack? No need. Test your current armor and see the power of a mythical grade item. Understood, Commander. The Frost Breath Behemoth continued its frenzied assault, slamming its horns into the vehicle body repeatedly and even opening its massive maw to spew streams of cold air at the RV. Yet, no matter how fierce its attacks were, the RV remained completely unmoved. The runes flowing across the surface of the exterior armor glowed faintly, deflecting all impacts and cold air entirely. The RV sat steadily in place. Not only was there no damage, but there wasn't even a tremor, as if it had been nailed to the snow. The Frost Breath Behemoth's attacks not only failed to cause any harm, but the force rebounded by the armor sent it stumbling backward, letting out a roar of frustration. Commander, the Frost Breath Behemoth's attack kinetic energy has been detected. The armored kinetic energy recovery system has been activated. The recovered kinetic energy can be converted into vehicle electricity. Currently, there is no corresponding electrical storage equipment on board, so the recovered energy cannot be stored and will dissipate naturally. I nodded, my shock beyond words. This was the power of a mythical grade item. It was immune to all attacks below the mythical level and could even recover kinetic energy from attacks. It was far more formidable than I had imagined. Xiao Shi used the 30mm autocannon, load high-explosive grenades, and kill it. Understood, Commander. 30mm autocannon is ready, high-explosive grenades loaded. Targeting the Frost Breath Behemoth, preparing to fire. The next second, the cannon on the roof of the RV aimed at the Frost Breath Behemoth ahead. With a soft hum, several high-explosive grenades whistled out, hitting the beast's body with precision. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed across the snow, fire blooming suddenly amidst the blizzard, the dazzling light illuminating the surrounding area. The Frost Breath Behemoth let out shrill roars, its body swaying constantly. Its formidable defense was no match for the high-explosive grenades. In just a moment, the beast's roars grew faint. Its massive body wobbled and then collapsed into the snow with a thud. As the aftermath of the explosions faded, the beast's corpse gradually dissipated in the wind and snow, leaving behind only a supply crate emitting a faint silver glow lying on the ground. Commander, the Frost Breath Behemoth has been detected as deceased. This kill consumed 12 high-explosive grenades. 48 high-explosive grenades remain. I watched the beast's corpse vanish outside and looked at the supply crate on the ground, whispering to myself, is this the effect of a mythical grade item? All my previous expectations were answered in this moment. I pushed open the door, walked quickly to the supply crate, bent down to pick it up, and then turned back into the vehicle. Xiao Shi, continue full speed ahead. Understood, Commander. The rest of the night passed as peacefully as usual. The RV sped steadily through the wind and snow, and by the time we sat around the coffee table for breakfast at 5 a.m., we hadn't encountered any further accidents. At the table, Lin Yu was restless, her mouth moving several times as if she had a belly full of words she wanted to say. But every time she met Lin Xi's slightly cautionary gaze, she would obediently lower her head and silently poke at the food in her bowl, not daring to say more. Time quietly reached 5:50 a.m. Lin Xi and Su Wanwan finished cleaning up the dishes. Lin Xi pulled Su Wanwan aside and said to me, Brother Wu Di, the vegetables we planted 2 days ago should be ready for harvest today. Sister Su and I will go handle them. If you need anything, we'll have Xiaoyu call out. Su Wanwan nodded as well. They knew they couldn't help me here, so they tried their best to do whatever they could. Go ahead. I nodded and turned toward the driver's seat. Sister Wanwan, hurry up and go. You aren't needed here anymore. Xiaoyu and I can handle everything with Brother Wu Di, Lin Yu urged from the side, her tone full of eagerness. Lin Xi gave Lin Yu a helpless glare before heading into the domain space with Su Wanwan. As soon as I sat in the driver's seat, I saw Lin Yu rushing over from the back, standing beside me with an excited look on her face. Brother Wu Di, have you checked the communication channel? Look, everyone is talking about us. Lin Yu's voice carried an undisguised joy, her tone urgent as she reached out to gently tug at my sleeve. What's wrong? I knew exactly what had happened, but even though I felt a bit proud, I feigned calmness and asked, Brother Wu Di, you have no idea. Lin Yu immediately leaned in, her tone full of showing off and excitement, speaking at a rapid pace. The communication channel is blowing up. Everyone is asking how the points for the first place on the vehicle leaderboard suddenly jumped by 100,000. So many people are guessing if we're cheating. They're all asking if anyone has run into this first-place person. She spoke with great animation, her hands gesturing constantly, as if she were seeing the lively scene in the channel with her own eyes. Lin Yu kept chattering on, repeating the various speculations from the communication channel with a look of triumph. Listening to her rambling, I smiled helplessly and quickly interrupted. All right, I know. By the way, what about the blueprints I asked you to trade for in the communication channel? Did you find any suitable ones? I deliberately changed the subject, not wanting Lin Yu to keep rambling about the leaderboard. As soon as blueprints were mentioned, the excitement on Lin Yu's face faded slightly, and her tone became a bit helpless. Brother Wu Di, it's a bit difficult. Many people want to get our blueprints for free, or they are only willing to trade for some basic supplies. There's nothing of real value. No rush, take your time. Don't force it. As long as there are suitable blueprints that are useful to us, we'll go all out to get them. Don't worry about the rest. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Only then did she calm down a bit and sit in the passenger seat, her gaze turning to the wind and snow outside. My gaze followed hers toward the road ahead. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu couldn't help but speak, her tone carrying a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Brother Wu Di, do you think today? I turned my head and looked at Lin Yu. I didn't need to think to know what she was talking about. For the past 2 days, we had encountered a special scroll around noon, each time accompanied by a life-and-death struggle. I turned my gaze back outside. I don't know, but if it really happens again, we can't give up. Lin Yu nodded firmly. Brother Wu Di, I know. If we encounter any danger, I definitely won't panic like before. Whatever you say, I'll do. I looked at her earnest expression, didn't answer, and just nodded slightly. The RV returned to silence. Time passed slowly in the quiet. Before I knew it, the clock pointed to around 11 a.m. Just as I was deep in thought, my gaze suddenly paused as I discovered a fork in the road ahead. Shall she stop? Understood, Commander. The RV slowed down gradually and stopped in the middle of the fork. Lin Yu poked her head out, looking at the 2 roads covered in snow, her face full of confusion. Brother Wu Di, which way do we go? These 2 roads look exactly the same. I didn't have a conclusion either. Just as I was about to pick a road at random to continue, my peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the lucky pendant hanging on the center console, which was emitting a faint golden glow. The next second, a strong intuition suddenly rose in my heart. Go right. I immediately looked at the lucky pendant in surprise. I remembered clearly that the first silver supply crate I obtained was found because this lucky pendant had given me a warning. Since then, the pendant hadn't shown any abnormalities, and I had almost forgotten its existence. I didn't expect it to give a warning again at this fork in the road today. Lin Yu, who was beside me, also noticed the abnormality of the pendant and leaned in with wide eyes, looking amazed. Brother Wu Di, this gourd is glowing. What is this thing? She had never paid close attention to this pendant before, always thinking it was just an ordinary decoration. She would never have guessed that this inconspicuous little gourd was actually a gold-quality item. I withdrew my gaze and looked at the curious Lin Yu. It's a very useful item. At critical moments, it can guide us in the right direction. I didn't say much about the quality or specific function of the pendant. After speaking, I immediately instructed the center console. Shall she, go right. Understood, Commander. Lin Yu still curiously leaned toward the lucky pendant, staring at it carefully for a long time, but she couldn't see anything special. The curiosity on her face gradually faded, and she lost interest, sitting back in her seat. The RV moved slowly along the right fork. Not long after entering the fork, my gaze suddenly paused as I discovered 2 RVs and 2 SUVs parked on the side of the road not far ahead, the scene looking strangely chaotic. One of the SUVs was already tipped over in the snow. I signaled Xiaoxi to slow down. As the RV approached slowly, the scene became clearer, and yet, no one ahead had noticed a vehicle quietly approaching. From the perspective of the RV, I could see the entire battlefield. On one side, 2 people were leaning against the back of an RV. Not far away, behind another RV, another person was leaning, with a corpse lying in the snow nearby. Next to an SUV, someone was half-crouched, and behind the tipped-over SUV, another person was crouching. Through the snow curtain, I could only barely see that these people seemed to be holding weapons. Lin Yu was also poking her head out, looking at the scene. Brother Wu Di, we. She didn't finish her sentence, but her eyes were full of inquiry, clearly waiting for me to make a decision. I frowned, my gaze fixed on the front. Don't make a sound yet. Let's see what's going on with them. I didn't know the situation either, so I could only wait and see. However, the standoff lasted only a few minutes before the two men behind one of the RVs huddled together, seemingly whispering a few words. Then, as if they had reached some consensus, they stood up without hesitation and rushed into the RV beside them. Immediately after, the RV started slowly, clearly intending to evacuate. The SUV and the other RV nearby hesitated for a moment before quickly getting into their vehicles, starting them, and driving away one after another. In just a few minutes, the strange battlefield was left with only the tipped-over SUV and the person crouching beside it. Everyone was so focused on evacuating that no one noticed the RV parked quietly not far behind. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but still looked at me with some confusion. "Brother Wudi, what's going on? Why did they suddenly leave?" My gaze remained on the front. They probably stayed here too long and were afraid of attracting a monster siege. "Let's go. Let's get out and take a look." With that, I pushed open the door and stepped out first. Lin Yu followed closely behind, gripping her M9 pistol tightly. We walked quickly to the corpse. I crouched down and examined it carefully, discovering a sharp arrow embedded in the chest, a fatal wound. Then, we turned toward the tipped-over SUV. Only when we got close did we realize that all four tires of the SUV had been punctured by something sharp, and they were already flat, which might have been the cause of the rollover. Just as we approached the SUV, a weak and guarded voice suddenly came from behind it. "Don't come over. If you come any closer, I will." But the voice stopped abruptly, and there was no further sound. Lin Yu looked at me, her eyes full of confusion and vigilance, and whispered, "Brother Wudi, why? Why did she stop making noise? Let's go, she's passed out." We stepped over the tipped-over SUV and, sure enough, saw a woman lying in the snow. She was slender, wearing a thick black windbreaker, her hair matted against her forehead, her face covered in snow and dust, and her complexion was pale to the point of transparency. There was a clear gunshot wound on her left arm, blood staining her sleeve. Her eyes were closed, her breathing shallow, and she had already fainted. My gaze fell on the bow and arrows scattered beside the woman, and I frowned, deep in thought. I felt the style of the bow was exceptionally familiar. Lin Yu looked at the woman who had fainted on the ground, and then at me. "Brother Wudi, what should we do?" I pondered for a moment, and a thought suddenly flashed through my mind, making everything clear. No wonder it felt familiar. Wasn't the bow on the ground the cloud-piercing bow I had reinforced earlier? Could it be that the woman who fainted in front of me was Su Kursin, or was it just a coincidence? I stood there, feeling conflicted. I had heard the conversation between those two men earlier and knew that those people had actively attacked this woman. However, I couldn't help everyone who needed help, especially in this place where everyone was looking out for themselves. But then, I thought about how the lucky pendant had guided us to this road at the fork, and we just happened to encounter this battle, and just happened to find this woman left behind. Could it be that the lucky pendant's hint was never about the fork, but about this woman? Once this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed, making me even more hesitant. After standing there in deep thought for a long time, I finally made a decision. "Lin Yu, save her first. Bring her back to the vehicle to see how she is, then decide what to do next." When Lin Yu heard this, her eyes lit up slightly, and the vigilance on her face was replaced by a hint of joy and pity. She was kind by nature, and seeing the woman fainted in the snow and injured, she couldn't bear it. But she had been waiting for my decision and didn't dare to say more. Now that she had my instructions, she nodded immediately. "Okay, Brother Wudi." Without hesitation, she stepped forward and carefully picked up the woman, afraid of touching her bleeding wound. We quickly returned to the RV, and the temperature inside the cabin became much milder. Lin Yu held the woman and looked at me, her tone urgent. "Brother Wudi, her wound is still bleeding. I'll take her to the domain space to treat it." Without waiting for my response, she carried the woman and hurried toward the domain space. She knew Lin Shi and Su Wanwan were inside, and having their help would be safer. "Wait." I quickly called out to stop her, my tone serious. "Regardless of whether she's a good person or not, after you treat her wounds, tie her up first. Safety first." I knew that the physical attributes of Lin Shi, Su Wanwan, and Lin Yu had all exceeded 10 points, and ordinary people were no match for them. But human hearts were unpredictable, and I didn't dare to be careless. I had to be fully prepared. Lin Yu paused, nodded, and replied, I understand, Brother Wu Di. Don't worry, I'll handle it. With that, she carried the woman and ran into the domain space. The cabin was left with only me, and the voice of Xiao Shi from the center console. Commander, do you need to continue moving forward? Stop here. After speaking, my gaze involuntarily turned to the lucky pendant above the center console. The gourd-shaped pendant had returned to its original state, without a hint of golden light, as if the guidance just now had been an illusion. I frowned slightly and whispered to myself, what was the reason? Did you guide me here just for this woman? Countless questions welled up in my heart, but there were no answers, leaving me even more confused. After pondering for a moment, I put away my thoughts and instructed the center console. Xiao Shi, if we encounter monster attacks during this time, don't prompt me, just shoot them all. I didn't know how long we would be staying here, and I wasn't in the mood to pay attention to the movements of monsters. I just wanted to figure out the purpose of the lucky pendant and the woman's identity as soon as possible. Understood, Commander. Instruction recorded. If monster attacks are encountered, weapons will be activated directly to kill them. I leaned back in the driver's seat and closed my eyes, a sense of exhaustion creeping in. I didn't want to think about the purpose of the lucky pendant, nor did I want to dwell on the woman's identity. My chaotic thoughts made me feel a bit muddled, and I just wanted to empty my mind for a moment to relieve the irritability and confusion in my heart. The cabin was exceptionally quiet, and time passed slowly in the silence. A moment later, Xiao Shi's voice suddenly rang out, shattering the silence inside the cabin. Commander, a mutated behemoth has been detected approaching. I have initiated the 30mm autocannon to eliminate it. The monster is confirmed dead. This engagement consumed 15 rounds of high-explosive grenade, leaving 33 rounds remaining. I opened my eyes, snapping back to reality, and quickly turned to look outside. The blizzard was still raging, but the traces of the monster had already vanished. On the road not far ahead, a supply crate emitting a faint glow lay quietly. Clearly, it was the loot dropped by the creature I had just killed. I pushed open the door, stepped out, and walked straight to the supply crate. After bending down to collect it, I returned to the RV, sat back in the driver's seat, and cast my gaze out the window once more. There's no need for me to overthink this. Regardless of what the lucky pendant indicates, as long as I possess the strength to control everything, I have nothing to fear. Having reached this conclusion, I hesitated no longer. I stood up and walked directly into the domain space. As I stepped into the domain space, the scene before me came into view. Lin Shi, Su Wanwan, and Lin Yu were busy tending to the woman we had found in the snow, having laid out several clean, thick garments on the ground for her. How is she? Is the wound okay? I walked over, my eyes fixed on the wound on the woman's left arm, and asked softly. Lin Shi looked up, wiping a bead of sweat from her forehead. Big Brother Wu Di, it's all right. The bullet passed straight through. It didn't stay in her body. Although she lost quite a bit of blood, it didn't hit any vital organs. We've cleaned and bandaged the wound. As long as it doesn't get infected, she should be fine, Su Wanwan added. The only thing is that she remains unconscious, and her breathing is still very shallow. We have no idea when she'll wake up. Lin Yu leaned in, her face full of worry. Big Brother Wu Di, what if she never wakes up? I shook my head, my gaze falling on the woman's pale face. It's hard to say. It depends on her own constitution. But we can't wait here for her to wake up. We have to keep moving. We can't just stay in one place. Hearing this, a flash of hesitation crossed Lin Yu's face. Big Brother Wu Di, what about her vehicle? If she wakes up and doesn't have a vehicle, she won't be able to survive in this apocalypse. We can't stay here indefinitely, just waiting for her to wake up. Never mind her vehicle for now. Once she wakes up, we'll ask for the details and decide what to do then, I said firmly. Lin Shi looked at the two of them and spoke up at the right moment. Big Brother Wu Di is right. Let's continue our journey. We can discuss the vehicle issue with her once she wakes up. I nodded and looked at the three of them, my tone serious. Stay safe, and keep her bound securely. Do not let your guard down. Also, don't stay alone with her to avoid any trouble if she suddenly wakes up and turns hostile. Su Wanwan nodded quickly. Don't worry, Big Brother Wu Di. We'll be careful, We won't give her a chance. I didn't say anything more and turned to walk out of the domain space. Standing by the RV door, I thought for a moment before pushing it open and walking quickly toward the SUV that had overturned in the snow. I reached out and gently touched its body. Can't I dismantle a vehicle that has an owner? I muttered to myself. I pulled the door open and climbed into the overturned SUV. The interior was a mess, littered with debris. I only managed to find some packaged food. Other than that, there was nothing of value. I immediately turned and walked out of the SUV, heading back to the RV. As soon as I got on board, I saw Lin Shi stepping out of the domain space. Big brother Wu Di, I'm going to cook. Sister Su and Xiao Yu are watching her in the domain. They've tied her up securely, so don't worry. I nodded. Good. Thank you for your hard work. With that, I sat back in the driver's seat and commanded the center console. Xiaoxi, full speed ahead. Understood, Commander. Not long after, Lin Shi finished preparing lunch. She called Lin Yu and Su Wanwan, and after the four of us ate, the three of them hurried back to the domain space. I sat in the driver's seat, my eyes fixed on the snow-covered road ahead, my expression calm. The RV sped along. At this rate, we should have caught up with the three vehicles that had evacuated earlier, but as time passed, it was already 3 p.m., and there was still nothing outside but the raging blizzard. There was no sign of any other vehicles, as if they had never existed. Just as I was feeling puzzled, I heard light footsteps behind me. I turned slowly to see Lin Yu walking over and sitting in the passenger seat. I looked at Lin Yu. She was hanging her head, looking dejected and distracted, as if something was weighing on her mind. What's wrong? Lin Yu looked up, her eyes filled with confusion and sadness, and asked softly, Big brother Wu Di, do you think if it weren't for you, my sister, and I would be in the same situation as her? Seeing what the woman had gone through, she couldn't help but think of her and Lin Shi's own past, and her heart was filled with emotion and lingering fear. Seeing her dejected state, I immediately understood her thoughts. Don't think about the past. It's all over now. Cheer up, we have to keep moving forward. Lin Yu looked into my eyes, the sadness in her heart gradually fading, and she nodded firmly. The RV sped through the blizzard, both of us lost in thought. Time passed quietly, and around 4 p.m., my gaze suddenly fixed on a familiar supply point ahead. Xiaoxi, stop. Understood, Commander. The RV slowed to a stop. I pushed the door open and walked to the supply point to check it. There was only one blueprint. Low-temperature power compensation chip blueprint. Green quality vehicle item. Engine control chip. It can monitor ambient temperature and intake status in real time, automatically compensating engine power output when driving on low-temperature and snow-covered roads. It slightly increases torque and low RPM traction, maintaining ample power and smooth driving. Installation requirement, Level 2 or higher vehicle. Crafting requirement, Metal Block 1, Electronic Component 4. Looking at this blueprint, I felt a sense of helplessness. After continuous driving, I had accumulated 730 points, but the last two blueprints refreshed at the supply points were useless to me. They had no practical value. I sighed helplessly, gave up on redeeming it, and turned to walk back to the vehicle. Xiaoxi, continue at full speed. Understood, Commander. The RV started up again. Big brother Wu Di, what's wrong? Lin Yu seemed to notice the frustration on my face and asked softly. I shook my head. Nothing, just no suitable blueprints. It seems that the further we go, the harder it is to improve. Big brother Wu Di, I will definitely find useful blueprints. Lin Yu said, then opened the communication channel and stopped talking to me, seemingly focused on carefully reviewing all the information. Seeing Lin Yu's serious expression, the frustration in my heart dissipated a little, and I nodded gently. As Lin Yu quieted down, the RV fell into silence again. In the blink of an eye, it was past 5 p.m. At this moment, the door to the domain space opened, and Lin Shi and Su Wanwan stepped out, both looking a bit tired. Big brother Wu Di, we're out to make dinner. We checked the woman's wound again. Her breathing is steadier than before, but there's still no sign of her waking up. It looks like she won't be coming to any time soon. Lin Shi glanced at Lin Yu in the passenger seat and then at me. Su Wanwan didn't speak, but started tidying up silently, a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Even though the woman remained unconscious, she hadn't relaxed for a moment, keeping my instructions in mind. I nodded. Whether she wakes up or not doesn't affect us. Just keep an eye on her so she doesn't cause trouble when she does. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan didn't say anything more and quickly got to work. A moment later, they had prepared a simple meal. The four of us ate quickly without much conversation. After eating, I took out 2 supply crates, one dropped by the frost breath behemoth last night, and the other obtained from killing the mutated behemoth this afternoon. I placed them on the coffee table. You guys open them. I need to think about our future plans. Lin Shi nodded. Okay, Big Brother Wu Di, we'll tell you what we get. Su Wanwan also nodded gently. I turned and walked toward the driver's seat. Lin Yu sat obediently in the passenger seat, not saying another word, just quietly watching the snow outside the window and occasionally sneaking a glance at me, not daring to disturb my thoughts. Back in the driver's seat, I sorted through all my current gains. Anti-corrosion stealth composite coating blueprint, purple. Field bulletproof off-road tire blueprint, blue. Composite bulletproof crystallized glass blueprint, blue. Vehicle frame blueprint, blue. Turbo pulse engine blueprint, blue. Construct armor, black armor guard. Spirit fruit seed 1. Team up scroll 1. Energy core, blue, 1. Vehicle core 3. Gold talent fragment 1. Legendary talent fragment 1. Vehicle repair. Kit, gold quality. RPG, 7 heavy kill rocket launcher, purple. Assault annihilation warhead, special item. Gene reconstruction serum, special item. It looked like a bountiful harvest, but at this stage, it seemed I couldn't use any of it. These blueprints couldn't be crafted or enhanced because I lacked key materials like quantum primordial matter. The spirit fruit seed was a mystery. The team-up scroll was completely useless since I had the life and death bond contract from Lin Shi and Lin Yu. The talent fragments were still far from enough, and the energy cores and vehicle cores were temporarily useless. Finally, my gaze fell on the gene reconstruction serum. Gene reconstruction serum, special item, comprehensively optimizes human gene sequences, repairs genetic defects, and significantly improves physical constitution and environmental adaptability. Grants immunity to most viruses, radiation, and toxins, achieving an evolutionary level transformation at the core. Ineffective if constitution is greater than 200. Note: life iterates from here. The mortal body moves toward a new birth. Every breath is an evolution. I had been keeping this item carefully, struggling with who to give it to. My own constitution was already over 200, making it ineffective for me. Just as I was deep in thought, weighing my options, Lin Shi walked over quickly, holding 2 blueprints, a hint of joy on her face. Big Brother Wu Di, these are what Sister Su and I just opened. They are both vehicle item blueprints. See if they are useful. Vehicle energy saving control module blueprint, green quality vehicle item. Automatically initiates energy saving strategies when vehicle power is low, shutting down non-essential equipment, and prioritizing the stable operation of power, navigation, and heating systems. Intelligently optimizes energy consumption distribution, effectively extending range and survival time. Installation requirement, level 2 or higher vehicle. Crafting requirement, electronic component 5. Vehicle solar charging panel blueprint, green quality vehicle item. Uses high-efficiency photovoltaic modules to convert sunlight into stable electrical energy, charging the vehicle's battery and auxiliary circuits, reducing main energy consumption. Installation requirement, level 2 or higher vehicle. Crafting requirement, metal block 2, glass 2, plastic 1, rubber 1, electronic component 1. I took the blueprints, my expression complex. These 2 were just like the low-temperature power compensation chip from the supply point. For other survivors, they would be practical, life-saving items at this stage, but for me, they were meaningless. Ever since I installed the vehicle nuclear reactor, I had never worried about energy. The fuel I had scavenged along the way had piled up to 1,370 units in the domain space, lying there quietly without me even needing to touch it. Lin Shi had been watching my expression, and recalling that she had never seen the RV refuel, she immediately understood. Big Brother Wu Di, are these useless to us? Su Wanwan also looked at me, her eyes filled with a hint of anxiety. I nodded gently. Yeah, we don't lack power, and we don't lack energy. After a pause, I added, we can't use these, but they should be in high demand for other survivors. With that, I handed the 2 blueprints to Linyu. You have another task. Pay special attention to news about talent fragments. As long as they are willing to trade, the terms are negotiable. Linyu took the blueprints with both hands, as if accepting an important mission, and raised her hand solemnly. Commander, mission guaranteed. Seeing her serious demeanor, I couldn't help but smile. All right, don't overthink it. If they're useless, they're useless. It's no big deal. Su Wanwan and Lin Shi breathed a sigh of relief when they saw I really didn't mind. Lin Shi spoke again. Big brother Wu Di, there's also metal block 30, glass 30, electronic component 20. I waved my hand to interrupt. No need, just put them in the domain space. As long as it's within the vehicle's range, I can call upon them directly when crafting. Understood. Lin Shi nodded. Then, big brother Wu Di, sister Su, and I will go back to watch that woman. She looked at the passenger seat and saw that Lin Yu had already sat back down, head lowered, clearly having started the task of trading for blueprints and talent fragments. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan turned and walked into the domain space, and the cabin fell silent again. I leaned back in my chair, closing my eyes to think. Where should I use today's 5 talent enhancement opportunities? After a moment, I opened the vehicle panel. Vehicle, level 4 vehicle, top speed, 110 km per hour. Vehicle accessories/items, lucky pendant, gold, turbo pulse supercharged engine, purple, composite bulletproof crystallized glass, purple, heavy armor core frame, purple, vehicle nuclear reactor, orange, smart constant temperature refrigeration box, purple, atmospheric water collection unit, orange, vehicle global scanning radar, gold, 30 mm chain autocannon, orange, smart hub, gold, Titan armor piercing ram, purple, multispectral penetrating illumination unit, purple, composite, armor coating, gold, global stealth reconnaissance drone, purple, holographic shape-shifting camouflage, gold, ancient constructor, imperial divine armor, red, matrix stability tracks, gold. A glance showed that the lowest quality was purple. A smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. But the next second, the smile on my face froze. I suddenly realized the super alloy fortress armor, purple, I had installed before was gone. The heavy-duty explosion-proof off-road tire, blue, was gone, and even the reinforced adaptive tire locking tooth component, purple, on the tires had vanished. I looked at the top speed column. The original 240 km per hour had now become 110 km per hour. The smile on my face vanished completely. The cabin was silent. After a few seconds of silence, I finally let out a soft breath. Forget it. At least for now, the matrix stability tracks are the most practical in the snow. After struggling for a moment, I forced down the strange feeling in my heart and stopped thinking about the missing accessories. Today's 5 talent enhancement opportunities had to be used where they counted most. Finally, my gaze fell on the composite bulletproof crystallized glass blueprint, blue, vehicle frame blueprint, blue, and turbo pulse engine blueprint, blue. I remembered that when I upgraded the vehicle, these 3 were mandatory requirements. Since the ones currently installed were only purple quality, and although I lack materials, I would eventually need to enhance them. Since I didn't have better resources right now, I might as well enhance these 3 blueprints in advance. After hesitating for a moment, I also set my sights on the field bulletproof off-road tire blueprint, blue, and the energy core, blue, as these might also be needed later. Having made up my mind, I didn't hesitate and turned to look at Lin Yu. Although Lin Yu's eyes were fixed on the communication channel, most of her attention was still on me. When she felt my gaze on her, she immediately looked up, a flash of understanding in her eyes, and spoke first. Big brother Wu Di, is it for talent amplification? I'm ready. She leaned forward, her eyes full of anticipation. Will it increase by 100k points like last time? I glanced at her helplessly. What are you thinking? It's not that simple. Oh. Lin Yu sat back in the passenger seat, dejected, but still kept her eyes on me. I didn't pay any more attention to Lin Yu, took a deep breath, and directly initiated today's 5 talent enhancement opportunities. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Composite bulletproof crystallized glass blueprint, blue quality, has been promoted to Composite Bulletproof Crystallized Glass Blueprint, purple quality. Composite Bulletproof Crystallized Glass, purple quality vehicle accessory, can stably withstand medium-caliber firearm fire, high-speed shrapnel, and explosive impacts. Crafting requirement: metal block 10, glass 10, atomic mass matter 5. As expected, do all blueprints above purple quality require atomic mass matter? I muttered to myself, a flash of realization in my eyes. Without pausing, I continued to the next enhancement. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Vehicle Frame Blueprint, blue quality, has been promoted to Heavy Armor Core Frame Blueprint, purple quality. Heavy Armor Core Frame, purple quality vehicle accessory, strengthens the overall body structure, thickens core stress points, improves load-bearing and impact resistance, can withstand high-speed collisions and medium-sized explosive shock waves, effectively protecting body integrity. Crafting requirement: metal block 20, rubber 10, atomic mass matter 10. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Turbo Pulse Engine Blueprint, blue quality, has been promoted to Turbo Pulse Supercharged Engine Blueprint, purple quality. Turbo Pulse Supercharged Engine, vehicle accessory, adds a supercharging module to the core structure of the basic Turbo Pulse engine, significantly increasing power output, enabling the vehicle to achieve rapid starts, hill climbing, and passage through complex terrain. Speed plus 60, fuel consumption plus 50%. Crafting requirement: metal block 5, rubber 5, atomic mass matter 10. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Field Bulletproof Off-Road Tire Blueprint, blue quality, has been promoted to Field Bulletproof Off-Road Tire Blueprint, purple quality. Field Bulletproof Off-Road Tire, purple quality vehicle accessory. Tire strength and structure are comprehensively strengthened, significantly improving load-bearing and explosion-proof performance. Immune to punctures, cuts, and other scratches. Can withstand continuous close-range rifle fire. Fearless of extreme environments like high heat, severe cold, strong acid, and corrosion. Improves driving stability. Speed plus 40. Crafting requirement: metal block 10, rubber 10, atomic mass matter 5. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Energy Core, blue quality, has been promoted to High Energy Core, purple quality. All 5 enhancements were complete. I let out a long breath, leaned back in the driver's seat, and closed my eyes in exhaustion. What's wrong with today? I turned to look at the lucky pendant on the center console. Did you use up all my luck for today? After venting my frustration, my thoughts drifted involuntarily to the unconscious woman in the domain space. If you turn out to be useless after you wake up, Brother Wu Di, what's wrong? After applying talent amplification to me, Lin Yu kept her eyes on the vehicle leaderboard while secretly observing me. Seeing that the vehicle points hadn't budged and noticing me muttering to myself, she couldn't help but ask. I snapped back to reality and turned to look at Lin Yu. She had her large, round eyes wide open, her face full of adorable curiosity, and her lips were slightly pursed. She looked like she was being extra careful not to disturb me. The gloom in my heart dissipated instantly. I couldn't help myself. I reached out and gave her cheeks a firm rub. They felt soft and incredibly comfortable. Startled by the sudden action, Lin Yu's face turned bright red. She quickly shrank back, dodging my hands. With a panicked look in her eyes, she stammered, "Brother Wu Di, I." Watching her look so flustered and bashful, the last remnants of my frustration vanished completely. I couldn't resist teasing her. What about us? Oui. Lin Yu was left speechless, her cheeks turning so red they looked like they might drip blood. Before she could finish, she suddenly jumped up, covered her burning face, and scrambled back into the bedroom in a panic. I watched her fleeing back, my heart skipping a beat. Oh no, I didn't actually make the little girl angry, did I? Watching her rush into the bedroom, I felt the lingering softness on my fingertips. I froze for a few seconds, then shook my head, deciding to stop overthinking it. Since arriving in this perilous survival world, my core goal has always been the same: to survive. Everything else can be set aside for now. Besides, Even though I seem to be ahead of all the other survivors, I know deep down that the road to survival is never smooth. I clearly remembered the look in the eyes of the man I had eliminated in the snowstorm tournament. Perhaps what he meant back then was that one day, I would end up just like him. Tomorrow is the 5th day. What will happen? I turned to look out the window. The blizzard showed no signs of stopping. Every node in this survival world seemed to hide unknown dangers. If the first 4 days were like this, the 5th day would likely be anything but peaceful. Just as I was lost in my chaotic thoughts, Su Wanwan and Lin Shi emerged from the domain space together. Su Wanwan scanned the cabin and, not seeing Lin Yu, asked curiously, "Brother Wu Di, where is Xiao Yu? Why don't I see her?" Lin Shi chimed in, her tone tinged with helplessness. "Brother Wu Di, did Xiao Yu run off to sleep? I'll go deal with her." As she spoke, she turned to head toward the bedroom. A flicker of subtle embarrassment crossed my face, and for a moment, I didn't know how to answer. I couldn't exactly say that because I was in a bad mood. I'd teased Lin Yu on a whim and made her run off in embarrassment. Could I? I paused and managed to come up with an excuse. She isn't needed here for the moment, so I let her go back to rest. It's fine. Su Wanwan didn't think twice. She had always trusted me unconditionally. She nodded. I see. It's good to let her rest. She's worked hard. Lin Shi, however, keenly sensed the unnatural tone in my voice and the fleeting embarrassment on my face. She instantly guessed that things might not be as I described. She turned to Su Wanwan and said, "Sister Su, why don't you stay up with Brother Wu Di tonight? I'll go check on Xiao Yu. Cici, you should go rest too. You didn't sleep well last night." Su Wanwan didn't refuse and walked over to sit in the passenger seat. Lin Shi smiled, said nothing more, and turned toward the bedroom. Only Su Wanwan and I were left in the cabin, and the atmosphere grew quiet. Su Wanwan hesitated for a moment before speaking, her tone filled with both pity and a hint of wariness. "Brother Wu Di, that woman. Are we just going to keep watching her like this? If she never wakes up, what will we do? I'm not sure. We'll take it one step at a time. She's unconscious and poses no threat to us for now. Once she wakes up, we'll ask her what happened and decide then." Su Wanwan nodded. "Brother Wu Di, you should rest. I'll keep watch. Xiao Shi is here too, so if anything happens that I can't handle, I'll call you." I didn't refuse and nodded gently. I wasn't even sure what state I was in. My physique had long surpassed that of an ordinary person, and I needed very little sleep, yet I felt incredibly exhausted. I closed my eyes, leaned back in the chair, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. This time, I slept soundly. When I woke up again, a faint light was filtering in through the windows. I looked at the center console screen. The time was 5:40 a.m. I turned to the passenger seat, but Su Wanwan was gone. In her place sat Lin Shi, sitting quietly and staring out the window. Noticing I was awake, Lin Shi immediately turned around with a gentle smile. "Brother Wu Di, you're awake? Sister Su and I saw you were sleeping soundly, so we didn't wake you. Go freshen up, and I'll get you something to eat." With that, she stood up and headed to the kitchen. I stretched, got up to freshen up, and after Lin Shi brought over some warm food, I ate quickly and returned to the driver's seat. Lin Shi, sitting in the passenger seat, hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. "Brother Wu Di, about Xiao Yu." Hearing Lin Yu's name, I felt instantly awkward. I never expected to wake up to such an embarrassing topic. I quickly waved my hand. "I was just joking yesterday. I didn't mean anything else by it." Lin Shi couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Wu Di, I didn't say you meant anything else." Before I could breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Shi leaned in a bit closer, her tone playful. "Brother Wu Di, next time you want to rub someone's cheeks, you can rub mine. They're even softer than Xiao Yu's." I looked at her face, which had suddenly moved closer. The faint scent of her drifted toward me, and my heart skipped a beat. My fingertips subconsciously lifted, almost touching her cheek, but I forcibly suppressed the strange feeling, pulled my hand back, and shook my head helplessly. All right. By the way, did anything unusual happen last night?" Lin Shi sat up straight and dropped the playful tone. "We encountered a mutated giant beast last night. Xiao Shi activated the autocannon and killed it. I've already collected the dropped supply crate." I nodded, then remembered the unconscious woman in the domain space. I turned to look at Lin Shi, about to ask, But before I could speak, she seemed to guess my thoughts and said first, "That woman still hasn't woken up. Brother Wudi, I'm a bit worried about her. She's been unconscious for so long, she can't even eat. We have no way to save her." I was silent for a moment. Let's see how she is today. If she still doesn't wake up, we'll think of another way. She nodded and said nothing more, turning her gaze back to the window. The RV returned to a quiet state, moving steadily forward. However, after only about an hour, Yu rushed out from the domain, followed by a helpless-looking Su Wanwan. "Brother Wudi, look at the communication channel. Something big happened." Yu's face was full of urgency. She quickly tried to soothe her. "Xiaoyu, slow down. Don't rush. What happened?" I also looked at Yu with curiosity. For the usually lively Yu to be this panicked, something truly unusual must have occurred. Yu spoke rapidly. "Brother Wudi, look. So many people encountered anomalies today. Some said they ran into thunderstorms. Others said they were dragged into strange trials. Many people's vehicles were destroyed by lightning." Hearing this, I immediately opened my communication channel and scrolled through it carefully for a moment, finally understanding what she meant by anomalies. Did the disaster change again today? I wonder if this kind of lightning strike can break through my armor. I muttered to myself, my eyes fixed on the vehicle's armor panel as I pondered. After reading the messages, I looked up and noticed Lin Yu, and Su Wanwan all staring straight at me. "Why are you all staring at me like that?" Su Wanwan spoke first, her tone tinged with a hint of subtle anxiety. "Brother Wudi, are we going to encounter these thunderstorms and trials too?" She frowned. "It looks like today's anomalies are triggered randomly. I don't think we can avoid them." I nodded gently, clearly agreeing with She's assessment. "It's fine. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Just go about your business. If we encounter it, we'll handle it." "Ah." Yu suddenly let out a sound, her cheeks turning bright red. She avoided eye contact, didn't dare say another word, and scrambled back into the domain in a panic. I watched her hurried and slightly awkward retreat, sighed helplessly, and turned to Shi, asking for help. "Why don't you go explain what happened last night to her?" "I was just joking. I didn't mean anything by it. Don't let her stay awkward like this." Shi couldn't help but laugh and shook her head. "It's fine, Brother Wudi. Xiaoyu is just like that, thin-skinned and easily embarrassed. Once she calms down and thinks it through, she'll be fine by tonight. No need to explain." Su Wanwan, who had heard about the little incident between me and Yu from Shi, couldn't help but smile and nod. "I'll go keep Xiaoyu company and keep an eye on that woman, just in case she wakes up and causes trouble." With that, she turned and followed Yu into the domain. Seeing my helpless expression, Shi leaned in closer and added playfully, "How about I let you rub my cheeks to cheer you up?" I waved my hand, ignoring her teasing, and turned my gaze back out the window. My expression became focused as I silently monitored the road ahead, ready to deal with any potential anomalies. And so, the RV moved steadily forward all morning. The route remained a vast expanse of white snow, with no anomalies occurring, as if the thunderstorms and trials on the communication channel had nothing to do with us. It wasn't until around 11 a.m. that my gaze suddenly fixed and my expression turned serious. I finally saw the strange area ahead. Unlike the vast white snow surrounding it, the sky there was completely shrouded in ink-black clouds. Within the clouds, streaks of silver lightning darted and rolled, emitting deafening, rumbling sounds. The entire area exuded a heart-palpitating pressure, like a giant thunderstorm cage with its invisible jaws wide open, waiting for prey to step inside. Shi also noticed the anomaly ahead and quickly turned to me, her expression wary. "Brother Wudi, is that the thunderstorm area?" "Don't worry. If our vehicle can't withstand a thunderstorm like this, then no one at this stage can." My tone was firm, my eyes filled with confidence. Seeing my confidence, the worry in Shi's heart dissipated, and she nodded gently. As the RV continued forward, we finally arrived beneath the thunderstorm area. The roar of the lightning became deafening, as if it were exploding right beside our ears. I didn't even have Shi stop the vehicle. The RV drove straight into the area shrouded by the thunderstorm. The moment we entered, a system notification popped up. "Ding! Welcome to the Thunderstorm Ice Track Racing Trial. Rules. 1. 16 independent lanes are randomly assigned with no cross-interference. Switching lanes is prohibited during the trial. 2. Vehicle movement triggers a random lightning strike mechanism. High-speed driving may trigger chain lightning. 3. The area is subject to constant blizzards and extreme cold. The longer the vehicle stays, the faster the body loses heat. 4. Total length is 30 kilometers. Rewards are based on the time taken to reach the finish line. 5. Exiting the vehicle during the trial is prohibited. Doing so counts as a failure. The moment the RV entered the thunderstorm area, the surroundings changed abruptly. Beneath the sky-filling thunderstorm, a wide ice and snow race track spread out, with 16 independent lanes clearly marked. My RV stopped steadily in one of the lanes, right at the starting point of the trial. I looked around and saw that 10 other vehicles of various types were already parked in the other 15 lanes. Brother Wu-Di, I saw on the communication channel that maintaining a speed of 30 kilometers per hour is basically enough to pass safely without triggering strong lightning strikes. Lin, she said softly, cautiously observing the other vehicles while scrolling through the channel. I turned to Lin Shi, my tone calm but profound. What do you think we should do? I had naturally seen the content on the channel and understood the key point. The faster the vehicle moved, the more frequent and powerful the lightning strikes would be, not just for oneself, but randomly affecting vehicles in other lanes as well. Brother Wu-Di, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried our RV will be damaged by lightning. Having been with me for so long, she had long since figured out my personality and understood that in this survival world, if you don't fight for things, you just wait to die. Don't worry. A faint, confident smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Just then, a series of urgent shouts came from outside, breaking the brief silence before the start. I slowly opened the window. A man in his 30s with a fleshy face poked his head out of an RV in the adjacent lane. Brother, you saw the communication channel, right? We're all going to keep our speed at 30 kilometers per hour and drive slowly. Everyone can pass safely. Don't be a fool and rush ahead, looking for your own death. You hear me? I glanced at him. What about the others? Did you convince them all? The man sneered. Don't you read the channel? The ones who rushed ahead earlier had their vehicles blown up by lightning, and they're gone. Ask the others. Who doesn't know this rule? We're just afraid of greenhorns like you who don't know the rules and mess things up. His tone turned increasingly vicious. Last warning. Don't cause trouble, or we'll take you out first. You might not care about your life, but we do. My expression remained calm, and I closed the window without a word. Seeing that I remained calm but cold, Lin Shi didn't say anything more. Not long after, all 16 vehicles had arrived. Just then, a system notification interface popped up. Trial countdown starting. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, I said, Xiao Shi, increase speed to 40 kilometers per hour. Received, Commander. The RV started instantly, accelerating steadily, and soon reached 40 kilometers per hour, speeding toward the front of the track. The moment my RV accelerated, the vehicles in the other 15 lanes erupted in chaos, with curses flying back and forth. Holy crap! Is this kid sick? He dares to accelerate. Damn it! That guy already warned him, and he still dares to rush. What a greenhorn! Many people opened their windows and poked their heads out to curse at my RV, their voices filled with anger and mockery. Show off. Think your car is so great. Wait until you get blown up by lightning. Damn it. Don't drag us down just because you're looking for death. The man in his 30s was so angry his face turned blue, and he roared at my RV. Can you not understand human speech? If you want to die, don't drag us with you. Before the curses could stop, a streak of silver-white lightning suddenly struck down from the ink-black clouds with a deafening boom, hitting the roof of my RV precisely. Seeing this, the people in the other lanes stopped cursing and began to laugh with schadenfreude, their mockery resuming. Huh? Here it comes. Serves you right. Let's see you show off now. Laughing my head off. He got hit the moment he accelerated. That's what you get for showing off. I said he wouldn't last 3 minutes, and I was right. Wait and see his car turn into scrap metal. However, the next second, everyone's smiles froze, and the mockery ceased abruptly. They stared at my RV, dumbfounded and in total disbelief. After the powerful lightning struck the RV, There was no explosion, and it left no marks, as if it had vanished into thin air. Not only was the RV not damaged, but its speed didn't even slow down. It continued to move steadily at 40 kilometers per hour, the body not shaking in the slightest. Inside the cabin, Xiao Shi's voice sounded. "Commander, lightning strike detected. Armored kinetic energy recovery system activated. Currently, the vehicle has no corresponding electrical storage equipment, so the recovered kinetic energy cannot be stored and will dissipate naturally." I nodded slightly. Xiao Shi, full speed ahead, straight to the finish line. "Received, Commander." Following Xiao Shi's response, the RV's speed soared, climbing from 40 kilometers per hour and quickly breaking past 100 kilometers per hour, racing across the frozen track. The people in the other 15 lanes watched my RV get faster and faster, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. The shock on their faces lingered, soon replaced by intense anger and unwillingness. Holy crap! How is this possible? His car is actually fine. Damn it! What kind of car is he driving? How can it withstand lightning? Damn! How is he driving so fast on this surface? The curses started again, more intense than before, but they were helpless and could only watch as my RV disappeared at the end of the track. Shortly after my RV disappeared, boom, 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 continuous explosions erupted. Every time lightning struck a vehicle, it was accompanied by a violent explosion, sending debris flying and smoke billowing. In less than 10 minutes, all 15 vehicles had been reduced to scrap metal by lightning. The track was left in a mess, and not a single person survived. On the other side, in less than 20 minutes, my RV broke through the finish line. The moment we crossed, it felt like passing through an invisible storm barrier. I looked through the rearview mirror. The thunderstorm area shrouded in ink-black clouds and ravaged by lightning still existed behind us, as if the racing trial had been nothing more than a brief interlude. Immediately after, the system notification popped up on time. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Thunderstorm Ice Track Racing Trial in 19 minutes and 20 seconds. Ding! The completion treasure chest will be delivered to your personal space after 1800 hours today. I looked at the center console screen, my gaze pausing slightly. We entered the trial at 7:09 a.m., and the clock now showed 7:41 a.m. Is it calculating the actual time spent this time? I muttered to myself, pondering. After rushing out of the thunderstorm area, the RV continued to speed through the vast white snow. The cabin fell into a brief silence. A moment later, Lin she spoke softly, her tone gentle but firm. "Brother Wu Di, I know the cruelty of this world, and I understand your thoughts. I will prove that I can keep up with your pace and won't hold you back." I turned to look at Lin Shi, my tone steady and concise. "I know. I have never doubted you." Lin Shi looked into my eyes and nodded heavily. Afterward, the RV fell silent once more. Along the way, aside from the blizzard swirling across the sky, there were no other anomalies. It felt as if today's crisis had temporarily subsided along with the conclusion of the thunderstorm trial. However, just past 10 o'clock, Lin Yu and Su Wanwan emerged from the domain space together, their faces showing a mix of urgency and delight. Su Wanwan spoke first. "Wu Di, she's awake. The woman who was unconscious is awake." I turned my head alongside Lin Shi, a flash of surprise crossing our eyes before we exchanged a look. "You go, Wu Di. I'll stay here and keep an eye on the situation outside. If anything unusual happens, I'll call you immediately," Lin Shi said, taking the initiative. I nodded slightly, said nothing more, and turned to follow Lin Yu and Su Wanwan into the domain space. Inside the domain space, Su Kursin was sitting on the ground alone. Her wrists were tightly bound by rough rope, and her ankles were tied with the same material, forcing her to keep her legs slightly curled. She looked completely bewildered, her eyes hollow, her face still pale and weak. Her hair was messy and knotted, her clothes stained with blood and dirt. Faint traces of blood seeped through the edge of the bandage on her left arm. Her bound hands struggled instinctively, only to be met with the painful bite of the tightening rope. Her mind was a chaotic blur as she recalled fragmented images. She had been traveling through the vast snowy wilderness when she was suddenly attacked by unknown assailants. In a moment of desperation, she had shot one of them, leading to a tense standoff where both sides were too cautious to make a move. Then, for some reason, the attackers had all left. She had struggled to stand, but the sharp pain from her wounds and the dizziness of blood loss overwhelmed her. Her consciousness had faded, and before passing out, she remembered hearing faint voices. After that, she had fallen into an endless darkness. She had no memory of when her hands and feet had been bound. "Where am I?" Sue Curson muttered to herself, her eyes scanning the surroundings in confusion. Her heart was filled with doubt, and as she moved her bound hands, the rope rubbed against her skin, causing a dull ache. She looked up at the sky. There was no sun, no dark clouds, only a soft, pale white glow dotted with light, wispy clouds, providing a comfortable warmth. The ground was covered in soft soil, and not far away lay a cultivated vegetable patch. The vegetables had already been harvested, leaving only green stalks and scattered leaves, bearing the marks of a recent harvest. A sense of unreality washed over her. She instinctively rubbed her arm with her bound hands, and the sharp, clear pain that followed made her wonder, could the dangerous, precarious survival world have just been a nightmare? A sharp sting in her left arm interrupted her thoughts. She lowered her head with effort and touched her left arm with her bound right hand. The sleeve had been cut open, and the wound had been simply dressed with a clean bandage. Yet, she could still feel the throbbing pain and the lingering heat beneath the dressing. At that moment, Sue Curson realized that the danger, the pain, and the ropes on her body were not a dream. They were real. But where is this? Who saved me? And why am I tied up? Was it the people who arrived at the end? Sue Curson frowned, her bound hands clenching slightly. She sank into deeper confusion, her eyes filled with unease, doubt, and a trace of hard-to-detect vigilance. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, she felt the sound of light footsteps approaching. Someone was standing in front of her. She snapped her head up and saw 3 people standing not far away. The man in the lead had a tall, sturdy build and wore a black tactical jacket. The girl beside him wore a clean JK uniform, and another girl with a high ponytail wore a bright hoodie and sweatpants. Looking at these 3 strangers, Sue Curson's eyes grew even more bewildered. Her lips moved, her voice weak and raspy. "You? Where am I? Did you save me?" I had followed Lin Yu and Su Wanwan into the domain space. As soon as I stepped in, I saw Sue Curson sitting on the ground, her back slightly straight, brows furrowed, her eyes hollow yet thoughtful, unaware that anyone had entered. It wasn't until the 3 of us drew closer and the sound of our footsteps broke the silence that Sue Curson snapped back to reality. She looked up, her gaze landing on us, her eyes still full of confusion as she repeated, "You? Where am I? Did you save me?" Lin Yu, the most impatient of us, didn't rush forward but spoke first, her tone playful and seeking credit. "Big sister, it was Wu Di and I who saved you. You were unconscious in the snow, and I was the one who carried you back." Su Wanwan, standing to the side, was not as relaxed. She remained vigilant, her hands slightly clenched, her eyes fixed on Sue Curson with a scrutinizing gaze, not letting her guard down for a second. I took a step forward, my gaze calm as it rested on Sue Curson. My tone was steady, skipping the pleasantries to get straight to the point. "What is your name?" Sue Curson licked her chapped lips, her voice still weak as she replied truthfully, "My name is Sue Curson. Thank you for saving me." She paused, her eyes turning vacant again as she asked, "Where exactly is this? If the freezing cold and the attacks weren't a dream, could this place be another illusion?" My heart skipped a beat. I had vaguely suspected that the woman before me was Sue Curson, but hearing the name confirmed felt somewhat surreal. Suppressing my doubts, I kept my tone calm and unquestionable. "Take everything out of your wristband storage." Even though I had confirmed her identity, I didn't lower my guard. When I checked the vehicle she had left behind earlier, I found it completely empty, containing almost nothing. Upon hearing this, Sue Curson seemed to remember something. Her eyes tightened, and she hurriedly twisted her bound hands, struggling to operate her wristband. Her tone was urgent. "Where's my bow? Did you see my bow?" As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to realize something and stopped worrying about the bow, instead dumping everything from her wristband storage in a pile in front of her. "That's all there is," Sue Curson said, looking at the items on the ground with a hint of helplessness. All my resources went into upgrading my vehicle. The most valuable thing was my cloud-piercing bow, which should be in your hands by now, right? She looked at me, testing the waters. My gaze swept over the items on the ground. A few pieces of women's clothing and a small amount of basic materials. Aside from that, there was nothing of value. I frowned slightly, my confusion deepening, but I didn't press her about the conflict with the attackers. In this dangerous survival world, any conflict was unremarkable, and asking more wouldn't change anything. After a moment of contemplation, I spoke again. Show me your talent. Since there were no valuable resources, the only thing I could think of was her talent. Perhaps that was the only significant thing about her. Sue Curson looked at my cold expression. Despite her reluctance and confusion, she knew her current situation. Without saying a word, she obediently operated her wristband, clearly displaying her talent attributes to the three of us. Turn misfortune into fortune. Silver grade talent. When you and your team encounter a fatal crisis, there is a probability of triggering an unexpected turning point to resolve the danger. Looking at the talent description, my eyes flickered. I thought to myself, this woman is truly suited for this talent. The coincidence when I traded for the cloud-piercing bow, and the fact that we found her unconscious in the snow. Could these all be effects of this talent? Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim, her tone full of surprise. Wu Di, this talent is amazing. With this, does it mean we won't encounter danger anymore? Su Wanwan also relaxed her vigilance slightly. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she turned to look at me, clearly agreeing with Lin Yu and wanting to hear my opinion. I looked at their innocent expressions and twitched my lips, feeling speechless. They were still too naive, underestimating the cruelty of this world. How could a silver-grade talent completely avoid danger? I opened my mouth, but in the end, I didn't explain, simply shaking my head helplessly. After a moment of silence, I looked at Sue Curson again. You will stay here to recover for now. Your vehicle is gone. Don't harbor any crooked thoughts. Just behave yourself. Having said that, I stopped looking at her and signaled to Lin Yu and Su Wanwan to leave the domain space. Sue Curson watched our retreating backs, her eyes lost in confusion again as she muttered to herself. So, where am I exactly? She instinctively twisted her bound hands and feet, the rope biting into her skin. Sue Curson sighed softly and decided to abandon all her chaotic thoughts. For now, healing her wounds and figuring out the situation here was the most important thing. I returned to the vehicle cabin with Lin Yu and Su Wanwan. Lin, she was sitting in the driver's seat, her gaze focused on the snowy road ahead. Hearing us, she glanced back to confirm we were safe, then returned her attention to the road without asking a single question. The three of us sat around the coffee table in the middle of the cabin. Lin Yu couldn't hold back, leaning toward me with an urgent tone. Wu Di, what now? Are we really going to keep Sue Curson in the domain space forever? I frowned, my expression filled with perplexity. I pondered repeatedly. Was the guidance of the lucky pendant really just about Sue Curson? And what about her? Turn misfortune into fortune talent. What did it imply? Was it a hint that we would face an unpredictable, fatal disaster? But if it were a disaster that even I couldn't handle, what kind of terrifying scene would that be? Wu Di, why don't you rest for a while? Su Wanwan said, seeing my troubled expression. She knew I was lost in thought. She then pulled the confused Lin Yu toward the driver's seat, lowered her voice, and told Lin Shi everything that had happened in the domain space. Time passed slowly until lunch. Lin Yu, Su Wanwan, and Lin Shi saw that I was still frowning, deeply immersed in my own thoughts, and none of them dared to interrupt. They knew I was weighing the pros and cons. Even when the RV passed a supply point, Lin Shi called out to me, but I remained at the table, completely unaware, still lost in my thoughts, and hearing nothing. Taking advantage of the gap, Lin Yu and Su Wanwan quietly entered the domain space to deliver food and water to Sue Curson before returning to the cabin. And so, the RV continued silently through the vast snowstorm. By dinner time, Lin Shi walked over and sat opposite me. Wu Di, why don't we just ignore her for now? Her hands and feet are tied. She can't stir up any trouble, and there won't be any issues. It's just one extra mouth to feed, and with our current reserves, we can afford it. Besides, nothing has happened yet. Lin Shi's words were like a thunderclap, instantly breaking my train of thought. I looked up at her calm eyes, stunned for a moment, before slowly coming back to my senses. A look of relief appeared on my face. You're right. I seem to have been overthinking. While unknown dangers are indeed terrifying, we have to face them eventually, and besides, nothing has happened yet. With that, I let out a soft sigh of relief. The confusion and heaviness that had been weighing on my heart dissipated, and my expression gradually relaxed. Afterward, the four of us finished dinner and cleared the table. It was exactly 1800 hours. As Su Wanwan's talent treasure chest refreshed on schedule, the system notification popped up. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the Thunderstorm Ice Track Racing Trial in 19 minutes and 20 seconds, earning first place. Ding! The clearance treasure chest has been delivered to your personal space. A flash of joy crossed my eyes. Without hesitation, I opened my personal space, took out the treasure chest, and placed it on the table. You guys open it. I stood up and walked to the driver's seat, looking out the window. I'll keep an eye on the situation outside. Wu Di, look. Look, I heard Lin Yu's excited cry. As I turned around, the three of them walked toward me with excited expressions. Lin Shi showed me the item attributes. Vehicle Modification Book, Xuanwu Main Battle Tank. After use, the current vehicle will be permanently modified into a Level 6 Xuanwu Main Battle Tank. Once modified, the vehicle level is permanently locked and cannot be upgraded further. Xuanwu Main Battle Tank, 6.2 m long, 3.4 m wide, 2.5 m high. Equipped with a constant temperature ventilation system, tracked all-terrain drive, max speed 75 km per hour, full composite armor structure, gold quality. Can withstand direct fire from 35 mm caliber ammunition and below, and resist shrapnel, impact damage, explosive shock, and light weapon damage from 82 mm caliber and below, equipped with 76 mm rifled gun, gold quality. 12.7 mm coaxial vehicle heavy machine gun, purple quality. 35 mm grenade launcher, gold quality. Basic ammunition reserve, 40 rounds of 76 mm shells, 500 rounds of 12.7 mm machine gun ammo, 40 rounds of 35 mm grenades. Using the blueprint permanently unlocks the synthesis recipe for the corresponding ammunition. My gaze landed on the modification book in Lin Shi's hand. My pupils contracted slightly, and a surge of shock washed over me. Especially the gold quality 76 mm rifled gun. The mere thought of its power was chilling. At this stage, no vehicle could likely withstand a hit from that main gun. But this shock lasted only a moment before being replaced by deep conflict. My brows furrowed tightly as my eyes lingered on the words, permanently locked at level 6. My heart filled with mixed emotions. Permanently locked meant what? It meant this vehicle had no room for growth, no way to upgrade, no way to break through. I instinctively thought of my current RV. My vehicle was not only equipped with gold quality weapons, but also several orange items, and even a red quality armor. It had both offense and defense, and most importantly, it had infinite potential. For others, this reward would be a massive gain, a significant boost to their strength without conditions. But for me, it was a downgrade. Lin Shi, Lin Yu, and Su Wanwan watched my expression shift, none of them speaking, just waiting quietly. Wu Di, what's wrong? Finally, Lin Yu couldn't help but tug on my sleeve, asking in a small voice, her eyes full of curiosity and concern. Her voice pulled me back to reality. I shook my head gently. Nothing. This blueprint is powerful and should be enough to handle all current crises. Lin Shi, being observant, saw the conflict in my eyes and spoke softly, testing the waters. Wu Di, is this modification book useless to us? I nodded slowly. If we use it, the vehicle will be locked at level 6 forever and can never grow again. We don't want temporary strength. We want to keep getting stronger. Giving up a vehicle with growth potential for one with a fixed level is not worth it. Lin Shi nodded in understanding. Wu Di, besides this modification book, the treasure chest also yielded 200 points, a silver grade talent fragment, and this item. She displayed the item attributes before me. Kinetic energy amplifier, purple quality vehicle item, power enhancement device. Optimizes vehicle power transmission efficiency, Stably improves energy utilization and instantaneous output intensity. After activation, energy consumption plus 100%, speed plus 50. Installation requirement, level 4 or higher vehicle. Seeing the attributes, a surge of joy flashed in my eyes. I had been troubled by the fact that the matrix stability tracks had slowed down my vehicle, and here was an item that solved the problem perfectly, and it was a finished product. Woody, this is the blueprint I got from my talent treasure chest today. Su Wanwan stepped forward and handed me a blueprint. I took it and checked the attributes. Holographic projection system blueprint, blue quality vehicle item. Generates a virtual vehicle projection identical to the actual vehicle, synchronizing with vehicle dynamics to achieve short-range visual deception, effectively interfering with naked eye observation and conventional optical monitoring. Crafting requirements: metal block 2, plastic 2, glass 2, electronic component 10. Installation requirement: level 2 or higher vehicle. My joy grew. Unexpectedly, aside from the unusable modification book, all the other items and blueprints were exactly what I needed. I put away all the blueprints and items, pondered for a moment, and looked at the three of them. What are your current constitution stats? Lin Yu spoke first, her tone proud. Wu Di, I know. My sister and I both have 14 points in constitution, plus the contract bonus. That's 19 points. Su Wanwan has 21 points. Wu Di, there are only 4 units of that blue quality beast meat left, Lin Shi added. She was in charge of cooking and knew the cabin's reserves best. I recalled that I had indeed traded most of the blue quality meat for points, and with the 3 of them consuming it daily, the remaining amount was expected. Since we've encountered it before, we might encounter it again, I said, pausing. Well, don't eat the rest for now. I have a use for it. I stood up, went to the fridge in the corner, took out 3 pieces of blue quality meat, and stored them in my personal space. Wu Di, Su Wanwan, and I will go give Su Kursin some food and try to communicate with her to understand the situation, Lin Shi said, pulling Su Wanwan along. Go ahead, sisters, Lin Yu said, immediately pulling me toward the driver's seat. Wu Di, you do your thing, I'll watch outside. Lin Yu looked forward to this time every day. I looked at Lin Yu helplessly. This girl seemed to have forgotten everything from yesterday. She was back to her usual, lively self. I sat down at the driver's seat. All right, give me the talent amplification. Oh, big brother Wu Di, don't you need to think for a while today? Lin Yu stood by, looking stunned. In the past, before every enhancement, I would ponder for a long time before letting her apply my talent amplification. No need, let's get straight to it. I shook my head gently, my tone firm. Most of the blueprints I currently held lacked core materials, making further enhancement impossible for the time being. I already had a clear goal for today and didn't need to waste any more time. Although Lin Yu was puzzled, she didn't ask further and steadily applied her talent amplification to me. I took a deep breath and, without further hesitation, began today's enhancements. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. Dog Meat, Blue Grade, has been promoted to Dog Meat, Gold Grade. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. Dog Meat, Blue Grade, has been promoted to Dog Meat, Gold Grade. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. Dog Meat, Blue Grade, has been promoted to Dog Meat, Gold Grade. Dog Meat, Gold Grade consuming 1 unit permanently increases physique by plus 100. Note: contains a violent yet pure power of life transformation. Effects diminish with repeated use. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. Talent Fragment, Silver Grade, has been promoted to Talent Fragment, Legendary Grade. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. Kinetic Energy Amplifier, Purple Grade, has been promoted to Supercore Power Module, Orange Grade. Supercore Power Module, Orange Grade Vehicle Item. Reconstructs the vehicle's power link to achieve efficient energy conversion and extreme bursts. When activated, energy consumption plus 300%, speed plus 100%, and improves overall vehicle response and handling stability. Installation requirement: level 4 or higher vehicle. A series of system notifications rang out. leaving me completely stunned. My rule breaker talent only had a 30% chance of a direct 2-tier promotion. Even with Lin Yu's talent amplification, the best luck I'd ever had was 2-tier promotions. Yet today, all 5 consecutive enhancements triggered a 2-tier promotion. Big Brother Wu Di, what's wrong? Lin Yu asked softly, looking uneasy. You've been acting strange all day. Are you not feeling well? Hearing her, I turned my head and stared straight at her, my eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Oh, Big Brother Wu Di, what are you doing? Flustered by my gaze, Lin Yu dodged my eyes, her cheeks instantly flushing a faint red. Unbidden, thoughts of yesterday flooded her mind, and her voice became stuttered. If you want to pinch, just a little bit, don't use too much force. What are you thinking about? I realized what she meant and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. I shook my head helplessly. I just think today is too abnormal. As soon as I spoke, my gaze fell back on her face. The young girl was looking down slightly, her cheeks as red as ripe apples, even her earlobes tinged with pink. Her large eyes darted toward me timidly, looking both naive and adorable. I couldn't help myself. I reached out and gave her cheek a gentle pinch. As my fingertips touched her warm, soft cheek, I kneaded it twice. It felt delicate and soft, like squishing a marshmallow. It had been a whim, but after doing it, seeing her wide-eyed gaze fixed on me, I felt a bit embarrassed. My fingers paused, and I quickly pulled back, clearing my throat to hide my awkwardness. Lin Yu was indeed shy, her cheeks flushed, but having gone through what happened yesterday, she wasn't as flustered as before. She just kept her head slightly bowed. Big Brother Wu Di, are you worried about encountering danger later? She suddenly asked, looking up with a serious expression. Though she didn't know the specifics, she wasn't truly oblivious. Connecting it to Su Kursin's turn misfortune into fortune talent, she had guessed a thing or two. I looked at her earnest face and couldn't help but smile. It's not what you think. Although I don't know what will happen in the last 2 days, perhaps, as you said, with Su Kursin here, we won't face any danger. Lin Yu's eyes brightened. She opened her mouth to say something, Big Brother Wu Di, I think, but swallowed the words. She had intended to suggest letting Su Kursin join the team. After experiencing the life and death bond contract, she felt its power was truly miraculous. But remembering how guarded I was toward outsiders, she quickly changed the subject. I'm going to find my sister to see how they're getting along. With that, she hurriedly stood up and ran off. Watching her run off mid-sentence, I shook my head and turned to look at the lucky pendant hanging above the center console, whispering to myself, perhaps you really are here to guide us away from danger so we can safely pass these last 2 days. Xiaoxi, I've installed a new item. Run a check. Received, Commander. Supercore power module detected. Current maximum vehicle speed can reach 220 km per hour. Commander, the radar is currently unusable. It is recommended to maintain a speed of 110 km per hour. Maintain that speed. Received, Commander. Afterward, I leaned back in the driver's seat, looking out the window with a furrowed brow, pondering, what exactly will happen in these last 2 days? The unknown danger felt like a heavy stone pressing on my heart. I don't know how much time passed before I heard soft footsteps behind me. I glanced at the time on the center console, 22:32. I turned slowly to see Lin Shi, Su Wanwan, and Lin Yu emerging from the domain space, walking straight toward me. Lin Shi spoke first. Big Brother Wu Di, we talked with Su Kursin for a long time and learned about her past experiences. I nodded slightly. I could roughly guess what happened. It was nothing more than trouble caused by resources and her appearance. Lin Yu suddenly leaned in. Big Brother Wu Di, I think Sister Su is actually quite nice. She was very sincere when she spoke and didn't hide anything. Su Wanwan stood by and nodded gently. She really doesn't seem like a bad person. Hearing Su Wanwan's words, I was slightly surprised and instinctively glanced at her. I knew that among the 3, she had always been the most cautious regarding outsiders. I didn't continue the topic, quickly interrupting them. As I spoke, I took 3 units of gold-grade dog meat from my inventory and handed them to Lin Shi. You all must be tired. Have a late-night snack. Their eyes fell on the attribute interface, and they all froze instantly, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Yu was the first to react, her eyes wide. Her tone was excited and jubilant. Wow. Big brother Wu Di. This. If I eat this, will I become a superhero? No. I should be a Sailor Moon. Lin Shi glared at Lin Yu, then looked at me. Big brother Wu Di. This. I waved my hand quickly. I don't need it anymore. If any unpredictable risks occur later, at least our team's strength will be higher, and you'll be able to protect yourselves. I wasn't lying. Since Su Wanwan joined the team, my physique attribute had already reached 1556 under the amplification of the life and death bond. I couldn't even fully utilize my current physique attribute. Lin Yu immediately straightened her back, looking determined. Big brother Wu Di, don't worry. I will definitely protect you and my sisters. Su Wanwan smiled and reached out to gently stroke Lin Yu's hair. That's right. Our Xiao Yu is the best, and will definitely protect everyone. Being petted by Su Wanwan, Lin Yu instantly felt shy, her cheeks heating up, and her earlier imposing demeanor vanished without a trace. Lin Shi, watching from the side with a smile, turned to me in the driver's seat. Big brother Wu Di, do you need me to make you a late-night snack? Don't worry about me. I shook my head. Once I said that, I ignored the others, my gaze returning to the outside of the vehicle, my expression grave. We had been traveling at full speed through the night. According to past patterns, we would encounter monster attacks around midnight every day. Coupled with today's series of anomalies, I felt a heavy weight in my heart and couldn't afford to be distracted, unable to guess what kind of danger we would face tonight. Time ticked by, and suddenly, a few dull thuds came from behind. I turned around sharply to see Lin Shi, Su Wanwan, and Lin Yu all collapsed on the floor. I was stunned for a moment before realizing this was exactly what happened to me during my previous 2 massive physique spikes. Their bodies couldn't handle the sudden surge of power and had fainted uncontrollably. How could I have forgotten this? I cursed under my breath, quickly walking over to pick them up one by one and carrying them to the bedroom. After settling them in, I returned to the driver's seat, my nerves even more frayed. I stared fixedly at the vast wind and snow outside, not daring to slack off for a second. 040. The RV, which was moving at high speed, was suddenly yanked by an invisible hand. Its speed plummeted, the vehicle shook violently, and it gave a slight jolt. Commander, abnormal situation detected. Xiaoxi's notification sounded immediately. Stop the vehicle. My tone was steady, without a hint of panic. Received, Commander. The RV came to a steady halt. I looked out the window and saw the glass covered in dense, cold glowing white threads, layered so thickly they almost completely blocked my view. I frowned, my heart filled with confusion. What is this? Before I could think further, Xiaoxi's notification came again. Commander, Snowfield Hunter detected. I immediately looked at the center console screen, where the monster information appeared clearly. Snowfield Hunter, an ambush-type mutated arachnid at the top of the extreme cold food chain. Body length 3.2 meters, torso like obsidian covered in frost, weight about 650 kilograms, appears in groups. Attack method, primarily silent ambushes. Legs covered in sharp barbs. Chelicerae possess potent neurotoxins. Skills, sprays high-concentration supercooled water mist that crystallizes upon contact. Can spit extreme cold spider silk. Trait, upon receiving a fatal attack, the egg sac in the body activates, hatching a large number of spiderlings. Weakness, extremely afraid of high-frequency sound waves and sustained high-temperature flames. Abdominal chitin is thin. Seeing the words extreme cold spider silk, I suddenly understood. But when I looked outside, there was only a vast expanse of wind and snow, and I saw nothing. Ambush, and they lay eggs? Xiaoxi, use the autocannon to fire indiscriminately in all directions. Clear the ammunition. Received, Commander. Following Xiaoxi's voice, a continuous, violent barrage of cannon fire erupted from the roof. Firelight exploded in the pitch-black night, and the scorching shells covered every direction, dyeing the surrounding wind and snow a deep orange red. Under the firelight, those snowfield hunters that had been hidden in the snow finally revealed their true forms. Their black bodies twisted and struggled in the flames. Before they could spray their deadly supercooled mist, They were torn to shreds by the dense rain of bullets. A few monsters that tried to approach the vehicle were hit directly by incendiary shells. Their hard carapaces melted rapidly in the high heat, and their bodily fluids were instantly evaporated before they could even spill out. After a full 5 minutes, the surrounding firelight slowly dissipated. I focused my gaze and finally saw the familiar supply crate on the road not far away. So this is the top of the food chain? With artillery washing the ground, where can you possibly hide? I then pushed open the door, stepped out to quickly retrieve the supply crate, and returned to the vehicle. Xiaoxi, continue forward. Received, Commander. The second half of the night remained as peaceful as ever, with no further monster attacks. I knew that based on past experience, the second half of the night should be safe, but the series of strange events from the day before was like a thorn in my side. I couldn't fully relax, remaining on high alert the entire time, not daring to slack off in the slightest. At 6 a.m. sharp, a system notification popped up. Ding! Points earned today are doubled. Ding! Supply point refresh frequency increased today. Points doubled? More frequent supply points. I frowned, whispering to myself, my eyes filled with suspicion and vigilance. Is this a chance for everyone to improve before the stage ends? No, that's absolutely impossible. This survival world had always been cruel and merciless. There were never any free benefits without reason. Behind the anomaly, there must be an unknown crisis hidden. Just then, the bedroom door was pushed open. Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu emerged one after another. They were dressed in clean clothes, their faces flushed with the glow of a good night's sleep, and their eyes were clear. It was obvious they had rested very well. As soon as Lin Yu came out, she rushed to me, her tone urgent and curious. Big Brother Wu Di, Big Brother Wu Di, why did we suddenly faint last night? Did something happen? Did monsters attack us? Are you hurt? A string of questions tumbled out. Before I could answer, Lin Yu jumped excitedly in place, clenching her little fists, looking smug. Oh, right. Big Brother Wu Di. I feel like I'm super strong now. My whole body is full of energy. Do you think I really turned into a superhero? Lin Shi and Su Wanwan walked over slowly. Lin Shi reached out to pull the chattering Lin Yu, shaking her head slightly to signal her not to disturb me, then fixed her gaze on me. Su Wanwan spoke first. Big Brother Wu Di, we just saw the system announcement. Doubled points and faster supply point refreshes. This is too abnormal. Let's eat first. The situation today is abnormal. We must stay on high alert at all times. I shook my head slightly, cutting off Su Wanwan. Seeing my serious expression, Lin Shi nodded and immediately went to prepare breakfast. After a simple meal, I sat back in the driver's seat. Lin Yu sat obediently in the passenger seat, no longer chattering, just occasionally looking out the window with curiosity. Su Wanwan and Lin Shi stood by without a word. Xiaoxi, let's go. Maintain maximum safe speed. Received, Commander. The RV started slowly and drove forward. Sure enough, less than an hour later, a system notification popped up. Ding! Obtained 20 points. My vigilance deepened, but the rest of the journey remained calm. We didn't encounter any monster attacks or any abnormalities, as if the strange system announcement had just been an illusion. It wasn't until we reached the first supply point that the RV slowly came to a stop. I pushed open the door to check. As soon as my foot touched the snow, I instantly felt that something was wrong. The snowflakes today seemed completely different from usual. They were no longer drifting lightly but carried a strange, viscous quality. When a snowflake inadvertently landed on my exposed hand, I clearly felt it act like a tiny black hole, instantly draining a trace of heat from my skin. It felt as if my skin had been pricked by countless tiny needles. A faint stinging sensation followed, and the heat in my body drained rapidly through the point of contact. My heart sank. If it were an ordinary survivor, they probably wouldn't last more than a few minutes in this snow before all their heat was drained by these strange flakes, eventually leading to hypothermia and freezing to death. I suppressed my doubts and walked quickly to the supply point to check. Inside were the usual basic resources, but today, there were 2 blueprints. Lightning rod, green-grade vehicle item, installed on the roof, has a very low probability of attracting lightning and converting it into weak electrical energy. Requires an energy storage device. Crafting requirements. Metal block 2, electronic component 3. Exchange requirement, 100 points. Hydraulic shock absorption reinforcement kit, green grade vehicle item. Reduces vehicle shaking on bumpy roads and effectively prevents items inside from shifting. Crafting requirements. Metal block 3, rubber 3. Exchange requirement, 100 points. I pondered for a moment and checked my personal points panel, 1330 points. Without hesitation, I exchanged my points for the hydraulic shock absorption reinforcement kit and turned to return to the vehicle. Xiao Shi, continue forward. After instructing Xiao Shi, I turned to Lin Yu, Lin Shi, and Su Wanwan, my tone grave. The snow outside is problematic. It absorbs human body heat. Keep an eye on the communication channel and see how other survivors are doing. After I finished speaking, I sat back in the driver's seat and focused on the road ahead. The three of them immediately turned their attention to checking the information posted by other survivors on the communication channel. Time passed slowly. Half a day went by, and the cabin remained quiet. Lin Yu broke the silence first. Big Brother Wu Di, it seems everyone is encountering the same situation. Everyone is saying not to get out of their vehicles easily. The snow outside is too strange. Su Wanwan nodded, her expression serious. Yes, Big Brother Wu Di. I see many people saying their friends lost contact after getting out of their vehicles. It's highly likely they had their heat drained by those strange snowflakes and froze to death. I was keeping an eye on the road ahead while also monitoring the communication channel. Having experienced the strangeness of the snow myself, I knew the danger outside better than the three of them. But this heat absorption issue had almost no effect on me now. Is this today's disaster? I frowned, thinking to myself. Behind the abnormal benefits, there was indeed a hidden crisis. But this crisis seemed a bit gentler than I had expected, yet also more insidious. Just then, Lin Yu leaned over, showing me the attributes of an item while pulling on my sleeve with a pleading look. Big Brother Wu Di, look at this. Can we exchange for it? My gaze fell on the item attribute panel. Holographic cinema projection module, purple grade entertainment item. After use, unlocks the vehicle's holographic cinema. Can project medium-less aerial holographic images inside the cabin. Comes with 3D surround sound and adaptive environmental light adjustment. Energy consumption plus 10%. Installation requirement, level 4 or higher vehicle. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan leaned in as well, their eyes falling on the attribute panel. After reading it, Lin Shi quickly pulled on Lin Yu's arm. Xiao Yu, don't be silly. This is just an entertainment item. It's useless in this survival environment. Even so, her eyes held a hint of hope as she glanced at me. Even the usually steady Su Wanwan looked quite tempted. After a long time in such a depressing survival environment, an entertainment item that could relieve fatigue was indeed quite attractive. Being stared at by their expectant gazes, I felt uncomfortable and asked helplessly, what do they want in exchange? Big Brother Wu Di, they want us to trade the vehicle's solar charging panel blueprint, the vehicle energy-saving control module blueprint, and the vehicle glass blueprint for it. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. It was clear she had already asked about the requirements, and her tone was full of anticipation. I fell silent for a moment. These three blueprints were truly useless to me now. As for the holographic cinema projection module, it was ultimately just an entertainment item. Even as a purple quality finished product, it had no practical value in this perilous survival world. It could neither boost my combat power nor guarantee my safety. I looked up at the three of them, observing the undisguised longing in their eyes, and finally turned to Lin Yu. Talk to the other party. You can only choose 2 of the 3 blueprints. If that's acceptable, make the trade. Big Brother Wu Di. Lin Yu's face immediately lit up with joy. She nodded eagerly and quickly began communicating with the other party, her expression full of excitement. My gaze shifted to Lin Shi. Before I could even speak, she grew shy under my stare and quickly changed the subject. Pulling Su Wanwan along, she said, Big Brother Wu Di, Su and I are going to check on Su Kurson and bring her something to eat. With that, she hurried toward the domain space with Su Wanwan in tow. I watched their retreating figures as they scurried away and smiled helplessly. Afterward, I turned my gaze back outside the RV, focusing once again on spotting any potential supply points ahead. The RV continued forward, and before long, my eyes paused. I noticed another supply point appearing not far ahead. Xiaoxi, stop the vehicle. Understood, Commander. The RV came to a steady halt. Linyu happened to look up at that moment, her face beaming with pride as she said excitedly, Big Brother Wu Di. I pulled it off. I traded the vehicle solar charging panel blueprint and the vehicle glass blueprint for that holographic module. Seeing Linyu's proud, credit-seeking expression, I couldn't help but reach out and gently pat her head. Well done. Stay in the vehicle, don't come out. With that, I pushed open the door and walked quickly toward the supply point ahead. However, when I reached the supply point and saw the attributes of the blueprint on the exchange panel, I froze instantly. My face was filled with shock and disbelief, and I even rubbed my eyes subconsciously, suspecting I had misread it. The panel clearly displayed Vehicle Upgrade Book, Special Item. Using this increases the vehicle level by 1, limited to vehicles of level 6 and below. Exchange requirement, 400 points. After standing stunned for a moment, I immediately spent the points to exchange for the Vehicle Upgrade Book, then hurried back to the vehicle. Back inside, I was still feeling dazed. I never expected to encounter a Vehicle Upgrade Book at a supply point. I sat back in the driver's seat, repeatedly checking the attribute panel. Beyond the disbelief, a deep sense of doubt arose in my heart. The attributes of this upgrade blueprint were extremely simple, with no extra restrictions or harsh requirements. If it hadn't come directly from the system supply point, I would have suspected it was a forgery. Big Brother Wu Di, what's been going on with you lately? Seeing me lost in thought after returning, and recalling how often I'd been distracted over the past 2 days, Linyu couldn't help but ask in a low voice. I was pulled back to reality by her voice. I opened my mouth, but didn't know how to explain it. I couldn't just say that everything happening lately felt too bizarre and eerie. I'm fine. I shook my head gently and turned my gaze back to my item panel. Linyu, give me a talent amplification. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to stop overthinking. As long as I could keep increasing my strength, worrying about other things was useless. The most important thing now was upgrading the vehicle. Okay. This time it was Lin Yu's turn to be surprised, but she didn't ask any questions after reacting. She knew very well that at times like these, she just needed to cooperate quietly and keep an eye on the vehicle leaderboard. After Lin Yu applied the talent amplification, I took a deep breath and used my talent on the most important item, the vehicle upgrade book. Ding! This blueprint is of the highest quality and cannot be promoted. As expected, just like the level 3 vehicle upgrade blueprint from before. Seeing the system notification, I wasn't surprised. If it could be enhanced, I would have waited until tonight when the second effect of my talent cooled down to use it. No longer dwelling on it, I continued to enhance the next item. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Hydraulic Shock Absorption Reinforcement Kit Blueprint, green quality, has been promoted to Adaptive Balance Suspension System Blueprint, blue quality. Adaptive Balance Suspension System Blueprint, blue quality vehicle item, built-in sensing module, can predict road undulations and impact intensity in milliseconds, independently and dynamically adjusts four-wheel air pressure and suspension height, maintains vehicle center of gravity, improves high-speed cornering stability, and significantly eliminates body sway. Crafting requirements: metal block 3, rubber 3, electronic components 5. Installation requirements: level 2 or higher vehicle. Ding! Adaptive Balance Suspension System crafted successfully. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 3 tiers. Adaptive Balance Suspension System, blue quality, has been promoted to Anti-Gravity Suspension Stability Field Generator, orange quality. Anti-Gravity Suspension Stability Field Generator, orange quality vehicle item, built-in microgravity calibration chip, utilizes quantum tunneling effect and gravity field reconstruction technology to build a closed steady-state force field inside the cabin, cutting off external physical vibrations and kinetic energy transmission paths, ensuring the cabin space remains in an absolutely stable state. Installation requirements: level 4 or higher vehicle. My heart jolted. I couldn't react for a moment. The 5% limit break probability of my talent had only triggered once before. I didn't expect it to trigger again today, jumping 3 tiers at once. The series of anomalies stacking together left my mind reeling. Ever since that woman arrived, everything seems to have become abnormal. I frowned inwardly, subconsciously attributing all the recent bizarre, outrageous, and unexpected events to Sue Curson. But I only muttered it to myself, quickly suppressing the distractions. Finally, my gaze fell on the holographic cinema projection module I had just traded for. Forget it, it's a bit of a waste to use it on this. I shook my head slightly. Even though it was purple quality, using a precious enhancement opportunity on a purely entertainment facility didn't seem worth it. Without further thought, I finished installing the 2 items. Shao Shi, check the new items. Understood, Commander. Anti-gravity suspension stability field generator and holographic cinema projection module detected and integrated into system control. Linyu had been keeping an eye on the vehicle leaderboard. When she saw the points jump by another 10,100, her eyes widened. Even though she had seen the outrageous 100,000 point jump before, seeing it surge by another 10,100 still felt incredible. She had observed others on the leaderboard. They mostly had small increases of 10 or 100 points. Only with me did it always skyrocket. Before Linyu could think further, she heard Shao Shi's prompt and immediately became excited. Shao Shi, hurry, play a movie for me to watch. Understood, Vice Commander. Projection playback started. You may call me at any time to adjust. As Shao Shi finished speaking, a soft, pale blue halo suddenly appeared in front of Linyu. Without any physical medium, a clear image emerged out of thin air. The light and shadow were distinct, the 3D surround sound synchronized, and the audio was clear and soft. The changes in light and shadow in the image and the micro-expressions of the characters were so clear it felt as if one could reach out and touch the scene. I was also drawn to this magical sight, my eyes fixed on the holographic image. Although I knew this item was high-end when checking its attributes, seeing the medium-less aerial imaging with my own eyes was still deeply shocking. Big Brother Wu Di. Look. Linyu was even more excited than me, her eyes glued to the holographic screen, full of joy and emotion. Having been in this survival world for nearly half a month, living a dull and oppressive life of sitting in the RV, eating, and sleeping, this sudden form of entertainment caused her long-repressed emotions to erupt. Her eyes turned slightly red, and she almost cried. Perhaps, trading for this holographic projection was more worth it than I imagined. Watching Linyu's excited and joyful expression, a hint of softness flashed in my eyes. I had previously thought it was a waste to trade 2 blueprints for an entertainment item, but seeing Linyu's rare happiness, I felt that perhaps we had come out ahead in this trade. Alright, don't get too excited. There's still one most important thing left to do. Seeing my serious expression, Linyu immediately covered her mouth and reined in her excitement. I didn't delay any longer and directly used the vehicle upgrade book. Ding! Vehicle upgrade successful. Your level 4 vehicle has been promoted to a level 5 vehicle. I had been full of anticipation for the changes after the upgrade, but as the system notification popped up, there was no movement inside the cabin. Everything was exactly as it was before. Where is the upgrade? I frowned slightly. Seeing no intuitive changes, I immediately opened the vehicle interface to check carefully. Vehicle, level 5 vehicle, top speed, 220 km per hour. Vehicle accessories / items, lucky pendant, gold, turbo pulse supercharged engine, purple, composite bulletproof crystallized glass, purple, heavy armor core frame, purple, vehicle nuclear reactor, orange, smart constant temperature refrigeration box, purple, atmospheric water collection unit, orange, vehicle global scanning radar, gold, 30 mm chain cannon, orange, smart hub, gold, Titan armor piercing ram, purple, multispectral penetrating illumination unit, purple, composite armor. Coating, gold, global stealth reconnaissance drone, purple, holographic shape-shifting camouflage, gold, ancient constructor. Imperial divine armor, red, matrix stability tracks, gold, supercore power module, orange, anti-gravity suspension stability field generator, orange, holographic cinema projection module, purple. The upgrade was successful. It really is a level 5 vehicle. Nothing is wrong. I checked the interface repeatedly, my frown deepening. So what exactly was added? I couldn't figure out why there were no changes after the vehicle upgrade. Xiaoxi, check the vehicle status. Understood, Commander. Vehicle body condition is good. All core components are operating normally. Global stealth reconnaissance drone is damaged and unusable. 30mm chain cannon ammunition has not refreshed. All other accessories are operating normally. Where's the problem? I fell into deep thought. After pondering for a long time, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. The vehicle modification book, Xuanwu main battle tank, I had obtained earlier, combined with the fact that some items had clear vehicle level restrictions for installation. Could it be that a level 5 vehicle upgrade is purely to increase the vehicle level so that higher quality items and accessories can be installed later? Is that the difference between a vehicle modification book and a vehicle upgrade book? I whispered to myself. At this moment, only this guess could explain the situation. Big Brother Wudi, are you done? Lin Yu asked softly from the side. I turned my head to see Lin Yu looking at me cautiously. I want to go in and call the sisters out to see. Go ahead. I was just afraid that you were alone here. Lin Yu said, looking at me with a strange expression. Yesterday and today, she had felt that I was very strange. Go on. I'm really fine. I really wanted to say, please don't look at me like I'm an idiot. By the way, bring Su Kursen out too. I added after a pause. Ah, really, Big Brother Wudi? I'll go right now. Lin Yu seemed very happy and immediately ran into the domain. Inside the domain space, Su Kursen had been untied and was sitting silently on the cold ground, her back slightly tense and her expression reserved. Opposite her were the gentle-looking Lin Shi and Su Wanwan. Seeing Su Kursen's reserved demeanor, Lin Shi comforted her softly. Sister Su, Big Brother Wudi is a very good person. You don't need to worry too much. Su Wanwan also nodded gently in agreement, her eyes full of kindness, without a hint of hostility. Upon hearing this, the corners of Su Kursen's mouth twitched, but she didn't know how to respond. Since arriving in this strange place, the first time she saw me, she had been tied up. Although they had never done anything excessive to her over the past 2 days, and even kept providing food and water, she couldn't exactly call it affection. But she knew clearly that she owed them her life. If it weren't for me and the others saving her, she would likely have frozen to death in that snowfield, becoming nothing more than a fleeting shadow on the road of survival. Just as Su Kursen was struggling with her thoughts, not knowing how to phrase her response, the three of them heard a rush of footsteps. Lin Yu ran in, her excitement uncontainable. Sister Wanwan, come out quickly, we can watch movies. I just checked, all the films can be watched. After saying that, she turned to Su Kursen, her tone joyful. Sister Su, come with us too, that holographic projection is so magical. Seeing this, Lin Shi subconsciously called out, Xiaoyu. Her tone filled with hesitation. But Lin Yu waved her hand dismissively and pulled Lin Shi's arm, walking outside. Sister, it's fine. Big Brother Wudi specifically asked for Sister Su to come out too. Let's go. Let's go. I'll take you to see it. That holographic projection is really too magical. Lin Shi had no choice but to give Su Wanwan a look, then turned to Su Kursen, her tone gentle and sincere. Sister Su, come with us too. Don't worry, Big Brother Wudi definitely won't make things difficult for you. Su Kursen was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. She knew clearly that she was at their mercy and had no right to refuse. She could only follow their arrangements. Rather than staying in a stalemate, it was better to go with the flow and see what their intentions were. Afterward, Lin Yu pulled Lin Shi to the front, Su Wanwan followed quietly, and Su Kursen walked silently at the back. They all walked out of the domain space. The moment she stepped out of the domain space, Su Kursen froze. Her eyes went wide, her mouth opened slightly, and her face was filled with disbelief. She even held her breath subconsciously. While in the domain space, she had already been surprised by the magic of this place, but having lain inside for 2 days, she had gradually grown accustomed to that anomaly. But the scene in the cabin still far exceeded her expectations. The cabin was exceptionally spacious, with a white coffee table in the middle and rows of sofas on either side, arranged neatly. The entire cabin didn't look like an RV at all, but rather like a cozy, small leisure living room. I was sitting in the driver's seat and turned my head slowly when I heard footsteps. When my gaze fell on Su Kursen, I frowned slightly. She was still wearing the same clothes she had on when she was rescued, stained with dried blood, looking particularly disheveled. After a pause, I said to Lin Shi and Su Wanwan, "Take her to clean up." Su Kursen was taken by Lin Shi and Su Wanwan to clean up and change into clean clothes. When she stood in the cabin again, the disbelief in her eyes still lingered. She looked around, full of questions. Why were the facilities here so complete? They seemed not to care about scarce fuel at all, and even the temperature inside the cabin was maintained at the most comfortable level, without any of the embarrassment or hardship that should exist on the road of survival. At this moment, Lin Yu came over, looked Su Kursen up and down, and spoke bluntly. "Sister Su, you are so pretty. But your figure isn't as good as Sister's, nor as good as Sister Wanwan's." After saying that, she looked down at her own small frame with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's cheeks instantly flushed red. Angry and helpless, she reached out and tapped Lin Yu on the head. "What are you talking about? Go to the front and help Big Brother Wu Di keep an eye on the outside. Don't cause trouble here." Lin Shi did this partly because she was embarrassed by Lin Yu's blunt words, and partly because she guessed that I had specifically asked for Su Kursen to come out because I definitely had something to say to her and didn't want Lin Yu to disturb us. "Xiao Yu, I'll go with you." Seeing this, Su Wanwan gently took Lin Yu's hand, and the two walked toward the driver's seat. "Big Brother Wu Di, you go ahead, I'll watch the outside." Su Wanwan walked to the side of the driver's seat, her tone gentle but firm. I nodded and stood up from the driver's seat. Su Wanwan took it. Lin Yu watched this scene, opened her mouth, but swallowed her words, and could only sit obediently in the passenger seat, though her eyes would occasionally look back, curious about the movement in the cabin. I walked to the sofa in the middle of the cabin and sat down, my gaze falling on Su Kursen opposite me. Su Kursen was no longer the disheveled person from before. After cleaning up, she revealed a beautiful and delicate face. Her brows still held a hint of lingering reserve, and she had changed into simple, light-colored clothes that made her figure look slender. She had shed her previous disheveled appearance and gained a bit of gentleness, though a trace of hard-to-detect wariness still hid in the depths of her eyes. Lin Shi stood quietly to the side, watching the two of us. "Ms. Su, how much do you know about your talent?" I got straight to the point, my tone steady, without any unnecessary pleasantries. I'm not very clear either." Su Kursen shook her head gently, her tone uncertain. She really knew very little about her talent, only that she had luckily escaped danger several times on this journey, but she was never sure if it was her talent working in the shadows. "Then I'll be blunt." I leaned forward slightly, my tone still crisp. "I'm inviting you to join our team now. No other meaning, I just value your talent." Too many bizarre things had happened in the last 2 days, and I had deliberated for a long time before making this decision. More importantly, the worry about the final day of the crisis lingered in my heart. Su Kursen was completely stunned. She never expected me to be so direct and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Complex emotions surged in her heart. On one hand, seeing the life here with her own eyes, it was far more stable and comfortable than any survivor she knew. The abundant supplies, safe vehicle, and complete facilities made her heart flutter. After all, in this perilous world, surviving alone was too difficult. On the other hand, she couldn't just nod and agree. First, she knew too little about me and the others, and there was still a barrier between them. Agreeing rashly would seem too hasty, even a bit humble, as if she were clinging to them to survive. Second, she knew clearly that she had no choice right now. Her vehicle was gone, and she was trapped by them in this small space. Even if she didn't agree, she likely had no other way out. But this forced compromise left her feeling unwilling. "I know you might not be willing, but the situation is special now." I saw her hesitation, softened my tone slightly, and added, "Tomorrow is the last day of the crisis. I'm inviting you to join because I hope you can get through this final hurdle with us. Besides, you have no vehicle now and cannot survive alone outside. Once this stage is over and the crisis is lifted, if you want to leave, we can let you go. We will never stop you." I didn't want to waste too much time on this matter. My inner unease was growing stronger, and I felt that the crisis on the final day would exceed all my imagination. That's right, Sister Sue, Lin, she added softly, her tone gentle and sincere. Why don't you join us first? If you ever want to leave later, you are free to go at any time. She believed that once Sue Curson truly understood life here, she wouldn't want to leave anymore. After all, in all her time browsing the communication channel, she had never seen any other survivors living as comfortably and securely as they did. Sue Curson opened her mouth several times, wanting to voice her concerns and hesitations, but the words died on her lips. She simply lowered her head in silence, her eyes filled with inner conflict. Watching her, I knew she was already wavering, so I stood up. Talk more with Lin Shi and think it over carefully. With that, I turned and walked toward the driver's seat. Big Brother Wu Di Shi? Su Wanwan asked softly as I approached, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Go and talk with them. I can handle things here. I shook my head slightly, feeling that if the three girls talked among themselves, Sue Curson might feel more relaxed and be more willing to lower her guard. Su Wanwan nodded, stood up from the driver's seat, and walked into the cabin. I sat in the driver's seat, my eyes fixed on the activity outside the vehicle. Big Brother Wu Di. Lin Yu, who had been holding back for a long time, poked her head out several times, wanting to say something but afraid to disturb me. Finally, unable to hold it in any longer, she called out in a low voice. I turned my head helplessly, looking at her hesitant expression, and said, If you have something to say, just say it. Granted permission, Lin Yu immediately opened the floodgates, speaking at a rapid pace. Big Brother Wu Di, what if Sister Sue doesn't want to stay? She doesn't have a vehicle right now, and it's so cold outside. She'll definitely freeze to death. And Big Brother Wu Di, I saw on the communication channel that those survivors without vehicles all end up dying. Why don't we just take her in? Besides, my sister, Sister Wanwan, and I are very strong now. She definitely won't be a match for us. As she spoke, Lin Yu clenched her fists, seemingly showing off her strength. Seeing Lin Yu rambling on without stopping, I shook my head helplessly and decided to send her away. All right, why don't you go into the cabin and help persuade her? Received, Commander. Mission guaranteed. Lin Yu immediately straightened her posture, mimicking Xiaoxi's tone with a serious face. Once finished, she hurried up from the passenger seat and ran into the cabin. I didn't intentionally listen to their conversation in the cabin. Although with my hearing, I could have heard every word clearly if I wanted to, my focus was entirely on the environment outside. I didn't want to miss a single supply point today. It was only during dinner that Sue Curson, looking at the food on the table, froze in complete shock. Although she had seen fresh vegetables grown in the domain space before, the sight of a full, sumptuous meal laid out before her was still overwhelming. Throughout her journey, she had relied on exchanged packaged food and meager supplies from supply crates to survive. She had never eaten such hot, fresh, and delicious food. The meal ended in this slightly subtle atmosphere. I ate a few bites, set down my bowl and chopsticks, and returned to the driver's seat, keeping my eyes on the outside. At 13:34, my gaze suddenly paused as I spotted the sign for a supply point not far ahead. Xiaoxi, stop the vehicle. Received, Commander. The RV slowed to a stop. I stood up, stepped out, and walked quickly toward the supply point. This supply point didn't have a precious vehicle upgrade book like the previous ones. It only had 2 green quality vehicle item blueprints, which were of little use to me now. Spring hydraulic bumper design, green quality vehicle item. Installs hydraulic buffer rods at the front and rear of the vehicle, absorbing kinetic energy from impacts through elastic deformation and hydraulic damping, significantly reducing shock transmission and protecting the main frame. Production requirements: metal block times 3, rubber times 3. Exchange cost: 100 points. Hub embedded explosion-proof support ring design, green quality vehicle item. Wear-resistant support rings embedded in the wheel hubs to bear the vehicle's load, maintain wheel shape, and allow for safe driving at 0 tire pressure. Production requirements: metal block times 4. Exchange cost: 100 points. However, what made my eyes light up was that the basic materials at this supply point included atomic mass matter, a material I had been searching for a long time without success. Now, I had several blueprints that only needed this material to be crafted and upgraded. Ding, purchase successful. Obtained atomic mass matter, times 5. Points minus 50. A pity there's so little. Why limit the exchange? I frowned at the limit 5 prompt on the exchange machine. Although 50 points wasn't cheap, with my current abundance of points, that amount was negligible. What I cared about was that the quantity of atomic mass matter was far from enough to craft all my items. After the exchange, I didn't linger and turned back to the vehicle. Inside the cabin, Lin Shi, Su Wanwan, and Lin Yu were still talking softly with Su Kersen, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. I didn't say anything, simply walking back to the driver's seat, sitting down, and turning my gaze back outside. Xiao Shi, continue forward. Received, Commander. The RV started slowly and moved steadily forward. At this moment, Lin Shi walked up to the driver's seat. Big brother Wu Di, she agreed to join us. I'll keep an eye on the outside. You go and talk to her. I nodded slightly, stood up, and left the driver's seat without hesitation. Seeing me approach, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. She quickly stood up, grabbed my arm, and pulled me toward the sofa. Big brother Wu Di, come sit here. She then sat right next to me, looking at Su Kersen with anticipation. Big brother Wu Di, hurry and add sister Su to the team. That way our team will be even stronger, and I can be even more powerful. Lin Yu said excitedly. Su Wanwan shook her head helplessly, stepped forward, and gently took Lin Yu's hand. Come on, Xiao Yu, let's go to the front and keep watch, and let big brother Wu Di and sister Su have a good talk. Lin Yu looked reluctant, her face pouting as she was pulled toward the driver's seat by Su Wanwan, frequently looking back with a mix of reluctance and curiosity. After they left, Su Kersen took a deep breath, looked up at me, and spoke firmly before I could even open my mouth. I agree to join you, but I have one request. Let's hear it. I frowned slightly, curious about what she would ask for. It's not an unreasonable request, Su Kersen quickly explained, her tone cautious but firm. It's just that if I want to leave later, you can't stop me. And also, you need to help me get a vehicle. A flash of confusion crossed my mind, but before I could think it through, Lin Shi's voice came from nearby. She walked over quickly and whispered in my ear, Big brother Wu Di, you don't know this, but as long as a vehicle is ownerless, others can choose to unbind their original vehicle and rebind to a new one. Lin Shi knew I rarely paid attention to the communication channel and likely wasn't aware of this rule. No problem. After hearing Lin Shi's explanation, I suddenly understood, my tone remaining crisp. I had destroyed countless vehicles. Helping Su Kersen find an ownerless one was just a matter of convenience for me. Then welcome to the team. I looked at Su Kersen, my tone softening slightly, but still carrying a warning. We won't treat you any differently, but don't have any improper thoughts. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to see the consequences. With that, I stood up and walked toward the driver's seat, instructing Lin Shi behind me. Lin Shi, invite her to join the team via the contract. What I didn't know was that after concluding the life and death pact, Su Kersen was deeply shocked once again. She stared at the contract panel in disbelief, filled with confusion. She couldn't understand why this team not only had abundant supplies and a vehicle clearly equipped with powerful items, but even the contract item used for teaming up was so special. Especially the line on the contract, conclude a soul contract with teammates, using faith as the bond and survival as the covenant. Violators will surely face sanctions. The words were clear, making her heart sink with bewilderment. Sister Su, don't overthink it. Seeing Su Kersen's furrowed brows and dazed expression, Lin Shi immediately comforted her in a gentle and patient tone. This contract is very powerful. Check your base attributes. Haven't they improved a lot? She knew this feeling all too well. When she first saw this contract, she had been just as stunned by its uniqueness and power. Hearing this, Su Kersen slowly regained her composure. The confusion in her eyes faded, and she finally came to a realization. No matter how absurd all of this was, she was currently helpless and needed to rely on them. Worrying about it was useless. She shook her head slightly, her tone cautious but more composed. Then, what do I need to do now? I don't think we need to do anything. Asked by Su Kersen, Lin Shi was taken aback, her tone hesitant, not knowing how to answer. Since joining my team, Lin Shi reflected, she had indeed only been responsible for cooking and managing the cabin's chores. Otherwise, She had lived more comfortably than in the real world. Aside from occasional boredom, she rarely had to worry about danger or supplies. Seeing Lin Shi's hesitation, Su Kursin became even more confused, her brows furrowing. Don't we have to fight monsters? Then where do your supplies come from? She couldn't understand how this team managed to live so comfortably in the perilous survival world. As soon as she mentioned fighting, Su Kursin's eyes brightened as if she had remembered something. Her tone became urgent yet cautious. By the way, where's my bow and arrow? Can you return it to me? Don't worry. I have no malicious intent. It's just very important to me. The bow and arrow are with Big Brother Wu Di, Lin Shi replied gently. As for fighting, we probably won't need it for now. When the time comes, Big Brother Wu Di will definitely return it to you. She paused for a long time before adding, if you feel bored and want to do something, you can check the trading channel to see if there are any useful blueprints that could help the team. After saying this, Lin Shi sat down and began browsing the communication channel, saying no more. What a strange team, Su Kursin muttered to herself, her gaze sweeping over the focused Lin Shi, then turning to me in the driver's seat, then to Lin Yu, who was peeking out from the passenger seat, and finally to the quiet Su Wanwan. Her heart was filled with complex emotions. Eventually, she followed Lin Shi's advice and began monitoring the trading channel. She didn't want to be a burden. At the very least, she had to prove she was useful. For the rest of the time, the cabin fell into a brief silence. Occasionally, when I found a supply point, there would be the sounds of stopping, stepping out to check, exchanging supplies, and returning to the vehicle, along with Xiaoxi's prompts. Other than that, there was no other sound. It wasn't until around 1700 hours that Lin Shi stood up, brushed off her clothes, and prepared to go to the kitchen to make dinner. Su Kursin watched her stand up, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something, but she hesitated and swallowed the words. Lin Shi noticed her oddity, turned to her, and said with a gentle, friendly smile, Sister Su, we are a team now. You can say whatever you want. Don't be polite or reserved. Influenced by Lin Shi's gentleness, Su Kursin took a deep breath and asked in a small, embarrassed voice, who is Xiaoxi? I've been hearing Wu Di and Xiaoxi talking all afternoon, stopping and moving. Although Su Kursin had guessed, she wanted to confirm. Hearing this question, Lin Shi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. Xiaoxi is the artificial intelligence in our cabin. After saying this, she whispered to the air, Xiaoxi, say hello to our new teammate. Hello, Miss Su Kursin. I am the RV Intelligent Hub. You can also call me Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi's sweet voice rang out, clearly filling the cabin, her tone calm and without any fluctuation. Su Kursin was stunned. Everything she had seen since arriving here was too incredible. Abundant supplies, powerful vehicles, special contracts, and now, an artificial intelligence. Although vehicle intelligence was common in her original world, in this perilous place where even survival was difficult, she had never heard of anyone possessing an artificial intelligence. It was beyond her comprehension. After standing dazed for a while, Su Kursin watched Lin Shi turn toward the kitchen. After a moment of silence, she gathered her courage and walked forward, her tone cautious but sincere. Let me help. Okay. Lin Shi turned and gave Su Kursin a gentle smile, her tone light and without any refusal. With your help, I can finish faster. Just as the two were about to enter the kitchen, a sharp shout came from the front. Ah, Big Brother Wu Di. The shout broke the calm in the cabin. Su Kursin, Lin Shi, and Su Wanwan, who were busy with their own tasks, all instinctively looked at Lin Yu in the passenger seat. Lin Yu, seemingly unaware that everyone's eyes were on her, stood up from the passenger seat in excitement and ran to my side. I withdrew my gaze from the scene outside and turned to the excited Lin Yu. What's wrong? Lin Yu caught her breath and spoke rapidly. Big Brother Wu Di, someone is selling a silver-grade talent fragment. I saw it on the communication channel. Hearing Lin Yu's words, I was clearly stunned, a flash of surprise crossing my eyes. I hadn't expected anyone to actually be selling a talent fragment. What do they want for it? I immediately composed myself, my tone becoming more serious. Talent fragments were too important to me. Oh, I haven't asked yet. Lin Yu's excitement froze, and she scratched her head embarrassedly. She immediately lowered her head to communicate with the person. I stared straight at Lin Yu, my eyes filled with helplessness, but I didn't urge her. Su Kersen, Lin Shi, and Su Wanwan, seeing my expression, looked away. A moment later, Lin Yu frowned and looked up, her tone filled with difficulty. Big Brother Wu Di, he said he doesn't know what he wants to trade for. I paused, my brows furrowing slightly. What do you mean? He's selling a fragment, but doesn't know what he wants in exchange. Lin Yu quickly explained, looking down to reply to the person while saying, he said his wife is in danger, and he wants to save her, but he doesn't know how. So he wants to sell the fragment for something that can save her. What's his wife's situation? He said his wife found a supply point and went out. How is that dangerous? I was speechless, my tone filled with helplessness. No, that's not it. Lin Yu waved her hands, finally looking up with an urgent explanation. His wife isn't with him, and he can't contact her now. He doesn't know where she is, or if she's safe. Hearing Lin Yu's words, I understood instantly. It must be the heavy snow outside. The snow today was particularly strange, even penetrating clothing and slowly absorbing body heat. But there was nothing I could do about that. As I pondered, a thought flashed through my mind. I remembered the team-up scroll I had obtained from my previous trade with Su Kersen. Team-up scroll, special item after use. You can invite a survivor to join the team. The other party can teleport to your location while in a safe state, including their vehicle. Note: do you believe in yourself or rely on your companions? How will you choose? Use this to trade with him and see if he's willing. I immediately took the team-up scroll from my space and handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu took the scroll and immediately began communicating with the person. A moment later, she looked up, her difficulty gone, replaced by full excitement. He agreed. Big Brother Wu Di, he agreed to the trade. Am I amazing? After saying this, she seemed to remember something and asked in a worried, low voice, Big Brother Wu Di, do you think he can save his wife with this scroll? I don't know. If it's too late, he might not be able to save her. It's up to fate, I said, taking the silver grade talent fragment from Lin Yu. 3 now, one step closer. I muttered to myself, looking at the fragment in my hand, my tone filled with a hint of imperceptible anticipation. I was one step closer to collecting them all. As soon as I looked up, I saw Lin Yu leaning toward me, looking up with a face waiting for praise, a look of anticipation on her lips. Seeing Lin Yu like this, I reached out and gently patted her head. Amazing. Thanks to you today. Hearing the praise, Lin Yu grinned widely, looking proud. Of course. I'm very amazing. I shook my head with a smile. Let's go, let's eat. Lin Yu nodded immediately, following closely behind me. Home. Big Brother Wu Di. I saw many people on the communication channel saying that today's supply points have many good things, but it's a pity they don't have enough points to exchange for them. Also, Big Brother Wu Di, can the snow outside really absorb heat? I'm so strong now, will I be okay? She leaned in close to me, her eyes full of curiosity. Big Brother Wu Di, did we exchange for a lot of good things too? We have so many points. I glanced back at her with a smile and said nothing more. Dinner ended in an atmosphere that remained slightly reserved for Su Kersen. After the meal, she watched the 4 of us sitting around the coffee table, feeling a bit confused. What is this? Su Kersen asked, puzzled. Was there some special ritual after dinner? You'll see in a moment. Lin Shi noticed her curiosity and explained softly. At 1800 hours, Su Wanwan's talent treasure chest refreshed on time. A supply crate, refreshed right inside the vehicle? Su Kersen was shocked as she watched the chest appear out of thin air on the coffee table. This is Sister Su's talent. She can open blueprints from it, Lin Shi added in a low voice. Su Kersen opened her mouth, feeling that her perception of reality had been refreshed once again. Su Wanwan looked at me, and after receiving my nod, she reached out to open the treasure chest, displaying the blueprint's attributes to everyone. Vehicle infrared detector, blue-grade vehicle item. Uses a non-cooled focal plane sensor chip to penetrate various harsh weather conditions and obstructions, accurately capturing the outlines of heat sources ahead. Effective detection range, 200 meters. Installation requirements, level 2 or higher vehicle. Crafting requirements, metal block ×1, plastic ×1, glass ×1, electronic components ×10. Immediately after, Lin Yu applied talent amplification to Lin Shi, who then opened the silver grade supply crate she had obtained in the early morning. Big Brother Wu Di, it's full of daily supplies, plus 20 units of metal blocks, 20 units of glass, and 20 units of electronic components, Lin Shi said, looking at me. How can your silver grade supply crate yield so many materials? Seeing this, Su Kerson finally couldn't help but speak up. As soon as she finished speaking, all four of us looked at her. What's wrong? I've opened silver grade supply crates before, and they definitely didn't have this many materials, Su Kerson explained hurriedly. I shook my head, turned around, and walked back to the driver's seat, with Lin Yu following closely behind. What did he mean by that? Su Kerson asked, looking at Lin Shi, feeling a bit lost. Lin Shi smiled, pulled Su Kerson down to sit, and began to explain slowly. Su Wanwan sat nearby, smiling gently and listening quietly. Back at the driver's seat, I turned my head and said directly to Lin Yu, Lin Yu, give me talent amplification. Okay, Lin Yu replied crisply, then kept her eyes fixed on the vehicle leaderboard. I had already decided how to use my remaining 3 talent uses for the day, as well as my second talent effect. The blueprint Su Wanwan had just opened could solve part of the problem caused by the radar failure in this blizzard. I believe that after enhancement, there would definitely be further improvements. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Vehicle Infrared Detector Blueprint, Blue Grade, has been promoted to Perception Enhancement Module Blueprint, Purple Grade. Perception Enhancement Module Blueprint, Purple Grade integrates adaptive beamforming and clutter suppression algorithms to filter out strong interference signals from harsh environments, quickly reconstructing clear radar images. Crafting requirements: metal block times 5, plastic times 2, glass times 2, electronic components times 20, atomic mass matter times 5. Installation requirements: requires installed vehicle radar equipment, level 4 or higher vehicle. Ding! Perception Enhancement Module crafted. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 3 tiers. Perception Enhancement Module Blueprint, Purple Grade, has been promoted to Omnidimensional Perception Array, Red Grade. Omnidimensional Perception Array, Red Grade Vehicle Item. Breaks the scattering iron law of 3-dimensional space, opening an observation window to the 4th dimension. By folding spatial distance, it discerns the causal necessity of object movement, ignores physical obstructions and environmental interference to achieve absolute perception. Installation requirements: requires installed vehicle radar equipment, level 4 or higher vehicle. Note: pierce the 3-dimensional illusion with the eye of the 4th dimension, reconstruct observation logic with the power of rules, and define the limits of perception with space-time technology. You are omniscience. You are the truth. I stared blankly at the system notification before me, frozen in place. The 5% chance for a 3-tier jump had triggered once again. To hit such a minuscule probability twice in one day felt unbelievable even to me. What shook me even more was that this item, which had soared all the way from a blue blueprint, had finally settled at red grade. This was already the second red grade item in my possession. Even though the probability was so low it was almost negligible, it kept falling into my lap. I stared at the red grade omnidimensional perception array, my heart surging with an incredible shock that wouldn't settle for a long time. Big Brother Wu Di, what's wrong? Lin Yu stared at the vehicle leaderboard interface, seeing no changes for a long time. She turned to see me sitting motionless with a blank stare, clearly lost in thought. Seeing that the 10-minute limit for the talent amplification was about to expire, she grew anxious, gently tugged on my sleeve, and called out softly. I finally snapped out of the shock, turned my head to look at the anxious Lin Yu, my eyes still a bit dazed, clearly not yet recovered from the impact of consecutive low-probability promotions. Big Brother Wu Di, the 10-minute duration of the talent effect is about to run out. Lin Yu reminded me with a firmer tone, seeing I wasn't fully back to reality. My heart jolted, and I fully regained my composure. I quickly gathered my focus and, without further delay, immediately set to work on the next talent enhancement. Ding! Heavy Armor Core Frame crafted. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Heavy Armor Core Frame, Purple Grade, has been promoted to Titan Mk4 Composite Chassis, Gold Grade. Titan Mk4 Composite Chassis, Gold Grade Vehicle Accessory. Uses a 7-layer alternating vacuum compression process of titanium tungsten hard layers and polymer viscoelastic layers to build a precise nonlinear gradient impedance structure, possessing extreme kinetic energy absorption and impact dissipation characteristics. When subjected to impact or explosions, the force is redirected in real time and evenly distributed to all stress nodes of the vehicle, effectively suppressing stress concentration and structural fractures, ensuring the main body maintains its complete form and elastic recovery capability under extreme overload, significantly increasing vehicle survivability. Installation requirements: Level 4 or higher vehicle. Phew, that's a relief. Looking at the system prompt, I let out a long breath, my tense shoulders finally relaxing, my tone filled with relief. In the past, I always hoped for 2-tier or 3-tier promotions, but after today's 2 consecutive abnormal low-probability triggers, a mere 1-tier promotion actually made me feel grounded. This was the normal enhancement probability, the rhythm I was familiar with. The 2 surprises from earlier had actually made me feel uneasy. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down. Today's second talent effect had refreshed. Now that the cabin's defense was bolstered by the red-grade Ancient Constructor, Imperial Divine Armor, it was already formidable enough. What I lacked most right now was power. After encountering the quantum primordial matter today, I had decided to use this second talent effect opportunity on the engine. Ding! Turbo Pulse Supercharged Engine crafted. Ding! Talent, Rule Breaker, Effect 2 activated. Item promoted by 3 tiers. Turbo Pulse Supercharged Engine, Purple Grade, has been promoted to HX, 9-ion Thruster, Red Grade. HX, 9-ion Thruster, Red Grade Vehicle Item. Uses magnetic confinement vector nozzles and pulse ionization technology. The working fluid is instantly ionized by a high-energy electric field into a high-speed plasma jet, erupting with extreme instantaneous thrust. The adaptive control system achieves zero-lag power, no mechanical transmission loss, and the all-solid-state structure completely eliminates vibration, achieving zero noise, all-weather, all-terrain stable high-performance output. Based on vehicle conditions, speed plus 100 to 1000, continuously consumes energy after startup. Installation requirements: Orange Grade or higher power source, Level 4 or higher vehicle. Note: in the electric field of the HX-9, ions are captured, accelerated, and discarded in an orderly fashion. It is not an engine. It is a compressor of time. Ignition is execution. It refuses to rest. Once it cools, it will never restart. I stared fixedly at the attribute description, my lips moving, unable to form a complete sentence for a long time. Although this was already the 3rd red grade item in my hands, the attributes of the HX 9-ion thruster still left me completely stunned. My pupils contracted slightly, and my eyes surged with undisguised shock and disbelief. I hadn't expected the performance of this red-grade thruster to be so ridiculously powerful: zero lag, zero noise, and a speed boost of up to 1000. Such power was far beyond anything I had ever known about vehicle thrusters. After carefully reviewing the attributes of the 3 items, I took a deep breath, forced myself to suppress the shock in my heart, and quickly calmed down. Without a moment's hesitation, I chose to install the newly acquired Titan Mk4 Composite Chassis, Omnidimensional Perception Array, and HX 9-ion Thruster. Ding! Detected installation of vehicle accessories. HX 9-ion Thruster, Titan Mk4 Composite Chassis. Vehicle must be in a stationary state. Xiao Shi, stop the vehicle. Received, Commander. Following Xiao Shi's sweet voice, the RV slowly decelerated. Su Kursin, inside the cabin, finally let out a long sigh of relief, her heart finally settling. Seeing that it was well past 1800 hours and this team she had just joined was still moving forward, she had been quite terrified. At this stage of survival, stopping to rest at night was the safest choice. Those survivors who rashly pushed forward in the dead of night and ended up staying in the snow forever were living cautionary tales. She didn't want to meet with misfortune just after joining the team. Ding, accessories installed successfully. As the system notification sound faded, all 3 newly acquired items were installed. At this moment, not only was Lin Yu, sitting in the passenger seat, completely stunned, but Su Wanwan and Lin Shi in the cabin were also shocked beyond measure, their faces filled with disbelief. They had already prepared themselves, knowing I might add new vehicle items. But when they saw the vehicle leaderboard jump by over 200,000 points, nearly doubling, they were still hit by the sheer scale of the increase, unable to speak for a moment. Su Kursen looked at the stunned Su Wanwan opposite her, then turned to look at Lin Shi, who was equally shocked and frozen in place. Her heart was filled with confusion and doubt, and she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "So, is everyone on this team abnormal?" Just as Su Kursen was silently complaining, a sudden movement came from the passenger seat. "Ah, big brother Wu Di." Lin Yu jumped up from her seat and rushed to my side, her face flushed with excitement. "Big brother Wu Di." Lin Yu opened her mouth, too excited to speak coherently. She wanted to say something, but after struggling for a long time, she couldn't organize her words and could only stare straight at me. Seeing Lin Yu so excited she couldn't speak, I couldn't help but smile. I turned to look at the back of the cabin, where Su Wanwan and Lin Shi were still in shock, their eyes blank, while Su Kursen looked at us as if we were fools, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. I suppressed my smile and spoke to the air. "Xiao Shi, I've installed new accessories. Run a performance check." Received, Commander. Detected HX, 9-ion thruster, Titan, MK4 composite chassis, and omnidimensional perception array. All have been integrated into system control. Commander, detected omnidimensional perception array installed. Vehicle global scanning radar has returned to normal operation. Detected HX, 9-ion thruster installed. Based on the current vehicle structure and matrix stability tracks load, the estimated current limit speed is 300 kilometers per hour. Commander, due to the HX, 9-ion thruster, the vehicle must remain permanently powered on, resulting in extremely high energy consumption. The lifespan of the vehicle nuclear reactor has been significantly reduced. Estimated remaining time before replacement is 7 days. The other 4 in the cabin, hearing the string of item names Xiaoxi reported, were mostly confused, having no idea what these items actually did. But when the words vehicle nuclear reactor reached their ears, all 4 froze, and they all turned to look at me with strange expressions. Lin Shi, Lin Yu, and Su Wanwan had always known that my RV never used fuel. Although they had been curious, they had never asked about the power source. Now, for the first time, they learned that the RV's power came from a vehicle nuclear reactor, and the shock in their hearts was beyond words. As for Su Kursen, her mouth was wide open, and she was frozen in place, her eyes filled with disbelief. Although she didn't know what grade a vehicle nuclear reactor was, just hearing the name told her it was definitely not low. Especially that HX, 9-ion thruster. If it required a nuclear reactor to power it, and could only last 7 days, what grade was that thruster? This is... Su Kursen turned to look at Lin Shi, her eyes filled with confusion, hoping to get an answer from her. Lin Shi noticed Su Kursen's gaze and gave a helpless, awkward smile, but didn't speak. In fact, she was just as lost as Su Kursen. She didn't know the grade of the nuclear reactor, nor the power of the ion thruster. She just vaguely felt that this was a massive development. Hearing Xiaoxi's report, I immediately opened the vehicle interface to check the specific information. Vehicle, level 5 vehicle, top speed, 300 kilometers per hour. Vehicle accessories/items, lucky pendant, gold, HX, 9-ion thruster, red, composite bulletproof crystallized glass, purple, Titan, MK4 composite chassis, gold, vehicle nuclear reactor, orange, smart constant temperature refrigeration box, purple, atmospheric water collection unit, orange, vehicle global scanning radar, gold, 30mm chain autocannon, orange, smart hub, gold, Titan armor-piercing ram, purple, multispectral penetrating illumination unit, purple, composite armor coating, gold, global stealth reconnaissance drone, purple, holographic shape-shifting camouflage, gold, ancient constructor, imperial divine armor, red, matrix stability tracks, gold, supercore power module, orange, anti-gravity suspension stability field generator, orange, holographic cinema projection module, purple, omnidimensional perception array, red. Looking at the attribute information, I curled my lips into a smile and closed the system interface. I looked up and found Lin Yu still staring at me. I turned to the back of the cabin, where Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Su Kersen were also staring at me with burning curiosity and confusion. "You guys," I started, but before I could finish, Lin Yu interrupted. Lin Yu leaned forward. "Big Brother Wu Di, what was that? What was that ion thruster? And what is that array thing?" It's just a new engine. I don't know how to describe it." I felt a headache coming on. I enjoyed the admiring gazes, but so far, I had learned from the communication channel that while some survivors had gold-grade items, I had never seen anyone mention orange-grade items. Other survivors might not even know that orange-grade existed beyond gold, let alone red-grade. The secrets of items and talents were indeed hard to explain. To change the subject, I spoke to the air. "Xiao Shi, proceed at full speed while ensuring safety." "Received, Commander, proceeding at 300 kilometers per hour." Following Xiao Shi's voice, the RV instantly accelerated, speeding forward, yet no one inside felt the slightest sensation of acceleration. Just as I thought I had brushed it off and could have some peace, Su Kersen suddenly spoke up, her tone filled with urgency. "Stop. Stop quickly." This broke the calm in the cabin, and the other four turned to look at Su Kersen with strange, confused expressions. Su Kersen didn't care about their gazes, her tone urgent and tinged with helplessness. "Don't you know it's dangerous to move at night? There are 5 people in the team now. The more people there are, the greater the crisis we'll encounter." She paused, her tone becoming even more urgent. "Also, you're driving so fast. If we encounter danger, we're done for." After she finished, seeing the 4 of us still looking at her with strange expressions, she panicked and added, "Why are you looking at me like that? Stop the car." Lin Shi looked at Su Kersen helplessly, knowing she was genuinely concerned for the team. She turned to look at me, her eyes filled with curiosity. They had never asked about the specific details of the RV, and when they asked Xiao Shi privately, she said she lacked the clearance. Especially after leaving the domain this morning, the cabin seemed to feel no vibrations from the outside world at all, which made her even more curious. I really had a headache now. I realized Su Kersen had too many questions. "If you have questions, ask Xiao Shi later." I thought for a moment and decided there was no need to hide it from them. At least letting them know the strength of the vehicle would put them at ease. Having said that, I turned my head back to the vast, snowy night outside and said no more. "Big Brother Wu Di, I'm going to sleep." Lin Yu was the most excited. She ran toward the bedroom, grabbing Su Wanwan's wrist as she passed. "Sister Wanwan, come on, let's go talk to Xiao Shi. Also, what movies do you like? Let's watch one together." Su Kersen watched Lin Yu run past her, dragging the helpless Su Wanwan along, and had no choice but to turn to Lin Shi. Lin Shi gave her a faint smile and said, "I'm going to sleep with Xiao Yu too. Why don't you keep Big Brother Wu Di company on night watch? If you have anything you want to ask, you can ask him." With that, Lin Shi walked into the bedroom. She also had many questions and wanted to find Xiao Shi to ask about the vehicle. Yumi. Su Kersen was left standing there, speechless. She suddenly realized that in this team, she seemed to be the only one constantly worried, while everyone else was indifferent, as if the survival crisis had nothing to do with them. Watching the 3 of them walk into the bedroom, Su Kersen took a deep breath, suppressed her complex emotions, and walked over to sit in the passenger seat. I glanced at Su Kersen in the passenger seat, said nothing, and leaned back to close my eyes. Now that Xiao Shi's global scanning radar had returned to normal, there was no need for me to keep a constant watch on the outside. After sitting down, Su Kersen fell silent, her gaze fixed on the outside. The silence lasted for a long time until Su Kersen finally broke it, her tone hesitant. "Can I ask you a question?" I didn't even open my eyes. "Go ahead, I'll answer what I can." That cloud-piercing bow. Su Kersen stopped there, her fingertips tightening. She hesitated for a moment before gathering the courage to continue. "That cloud-piercing bow, did you trade it to me?" Finally, Su Kersen asked the question she had buried deep in her heart. Ever since she joined the team and learned his name was Wu Di, She immediately thought of the person in her friend's list who had traded her the cloud-piercing bow. His name was also Wu Di. At first, she hadn't connected the two. But after seeing everything today, she couldn't help but suspect they were the same person. After all, someone who could trade a purple-grade bow in the early stages of this survival game couldn't be weak. Yes. I responded to Sue Kerson's question without a moment's hesitation, my tone flat, as if I were merely mentioning some trivial matter. You really are. Sue Kerson jerked her head up to look at me, her eyes filled with shock. She was far more agitated than I had anticipated, and her voice trembled. Is there something strange about that? I finally turned my head to look at the stunned Sue Kerson, a hint of confusion in my eyes. I. Sue Kerson opened her mouth, but for a moment, she didn't know what to say. 1,000 words were stuck in her throat, yet not a single one could escape. The RV fell into silence once again. After a long while, I broke the silence first. I'll keep the cloud-piercing bow for now. Once I've confirmed that you pose no danger and have no ulterior motives, I will return it to you. I knew clearly that the cloud-piercing bow came with a built-in locking function, and its power was not to be underestimated. Although the three of them might not necessarily be injured by an arrow, keeping the bow in my possession for the time being was undoubtedly the safest choice, in the spirit of taking precautions. Upon hearing this, Sue Kerson waved her hands hurriedly, her tone still tinged with agitation. I don't have any such thoughts. Thank you for saving me twice. After struggling for a moment, Sue Kerson looked up, meeting my eyes with sincerity, her tone filled with gratitude. Don't mention it. I shook my head, glancing unconsciously at the lucky pendant above the center console as I spoke, my tone remaining flat. The first time was a transaction, fair and square. You can consider the second time a transaction as well. It just hasn't been settled yet. Sue Kerson looked at me, her mouth opening, but she didn't know what else to say. Should she tell me that ever since she found out I was the one who traded the cloud-piercing bow to her, she hadn't been so opposed to staying here? But if she said that, what would become of the cautious and guarded persona she had maintained until now? In the end, all those words turned into silence, and the RV fell into a deathly stillness once more. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, it was the middle of the night. I had been leaning against the driver's seat, seemingly resting with my eyes closed, but in reality, I was constantly monitoring the surroundings, waiting for the night's monster attacks. However, until 3 in the morning, everything outside remained calm. There was not the slightest sign of any monsters, as if the monsters for tonight had simply vanished into thin air. Sue Kerson eventually succumbed to sleepiness. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier until she finally leaned against the passenger seat and drifted into a hazy slumber. By 5 in the morning, Lin Shi, Lin Yu, and Su Wanwan had emerged from the bedroom one after another. Seeing Sue Kerson fast asleep in the passenger seat and me still sitting in the driver's seat, the three of them tacitly remained silent and began preparing breakfast. Lin Yu seemed quite excited and wanted to step forward to say something, but Lin Shi glared at her, forcing Lin Yu to sit quietly on the sofa. It wasn't until Lin Shi called out to her that Sue Kerson rubbed her eyes and woke up. A blush instantly spread across her face, and she spoke with a hint of embarrassment. I'm so sorry. I accidentally fell asleep last night. Did we encounter any danger? Lin Shi smiled gently at her. It's fine. You don't have to keep watch next time. If there's any situation, Xiaoxi will definitely be the first to notice and inform us. Come on over and have some breakfast. Sue Kerson nodded, and just like that, we finished breakfast in a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Time ticked away, and in a flash, it was exactly 6 in the morning. Ding! The system announcement interface popped up. Global announcement. The final stage of the Gale and Torrent flood disaster zone has been activated. 1. The water level on the road will continue to rise rapidly. There is a safe zone ahead. 2. This scenario will dynamically spawn disaster monsters of corresponding strength based on vehicle points. Seeing the system announcement pop up, the expressions of everyone in the RV turned grave and ugly. Only Sue Kerson showed little reaction, still looking somewhat bewildered. What's wrong with you all? Sue Kerson asked, seeing the grim expressions on my face and those of Lin Shi and the others. In her view, this stage of the flood was no different from the initial lava highway. And besides, our RV could reach speeds of 300 kilometers per hour. Even with floodwaters blocking the way, it shouldn't be a major problem. Pay attention to the situation and keep an eye on the communication channel. My tone was heavy. I said only that one sentence before walking back to the driver's seat with a grim expression, my eyes fixed firmly on the road conditions outside. Is there anything I can do to help? Seeing me walk away with a dark expression and noticing the grave looks on Su Wanwan and the Lin sisters, Su Kursin realized that there was likely some danger she didn't understand, so she quickly offered her help. Su Wanwan forced a reluctant smile. Commander Wu Di will definitely be able to handle it. We just need to follow his arrangements. After saying this, she sat down quietly and opened the communication channel, carefully monitoring every message. Lin Yu gripped the hem of Lin Shi's clothes tightly, her voice trembling. Sister, our RV is so powerful and has so many amazing accessories. We'll be fine, right? Seeing that Lin Yu was clearly frightened by the announcement, Lin Shi reached out to hug her, patting her back gently to soothe her. You have to trust Commander Wu Di. Haven't we made it through safely every time we've encountered danger? This time will be no different. At this moment, I looked out through the window, my expression growing even darker. The sky outside was completely shrouded in thick, ink-like black clouds, so dense they couldn't be dispersed. The sky, which should have been brightening, was now devoid of any light, as if we had plunged back into the dead of night, creating a suffocating pressure. The blizzard that had lasted for days had also completely changed. Cold rain poured down mixed with goosefeather snowflakes, and even more absurdly, hail the size of pigeon eggs was mixed in. I looked through the rearview mirror and saw that the road behind us was exactly the same as it had been on the last day of the previous disaster, completely submerged in murky floodwaters. The water level was still rising, slowly creeping toward the RV. What made my heart sink even further was that the road ahead was also covered in standing water mixed with ice and snow. Where are the monsters? Is this the something wrong I've been feeling lately? I muttered to myself, my fingertips tightening slightly. I dared not imagine what kind of terrifying monsters we would face with our 358,600 vehicle points. After all, in the communication channel, the highest vehicle points among other survivors didn't even exceed 5,000. The gap between us was like heaven and earth. However, I observed with full concentration for nearly an hour and still didn't find any trace of monsters. The only change was that the weather outside became increasingly exaggerated. It wasn't just the rain, snow, and hail raging. There were also howling gales that swept up broken branches, gravel, and unknown objects, constantly slamming into the RV. On the road, obstacles were continuously being washed up by the rain and snow, piling up in the middle of the path. Fortunately, the Titan armor-piercing ram at the front of the RV was powerful enough to push aside all obstacles, but I could clearly feel that the RV's speed had slowed slightly, clearly affected by the resistance. Moreover, even though the RV maintained a high speed of 300 kilometers per hour, the floodwaters behind us followed closely, not falling behind in the slightest. The road ahead remained submerged, with no end in sight, as if we would never drive out of this watery expanse. Is it not just the monsters? Are even natural disasters affected by points? My heart was filled with questions, and a strong sense of unease welled up. The calmer it was, the more I felt that the hidden danger behind it was far more terrifying than I had imagined. Inside the cabin, it became exceptionally quiet and oppressive. Su Kursin was completely unaware of the danger and could only sit quietly, watching the expressions of the others, feeling increasingly anxious. Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu were all staring at the communication channel, not daring to relax for a second. However, since most survivors were currently focused on escaping and were overwhelmed, there were significantly fewer messages in the communication channel than usual. Even so, the hottest topic in the communication channel remained the anonymous player at the top of the vehicle leaderboard. Messages kept popping up. Holy crap! Look at the vehicle leaderboard. When did that big shot at number 1 get over 350,000 points? The higher the points, the faster you die? Didn't you read the announcement? With those points, he's probably done for this time. Don't say that. 350,000 points. Who knows what kind of equipment that big shot has? Maybe he has a way to deal with the flood and the monsters. Who cares? If you have time to worry about others, worry about yourself. Don't end up dead before they do. Is anyone with this big shot? Maybe if he goes down, we can scavenge some good loot. Fortune favors the bold, brothers. Lin Yu stared at the comments in the communication channel and complained. Sister, these people are so mean. That's just how this world is. We don't need to care what others think. Lin Shi comforted her from the side. I kept a constant watch on the situation outside. Although I knew Xiao she would detect and warn me of any situation immediately, I had a feeling that the coming crisis would exceed my expectations. Time drifted by in this silence. By around 8 a.m., the scene outside remained unchanged. The rain, snow, and hail continued to rage, and the floodwaters kept rising, but there was still no sign of any monsters. Why is our situation completely different from what others are encountering? Do we really not need to do anything? Su Kersen finally sensed that something was wrong and asked Su Wanwan in a low voice. Su Wanwan turned her head and smiled gently at Su Kersen. Don't worry, Commander Wu Di will definitely solve it. Su Kersen was choked by Su Wanwan's words. She finally understood. This Su Wanwan was simply a diehard fan of mine. Couldn't she see that the crisis they were facing now was clearly far more absurd than what other survivors were dealing with? She had been watching the communication channel for so long and had never seen any other survivor encounter such an outrageous situation. With no other choice, Su Kersen turned her gaze toward Lin Shi, who was sitting opposite her, hoping to get a more reasonable response. Lin Shi seemed to sense Su Kersen's gaze, looked up at her, and asked in a calm tone, "Then what can you do right now?" Su Kersen was choked by Lin Shi's words again, thinking to herself, why are these people not only strange but also so hurtful with their words? But then she thought about it carefully and realized that, as Lin Shi said, there was nothing they could do right now but wait quietly. In this long wait, time slipped away, and in a blink, it was 10:30 a.m. Lin Yu suddenly stood up and walked quickly to the driver's seat, her tone urgent. Commander Wu Di, many people in the communication channel are starting to encounter monsters. There are all kinds of strange types. Some say they look like octopuses, others say they look like fishmen. Most are aquatic monsters, but they aren't very strong. She paused and added, also, Commander Wu Di, do you remember the fist-sized hornet monsters we encountered that night? Some people are encountering those now too. They all say the hardest part is the weather and the difficult road conditions. The monsters aren't actually that tough. It's fine, don't worry. I listened to Lin Yu while keeping my eyes locked on the window, not moving an inch. I heard the worry in her voice and offered a soft word of comfort. Okay, I believe in Commander Wu Di. I'll stay right here, and if there's any news in the communication channel, I'll tell you immediately. Lin Yu seemed infected by my confidence, her tone becoming firm. After saying this, she sat in the passenger seat, focusing intently on the messages in the communication channel. Monsters have appeared. So where are the ones we're supposed to face? I remained calm on the surface, but my expression grew increasingly grave, and impatience stirred within me. Monsters weren't scary. What was scary was this unknown waiting, not knowing what level of terrifying existence we were about to face. The entire morning passed in this silent, oppressive atmosphere. Aside from Lin Yu occasionally informing me of the situation in the communication channel, nothing unusual happened. Even after we had a simple lunch, the area outside the RV remained calm. The weather and the flood outside showed no changes, yet inside the cabin, we were completely unaffected, warm and stable. If one didn't look out the window, one wouldn't even feel that a devastating flood was occurring outside. Time ticked by slowly until 13:39. Just then, Xiaoxi's notification sound suddenly rang out. Commander, a sea-splitting kraken has been detected approaching from directly behind. Along with Xiaoxi's notification, the center console screen displayed the monster's attribute description. Sea-splitting kraken. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, a deep-sea behemoth swallowed a meteorite fragment that fell into the ocean. It died because it could not withstand the high-energy radiation and thunderous power within the fragment. Its corpse sank into a deep-sea rift, and over centuries, it fused and mutated with the meteorite core, eventually reassembling into this mindless monster. It possesses neither divinity nor wisdom, only an endless hunger for energy. It is a pure disaster wandering in the abyss. Standing height, 120 meters. When its tentacles are fully extended, it covers a diameter of over 400 meters. Weight, approximately 85,000 tons. Core skills. 1. Annihilation field. The Kraken spreads its tentacles, releasing an invisible energy field. This field can forcibly extract all forms of energy from its surroundings. 2. Thunderstorm strike. It releases the excess absorbed energy through its tentacles, forming large-scale chain lightning strikes. Weakness. The energy circulation within the sea-splitting Kraken is extremely unstable. The crystal core located in the center of its head is its only weakness. The moment Xiao Shi's alert sounded, everyone in the RV looked up at the center console screen. However, when they saw the description of the sea-splitting Kraken, everyone's expression changed drastically. Commander Wu Di. Lin Yu's voice was tight. I didn't reply, instead looking back through the rearview mirror. Even with the rain and snow raging outside, I could clearly see a massive, mountain-like shadow slowly approaching. Damn, this thing is huge. My expression was extremely grim. I had known we would encounter terrifying monsters, but when that mountain-like shadow truly appeared, it still made my heart sink. We absolutely cannot let it attack us. That was the first thought that flashed through my mind. I trusted the RV's defense, but if such a massive monster launched an attack, the RV would inevitably be shaken off course. Once the RV left the highway, everything would truly be over. Xiao Shi, fire all 30mm autocannon ammunition. Although I guessed it might be useless, I still wanted to try. Understood, Commander. Following Xiao Shi's prompt, the 30mm autocannon on the roof of the RV immediately began a frantic barrage. In just over 10 seconds, all 120 rounds of ammunition were spent. Commander, all ammunition has been expended. The sea-splitting Kraken is detected to still be approaching. Before I could even speak, Xiao Shi informed me of the result. The expressions of everyone in the RV sank completely. The 30mm autocannon on the roof had slaughtered countless monsters along the way and had never met an opponent it couldn't handle, yet after firing everything, the sea-splitting Kraken remained completely unscathed. My mind raced. Getting out to fight it in hand-to-hand combat was impossible. Not to mention whether I could win. The rising floodwaters behind us meant I couldn't abandon the vehicle and go out recklessly. At the moment, the only things I had left were the Assault Annihilation Warhead and the RPG-7 Heavy Kill rocket launcher I had obtained earlier. But since even the 30mm autocannon was ineffective, I didn't even consider the one-shot rocket launcher. Just as I was thinking, Xiao Shi's notification sounded again. Commander, it is detected that the vehicle nuclear reactor's energy is draining rapidly. It is estimated that the vehicle nuclear reactor will shut down completely in 20 minutes. Hearing this, my expression changed drastically. Since installing the HX-9 ion thruster, the vehicle nuclear reactor could only maintain operation for 7 days, and now the energy was draining even faster. Once the reactor shut down, not only would the core power be lost, but the newly acquired HX-9 ion thruster would also fail completely. I clearly remembered the note on the HX-9 ion thruster. Once it cools down, it can never be restarted. The other 4 people in the cabin also heard the notification clearly, their expressions grave, but no one spoke. Su Kersen wanted to step forward, but Lin Shi pulled her back. Lin Shi knew clearly that this situation was no longer something they could intervene in. Everything depended on me. At this moment, I was staring fixedly at the attributes of the Assault Annihilation Warhead in my inventory. Assault Annihilation Warhead, special item, a strategic-grade heavy overload core. The detonation time can be set freely. After detonation, it releases violent annihilation energy, forming a destruction zone with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Targets within the 0-300-meter core zone are directly annihilated, ignoring armor, shields, and building defenses. Targets within the 300 to 700-meter range suffer devastating explosions and high-temperature impacts. Targets within the 700 to 1,000-meter range suffer severe damage from strong tremors and shockwaves. It has an overwhelming destructive effect on fortress fortifications, heavy units, and dense clusters, making it the ultimate assault demolition device with strategic-grade deterrent power. I had taken this Assault Annihilation Warhead out before, It was about 1.5 meters tall, less than half a meter in diameter, and weighed about 500 kilograms. With my current physique, coupled with the bonus from shooting mastery, I was confident I could throw this warhead precisely in front of the sea-splitting kraken. However, what I wasn't sure about was the true extent of the warhead's power. I looked at the sea-splitting kraken on the center console screen, which was only 700 meters away from the RV. I wasn't worried about whether the warhead could destroy the kraken. I was worried that if the power was too great, the resulting impact would affect the RV. Although the RV was reinforced by the red-quality ancient constructor, Imperial Divine Armor, I was still worried that the violent impact caused by the Assault Annihilation warhead would cause the vehicle to shift. Commander, the vehicle nuclear reactor has lost 10% of its energy. Life or death depends on this. Hearing Xiaoxi's prompt, I had no way out and could only pin all my hopes on this ultimate warhead. Commander, it is detected that the sea-splitting kraken is releasing a thunderstorm strike. The moment I made up my mind, Xiaoxi's notification sounded again. As the notification rang out, everyone in the cabin saw the dim sky suddenly light up. Countless purple-blue lightning bolts intertwined and exploded crazily in the clouds, as if the entire firmament were being torn apart. Dense arcs of electricity connected into a massive web of lightning, crashing down toward the direction of the RV. Sue Kerson's face turned deathly pale, her lips trembling as she muttered to herself, "It's over. It's really over this time. Why am I so unlucky?" Immediately after, Xiaoxi's notification sounded again. "Commander, a thunderstorm strike has been detected. The Armored Kinetic Energy Recovery System has been activated. Currently, the vehicle has no corresponding electrical energy storage equipment, so the kinetic energy will dissipate naturally." Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. They had learned about the capabilities of the ancient constructor, Imperial Divine Armor from Xiaoxi the night before, but they hadn't personally experienced such a dangerous scene. They looked at each other with lingering fear, their faces still showing the tension that hadn't yet faded. Sue Kerson, standing to the side, stared at the three of them with a blank expression. Her mouth opened and closed, wanting to say something, but she couldn't utter a single word for a long time. She didn't understand anything. The only thought remaining in her mind was, "I survived." I knew that time no longer allowed for any hesitation. "Stay back," I said, walking toward the center of the vehicle while opening the skylight I had installed for the 30mm autocannon. The others in the cabin immediately retreated to the back. As soon as the skylight opened, freezing rain and snow mixed with hail the size of pigeon eggs poured into the cabin. I climbed straight up onto the roof, exposing only my upper body. It had felt like bad weather inside the cabin, but once I was truly exposed to the gale and storm, I felt the raw power of nature. The sky was filled with rain and snow that obscured my vision, while the wind whipped debris, broken branches, and miscellaneous objects against me with violent force. Fortunately, my physical attributes far exceeded those of an ordinary person. Otherwise, this harsh environment alone would have been enough to severely injure anyone else instantly. I could barely make out the shadow of the sea-splitting kraken in the distance. Its massive, mountain-like silhouette looming in the rain curtain brought a suffocating sense of oppression, even from hundreds of meters away. I pulled the Assault Annihilation warhead from my inventory and held it firmly. Ignoring the lashing wind, rain, and hail, my eyes locked onto the slowly approaching monster. It wasn't until Xiaoxi gave her fourth notification from inside the cabin. "Commander, the vehicle nuclear reactor energy consumption is at 40%, that I finally caught a blurry glimpse of the sea-splitting kraken's head. The distance was now less than 400 meters, but the weather was so atrocious that the curtains of rain and wind blocked everything. I could only see a massive, twisted black shadow with countless thick tentacles flailing chaotically in the water and air. In the center of its head, a faint, flickering light pulsed amidst the clouds and mist. Its overall outline was hideous and indistinct, like a nightmare crawled out of the abyss. I took a deep breath and set the Assault Annihilation warhead to detonate in 3 seconds on the system interface. I didn't know what the result of the explosion would be, but if I didn't take this gamble now, all that awaited us was the total destruction of my vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, I put all my strength into my arms and hurled the 500-kilogram warhead toward the head of the sea-splitting kraken less than 400 meters away, then quickly scrambled back into the vehicle and slammed the skylight shut with a bang. The others in the cabin hadn't even had time to ask questions after seeing me return to the driver's seat just 2 minutes after leaving, when a deafening, cataclysmic roar erupted outside. Everyone instinctively crowded toward the windows to look out. I also looked back through the rearview mirror. Between the floodwaters and the clouds behind us, a blinding white light suddenly exploded. The violent annihilation energy spread wildly from the point of impact, instantly swallowing the entire rain curtain. An area with a diameter of over 1,000 meters was completely engulfed in intense light. The shockwave kicked up massive floods, tore a huge hole through the clouds, and shattered both the ground and the water surface. Even the air seemed to be scorched and distorted. Nothing remained in the world but that blinding white light and the deafening roar. Before I could even process it, Xiaoxi's notification rang out. "Commander, the sea-splitting kraken has disappeared." Seeing the red dot representing the monster vanish from the radar, my tightly coiled nerves finally relaxed. So that's all it was? I thought it would be tougher, haha, I said, turning back to smile at the four of them. Hearing the notification and my words, the four people in the cabin finally let out a collective sigh of relief. Lin Yu's face lit up, and she was just about to speak when Xiaoxi's voice sounded again. "Commander, a tidal wave impact is detected to be imminent." Upon hearing Xiaoxi's warning, the hearts of everyone in the cabin sank, rising instantly to their throats. They instinctively looked out the windows, their relaxed expressions replaced by gravity, every face etched with tension and unease. Through the rearview mirror, I could see it clearly. The floodwaters behind us had been lifted by the shockwave, forming a monstrous wave dozens of meters high. Like a moving wall of water, it surged forward through the rain, snow, and hail, carrying broken building remains, snapped trees, and debris. Even through the thick cabin walls and the obscured vision, that destructive pressure penetrated the vehicle, making it hard to breathe, as if in the next second, this wall of water would swallow us and the RV whole. "Xiaoxi, can we go any faster?" I stared at the giant wave closing in on the rearview mirror, my face dark enough to drip water. I knew better than anyone that such an impact, even with the protection of the ancient constructor, Imperial Divine Armor, would not only cause non-fatal damage, but would definitely knock the RV off the highway. Once we left the road and the vehicle was wrecked, we would be trapped in these floodwaters forever. "Commander, we are already at maximum speed. Impact expected in 10 seconds. Xiaoxi's sweet, steady voice remained calm, without a ripple, which only made the oppressive atmosphere in the cabin grow heavier. I gripped the steering wheel tightly, only one urgent thought remaining in my mind. What can I do now? How can I avoid this crisis? I searched my mind frantically for any possible solution, but time was too short, and the speed of the approaching wave was terrifying. Any struggle seemed pale and powerless in the face of such overwhelming force. I had no choice but to pin all my hopes on the RV's defensive capabilities and its maximum speed. Time slipped away in dead silence and panic. In just a few seconds, the monstrous wave crossed the distance of several hundred meters. Without giving us any time to react, it crashed into the RV, instantly shrouding the vehicle in a curtain of murky water. Sue Kerson's pupils shrank as she watched the world outside be swallowed by water. Her heart felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. She instinctively grabbed the handrail beside her, using all her strength to anchor herself, and screamed at Su Wanwan and the others. "What are you standing there for? The impact is coming, hold on." Yet, faced with Sue Kerson's frantic shouting, Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu, though pale and fearful with their hands clenched tightly at their clothes, did not panic. They didn't reach for anything to hold on to. Instead, they slowly sat back in their seats. Despite the fear in their eyes, there was a hidden trust in me and a faint confidence that we would survive the crisis, and they waited silently for the outcome. Sue Kerson was infuriated by their reaction, but she couldn't save herself, let alone urge them further. She had used all her strength to anchor her body to the handrail. As soon as she finished speaking, she squeezed her eyes shut and gritted her teeth, waiting for the destructive impact to arrive. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, time ticked by, but the expected violent impact never came. The cabin remained stable and warm, without even a slight tremor. Sue Curson felt a surge of doubt and slowly opened her eyes to look out the window. Outside was a murky world of water. The giant wave was churning wildly around the vehicle, carrying debris. The RV was like a small boat in a storm, pushed forward rapidly by the turbulent current. The windows were covered in splashing water and mud, and while she could clearly see the traces of the water rushing past and hear the roar of the wave and the dull thuds of debris hitting the vehicle, the interior remained steady, as if completely isolated from the raging torrent outside. She froze, instinctively looking at me, only to see me staring intently out the window, my expression grave and unyielding. "What's going on?" "We weren't knocked away." Sue Curson lowered her voice, her tone full of confusion and disbelief, her eyes locked on the water curtain outside. I didn't respond. Through the rearview mirror, I could see everything that had just happened behind us. At the edge of the highway outside, a piece of building debris had been left behind, half submerged in the flood and half exposed, acting like a sturdy pivot. Just as the RV was about to be swept off the road by the wave, the side of the vehicle had happened to strike this debris. The massive impact was steadily buffered and dissipated by the wreckage. The RV only paused for a split second before, using the push of the current and its own maximum speed, it adjusted its direction and continued to speed along the edge of the road without deviating even an inch. I knew clearly that it was this accidental piece of debris that had allowed us to narrowly escape the crisis of being swept off the road. Just as I let out a slight sigh of relief, Xiaoxi's notification sounded at the right moment. "Commander, we have successfully exited the explosion impact zone. Current speed is maintained at the limit, and we are moving away from the danger zone." Only then did I slowly relax, my tense shoulders dropping slightly. I turned my head to look at the others, my gaze lingering briefly on Sue Curson before quickly moving away, my tone softening a bit. "We're safe for now." Su Wanwan and the others slowly came to their senses, the fear on their faces fading, replaced by the relief of surviving a disaster. Lin Yu couldn't help but tear up, whispering, "Brother Wu Di, did we survive?" Sue Curson looked at the still steady cabin and then at the water that had disappeared outside the window, her confusion growing heavier. "So, what exactly happened?" I finally felt a true sense of relief. Since stepping into this cruel survival world, apart from that life-and-death struggle at night where I nearly lost my life, this was the first time since my strength had increased that I had faced such a lethal, life-threatening crisis. Before this, I had once thought I was ahead of everyone else, relying on my own strength and the RV's support to handle any predicament without encountering an unsolvable crisis. But after what just happened, I was completely sobered. There is no absolute safety in the survival world. One must remain vigilant at all times. A moment of carelessness could lead to a catastrophic disaster, leaving us here forever. Thinking of this, my thoughts drifted back to the desperate situation, to that perfectly placed piece of building debris. It was too coincidental, so coincidental that it didn't seem like an accident. Could this be the effect of Sue Curson's talent? I pondered to myself, my heart tightening. I didn't dare to imagine that if I hadn't saved Sue Curson and invited her to join the team, we would likely have been swept off the road by the wave, our vehicle destroyed, and we would have been trapped in these floodwaters forever with no hope of survival. Thinking of this, I instinctively turned my head, my gaze falling on Sue Curson. "Why are you looking at me?" Sue Curson instantly caught my gaze. Remembering my fleeting glance when the crisis was averted, she immediately frowned and glared back. She guessed that I must have thought she was too cowardly and worried, but she hadn't known the RV had such powerful performance. She hadn't felt a single vibration from that massive impact inside the cabin. If not for the scene outside the window and the lingering roar in her ears, she would have thought nothing had happened at all. "Brother Wu Di, are we really through this crisis? There won't be any more danger behind us, right?" Lin Yu finally recovered from the panic, trotting over to sit in the passenger seat, a lingering trace of fear still in her eyes. "There shouldn't be any danger for now," I said, shaking my head gently, my tone tinged with uncertainty. I didn't dare to let my guard down. No one knew what other surprises this unpredictable survival world might throw at us in the next second. On the other side, Lin Shi and Su Wanwan were already silently cleaning up the rainwater and mud that had poured in when I opened the skylight. Su Kursen looked at the group, each doing their own thing with such tacit understanding, while she alone felt like an outsider, completely out of place. Thinking of this, Su Kursen took a deep breath, stood up, and walked step by step to the side of the driver's seat, where she stopped. "What's wrong?" I noticed the movement beside me and turned my head, looking at Su Kursen standing there with a hint of surprise on my face. Su Kursen clenched the corner of her clothes, took a deep breath, and spoke with a hint of hesitation but an imperceptible firmness. She paused, then gathered her courage and said, "Is there anything I can help with?" "No need. Just stay quiet," I said bluntly, looking at Su Kursen, who had suddenly volunteered. I felt a bit more puzzled, but I was direct. In fact, it wasn't just Su Kursen. The same went for Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu. In my view, they were all support-type teammates, each with their own strengths, and it was best for everyone to stick to their roles. I saw Su Kursen the same way. After today's events, I truly understood that everyone's talent had its own unique value. If not for Su Kursen, the four of us might have really perished here today. But my simple words sounded different to Su Kursen, as if I were denying her value, thinking she was useless and couldn't do anything. "Don't look down on me. I can do anything," Su Kursen said, her voice rising in urgency. I was taken aback by her sudden reaction and looked at her in surprise, not expecting such a strong response. Being stared at with such a strange look, Su Kursen's face instantly flushed red. That's not it. Besides, you have them here." As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them, feeling she was rambling and making things worse. "Sister Su, what are you two talking about?" Just then, a crisp voice rang out. Su Kursen turned her head sharply to see Lin Yu standing beside her, looking at her with a curious and somewhat strange expression, her eyes full of inquiry. I was truly speechless. Did all these people, except for Su Wanwan, see me as some kind of lecher? Their imaginations were ridiculously wild. I glanced helplessly at Su Kursen, then at Lin Yu, who was leaning in with curiosity, and simply said, "You can do the same as them. Keep an eye on the trading channel and the communication channel to see if there are any special blueprints or talent fragments. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me for now." With that, I withdrew my gaze and refocused on the road ahead. Seeing my cold attitude and that I was ignoring her, and catching a glimpse of Lin Yu staring at her intently with curiosity, Su Kursen felt a surge of resentment. She muttered to herself, "What's so great about him? Isn't it just that he's a bit stronger and has a better vehicle? Since you said that, I'll just eat your food and drink your water here without doing any work, and we'll see who gets anxious first." Thinking this, Su Kursen felt much better. She turned to Lin Yu, forced a smile, and softened her tone. "Little Yu, didn't you say yesterday that there were movies to watch in the RV? Teach me, since there's nothing to do anyway." Sister Su, is it really a good time for that?" Lin Yu was taken aback by the question, responding in a low voice while instinctively glancing at the gray sky outside the window and then sneaking a look at me, who was focused on driving. Although she was usually carefree and simple-minded, she had enough sense after just escaping a life-and-death crisis. She really wasn't in the mood to watch a movie right now. Su Kursen hadn't expected even the seemingly carefree Lin Yu to say that. She felt like a deflated balloon, losing all interest, and sighed helplessly. Fine, I'll go help clean up." In truth, her intention was just to put on a show for me, to prove she wasn't just a freeloader. But with Lin Yu not playing along, the act couldn't continue, so she had to bite the bullet and go help. Watching Su Kursen walk toward the back of the cabin, Lin Yu quickly sat back in the passenger seat, skillfully opened the communication channel, and while browsing the information, occasionally snuck a glance at me. The rest of the journey was unexpectedly smooth. Time passed slowly in the calm, and before I knew it, the vehicle clock showed it was nearly 1,500 hours. Just then, my gaze suddenly fixed at the end of the road ahead. That familiar light curtain emitting a soft white glow appeared again, exactly the same as the one we had encountered before. "Is it finally over?" I whispered to myself, my tone carrying a hint of imperceptible exhaustion and relief. Without any hesitation, the RV drove straight into the light curtain. Almost the moment the vehicle entered the light, a familiar white glow enveloped the entire cabin, and everyone instinctively closed their eyes. When we opened our eyes again, the scene before us had been completely renewed. The traces of the previous rainstorm and flood had vanished without a trace, and a massive skyscraper piercing the sky stood in the center of our view. The skyscraper reached into the clouds, and even from a distance, it brought a strong sense of oppression. Its silver-gray exterior walls shimmered with a cold metallic luster, the surface smooth and clean, with clean, sharp lines and no unnecessary decoration. It stood like a silent steel giant in the center of the view, making it impossible to look away. Everyone in the vehicle was instantly stunned by the sight, crowding near the driver's cab and peering out the windows, their eyes full of curiosity and amazement. Just as everyone was shocked by the skyscraper, a section of the building's exterior wall suddenly lit up, and a line of golden characters slowly emerged, clear and eye-catching. Welcome, survivors, to the Points Hub City. Here, points are the foundation of survival. Possess points, and you possess everything. Brother Wu Di, is this the same kind of safe zone as before? Can we go down and shop? Lin Yu was the first to react, her voice trembling with excitement, her hands gripping the edge of the window, her eyes shining with excitement. In the previous safe zone, many things she wanted to exchange for had been stopped by her sister. Thinking of the current points on the vehicle leaderboard, Lin Yu couldn't suppress her inner joy. Brother Wu Di, why didn't we receive a system notification? Lin, she suddenly frowned and said. When they arrived at the safe zone before, everyone had received a system notification, but this time there was no movement at all. Hearing Lin Shi, I also remembered that at the end of the first stage, when we arrived at the safe zone, we had indeed received a system safe zone notification and a points arrival notification. Let's see what's going on first, I said in a deep voice, not knowing why there was no notification this time either. Hearing our conversation, Lin Yu, who had been excited, gradually calmed down. She and Su Wanwan waited quietly for my decision. Su Kursen looked at the four of them and rolled her eyes. Knowing that there must be something here she didn't understand, just like before. She simply stayed silent and observed everything around her. Lin Shi carefully examined the surrounding environment and then reminded me, Brother Wu Di, look at that entrance. It doesn't look like it's for people to walk through. Should we drive directly inside? I looked in the direction Lin Shi pointed and saw a wide alloy gate in front of the building. Faint blue light flickered on both sides of the gate, and the ground was paved with smooth panels with fine textures, which seemed more designed for vehicle passage. I was silent for a moment, recalling the safe zone of the first stage, which indeed had no real danger. After thinking for a while, I switched to manual driving mode and slowly steered the RV toward the alloy gate. After the RV entered the alloy gate, everyone in the vehicle felt the light dim, and then we were plunged into an enclosed space. The ceiling and surroundings were all flat, smooth panels, and a soft, pale white halo lingered on the panels. There were no doors or windows here. The whole space was so quiet that we could clearly hear each other's breathing. Everyone looked at each other, no one able to say what kind of place this was, only feeling that it was both eerie and somewhat novel. My gaze swept across the surroundings, and I quickly noticed that the alloy gate behind us had slowly descended, sealing so tightly that not a single gap remained. Only a short distance ahead stood an electronic screen about half a person's height. It was pitch black, with no light, text, or patterns visible on its surface, standing there quietly and exuding a sense of mystery. I withdrew my gaze and spoke to the others in the vehicle. Let's go. Get out and take a look. It should be safe now. I'm going to. Lin Yu was the first to respond. No sooner had she spoken than she stood up impatiently, her eyes filled with curiosity. The five of us then stepped out of the vehicle one after another and walked to the electronic screen ahead. As we gathered around to examine it, Lin Yu couldn't help but reach out and lightly touch the surface. The moment her fingertips made contact, the pitch-black screen suddenly lit up, a soft white glow washing over it as lines of clear text slowly emerged. We stared at the content on the screen for a moment, and then it dawned on us. This enclosed space we were in was precisely the safe zone we had been searching for. The electronic screen clearly indicated the layout of the building. Floors 1 to 5 were the life service area, where everything from the real world could be found. Floors 6 to 10 were the accommodation area, though the standards for each floor varied, and the point requirements were vastly different. 10 points for the 6th floor, 100 for the 7th, 1,000 for the 8th, 10,000 for the 9th, and 100,000 points for the 10th. As for those who didn't want to spend points on accommodation, I noticed a line of small text in the corner of the screen stating that the underground parking lot offered free vehicle storage and temporary rest, though it was specifically highlighted in red text. The underground parking lot is not a safe zone. Points are sourced from the vehicle points of each vehicle. Lin Yu tugged at my sleeve and asked with an expectant look, "Big Brother Wu Di, where are we staying?" Su Wanwan frowned, her gaze lingering on the point requirements on the screen before she turned to me and said softly, "Big Brother Wu Di, the difference in point requirements for each floor is too great, and it doesn't specify the exact differences between them. What should we do?" She looked at me steadily, clearly waiting for me to make the decision. She pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about we stay on the 9th floor? The point requirement isn't particularly high." "What? Stay on the 9th floor? No. Do we even have that many points? We aren't that big shot who's number 1 on the vehicle leaderboard." The moment Su Kurson heard she suggest the 9th floor, she couldn't help but retort, her tone filled with disbelief. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt the 4 of them, me, Lin Shi, Lin Yu, and Su Wanwan, all looking at her with a hint of imperceptible amusement, which made her heart skip a beat and her words trail off. "What? Am I wrong? We aren't." Halfway through, Su Kurson seemed to realize something. Her eyes widened, and her tone became stuttered. "Holy crap! We aren't." Lin Yu leaned in, hugged Su Kurson's arm, and shook it with a laugh. "Hee, Sister Su, you only just realized? Big Brother Wu Di is that big shot who's number 1 on the vehicle leaderboard. We're the strongest team. How about that, surprised?" Lin Shi tapped Lin Yu on the head and said helplessly, "Xiao Yu, don't be silly." She then turned to the stunned Su Kurson and softened her tone. "Sister Su, we didn't mean to hide it from you. You didn't ask before, so it didn't feel right to bring it up." Various miraculous aspects of my RV flashed through Su Kurson's mind. The sturdy defense, the abundant supplies, and that magical space, leaving her no choice but to believe it. She looked at me in astonishment, her eyes full of inquiry, as if waiting for my final confirmation. "The stronger we are, the greater the crises we face. You saw that today," I said, offering a brief explanation. Having said that, I turned back to the accommodation points on the electronic screen, about to announce my decision. "We'll stay on." Before I could finish, I heard Su Kurson's excited voice. Boss Wu Di, you should have said so earlier. If I'd known you were such a powerful backer, there wouldn't have been all this trouble. I've suffered quite a bit along the way." We watched as Su Kurson, now full of excitement, walked over and tightly hugged my arm. The disdain and dissatisfaction on her face had vanished without a trace, replaced by undisguised excitement and sycophancy. Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu looked at Su Kurson with strange expressions, but she didn't care at all, completely ignoring their gazes. "All right, we're staying on the 10th floor. Stop messing around," I said, gently pulling my arm from Su Kurson's grasp. The 4 of them, who had been staring at each other in a tense standoff, were instantly stunned by my words and looked at me in surprise. Lin Yu even subconsciously opened her mouth, nearly gasping out loud. Even the usually calm Su Wanwan had a flash of surprise in her eyes, and the sycophancy on Su Kurson's face froze for a moment. Clearly, none of them expected me to decide on the most expensive 10th floor. She was the first to recover. She frowned and said softly, "Big Brother Wu Di, wouldn't that be too wasteful? The point requirement for the 10th floor is no small amount. We don't need to spend so many points on accommodation." Lin Yu nodded quickly, chiming in, "Yeah, Big Brother Wu Di, staying on the 9th floor should be enough. Others can't even afford the 9th floor. The 10th is just too luxurious. It's a waste of points." As she spoke, she peeked at me. Su Wanwan said nothing, standing quietly to the side with her gaze fixed on the 10th floor point requirement on the screen, lost in thought. She didn't voice an opinion, clearly defaulting to my arrangement. Sue Curson regained her composure and quickly hid her surprise. Boss, although I'd love to stay on the 10th floor, wouldn't it be too wasteful? It's decided. Let's go. I ignored their debate, my tone firm. I immediately operated the electronic screen. Following a points deduction successful prompt, a faint mechanical whirring sound came from the side. The panels of the sealed wall retracted smoothly, and the compact space instantly opened up, revealing a wide entrance. Warm, golden light spilled out from the entrance, carrying a faint, crisp woody scent that instantly dispelled the surrounding chill, a stark contrast to the oppressive feeling of the previous enclosed space. Before us appeared a space of extreme luxury. Light gold marble floors that were warm and polished, floor-to-ceiling windows with a vast view, leather sofas, crystal ornaments, and independent bedrooms scattered throughout. The warm lighting was soft, accented by greenery. Every detail was exquisite and refined. Greetings, distinguished guests. I am your temporary butler, E.E. A gentle, steady voice suddenly sounded, breaking everyone's trance. We finally reacted and turned to see a middle-aged man of about 40 standing in the corner. He was dressed in a crisp black butler uniform with a white bow tie, his hair neat, his expression gentle and respectful, and his posture upright, exuding a steady and proper air. We all widened our eyes, our faces filled with shock and disbelief. Since arriving in this survival world, we had only seen other survivors and had never encountered any strangers. I instantly tensed, my gaze becoming vigilant as I locked onto EE. My aura grew heavy, and I clearly hadn't let my guard down. Please rest assured, distinguished guests. I am an artificial intelligence, not a real human. During your stay, I will provide you with exclusive service throughout, the butler EE said, seemingly sensing our shock and unease, maintaining his gentle tone. Hearing EE's words, Linyu was the first to relax, the vigilance in her eyes fading significantly. She even curiously took a few more looks at him. Su Wanwan breathed a slight sigh of relief, but still didn't fully let her guard down. She frowned, carefully examining EE as if to confirm the truth of his words. Su Curson also quietly sized up this butler who had suddenly appeared. Only I remained vigilant, my gaze locked on EE as I said in a deep voice. Can you give us a brief introduction to this place? EE nodded slightly, his tone respectful and steady. Certainly, guest. Allow me to explain the overall layout and facilities of this top-floor residence. You don't need to explain those, I said, waving a hand to interrupt him, my tone blunt. I only want to know what special features this 10th floor room has and how it differs from the other floors. EE remained respectful and steady, responding slowly. Rest assured, guest. As the exclusive top-floor residence, the 10th floor offers 4 major privileges: direct access via an exclusive elevator, free vehicle repairs, the ability to convert previous stage points into local consumption points, and the option to purchase one exclusive item of your choice using points. Hearing this, my heart stirred, especially regarding the free vehicle repairs. I immediately thought of how my global stealth recon drone had been destroyed and scrapped, and how my vehicle nuclear reactor only had 4 days of life remaining. If I could successfully repair it here, the 100,000 points would be well worth it. With this in mind, I asked urgently, regarding the vehicle repairs you mentioned, how exactly does it work? EE maintained his standard butler posture, standing tall as he responded in a respectful and steady tone. Guest, you only need to inform me of the relevant details regarding your vehicle, and I can arrange the repair matters for you immediately. I frowned, still harboring concerns. Even though EE claimed to be an artificial intelligence, I couldn't fully lower my guard. The vehicle was too important to us. If an accident occurred during repairs, or if it was tampered with, the consequences would be unimaginable. After a moment of contemplation, I spoke again, my tone cautious. Can we watch from the side? EE nodded slightly, as if he had anticipated my concerns. Please rest assured, guest. The entire repair process will take place within your room. The vehicle will not leave your sight, and you may check the progress at any time. Shall we begin the repairs now? Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, Lin Yu, and Su Kursin all looked at me. I met their gazes, pondered for a few seconds, and made my decision. Start now. Very well, guest. Yi bowed slightly and gestured for us to follow. Please step out of the workshop. The repair program will initiate inside. For your safety, please do not remain. I will arrange the repair matters immediately. We followed Yi's guidance and slowly walked out of the workshop. Just as we stepped out, I saw Yi wave his hand in the air, and the door to the workshop we had just exited slowly closed inward. The smooth panels sealed perfectly, as if they had never existed. Yi turned around, resuming his respectful posture, and said to me, "Guest, the vehicle repair has officially begun, with an estimated repair time of 3 hours. During this time, would you like me to introduce the other facilities in the room, or explain matters regarding the Point's hub city?" I waved my hand, my gaze sweeping over the spacious and luxurious living room, my tone tinged with exhaustion. No need. You all go take a look. I need some quiet. After days of intense survival and the recent series of events, I needed to calm down to take stock of my supplies and plan for the future, preparing to face the unknown crises ahead. Lin Yu immediately approached, her face full of expectation, and tugged at my sleeve. "Big brother Wu Di, aren't you coming with us? I want to go check out floors 1 to 5. Maybe we can find something useful." "Let's go. Xiao Yu, we'll go together," Lin Shi said, stepping forward to take Lin Yu's hand. Although she didn't know what I wanted to sort out on my own, she understood that I needed space and didn't want to disturb me. She then turned to Yi. "Butler Yi, we'd like to see the life service area on floors 1 to 5. Could you please take us there?" Yi bowed slightly, gesturing respectfully. "Certainly, guests. This way, please. Follow me, and the exclusive elevator will take you directly to the first floor." With that, he led the way toward the elevator on the side of the living room. Su Wanwan glanced at me as I sat on the sofa, clearly deep in thought. She didn't disturb me, instead walking silently to Su Kursin's side, taking her hand gently and saying softly, "Sister Su, come with us and take a look." Su Kursin hesitated, her eyes drifting toward me on the sofa, and she whispered, "Hey, are you all leaving? Should I stay here?" After spending this time together, she had realized one thing. I was the backbone of this group, the most powerful backer. "No need. Let Big Brother Wu Di have some time alone. He likely has important matters to handle," Su Wanwan said, shaking her head gently before dragging Su Kursin along, not giving her much room to hesitate. Su Kursin had no choice but to glance back at me before being pulled into the elevator by Su Wanwan. The elevator doors closed slowly, and the room fell completely silent. I sat up straight, rubbed my temples to ease the fatigue, and then opened my wristband storage to take stock of my current gains. First, regarding basic materials, I carefully checked the supply list in my wristband storage. I currently had 99 units of metal blocks, 77 units of plastic, 37 units of rubber, and 96 units of glass. In addition, there were 1,000 units of basic materials in the domain space purchased from the previous safe zone, though electronic components were now down to less than 1,000 units. Next was the quantum primordial matter. Yesterday at the supply point, I had encountered 5 exchange opportunities, totaling 25 units. I had used 10 units to craft the omnidimensional perception array and the Titan MK4 composite chassis, leaving me with 15 units. Seeing this, my gaze involuntarily fell on an item in my wristband storage. Constructed Armored Soldier, Black Armor Mech Guard, one-time item. Upon use, can summon a Black Armor Mech Guard. Consumption, 100,1000 units of metal blocks, 1 energy core, 100,1000 units of electronic components, 100 units of rubber, 100 units of plastic, 100 units of glass. Constructs a humanoid metal mecha puppet equipped with melee alloy arm blades and a small energy emitter, possessing basic combat logic and low-level intelligence. Mecha strength, defense, attack power, and endurance depend on the quantity and quality of materials invested. The energy core is replaceable. The mecha exists permanently until destroyed and cannot be repaired. Looking at the item details, I shook my head slightly, my tone tinged with helplessness. "Looks like you'll have to stay in the warehouse for a while longer. Although I wasn't sure how strong the black armor mech guard was, I lacked the supplies to meet the summoning requirements and had to set it aside for now. As for the blueprints, excluding the ones I had already traded away and the 3 useless ones Lin Yu was keeping to trade for supplies, I only had 4 usable blueprints left. Holographic projection system blueprint, blue quality. Field bulletproof off-road tire blueprint, purple quality. Composite bulletproof crystallized glass blueprint, purple quality, and anti-corrosion stealth composite coating blueprint, purple quality. Of these 4, only the holographic projection system blueprint hadn't been enhanced with talent enhancement. The other 3 had been. Previously, I had lacked the core material, quantum primordial matter, and hadn't been able to craft them. Now that the vehicle was being repaired, I needed to carefully consider which ones to prioritize crafting. After sorting through the regular blueprints, my gaze fell on a special one. The vehicle modification book, Xuanwu Main Battle Tank, I had obtained earlier. Vehicle modification book, Xuanwu Main Battle Tank. Upon use, the current vehicle will be permanently modified into a level 6 Xuanwu Main Battle Tank. Once the modification is complete, the vehicle level will be permanently locked and cannot be upgraded further. How should I handle this blueprint? I whispered to myself. Ever since I obtained this modification book, this question had been weighing on my mind. Trade it with other survivors? At this stage, I couldn't think of anyone who could provide supplies or items of equal value to this level 6 vehicle modification book. But if I kept it, it was useless. I had never intended to modify my current RV into a Xuanwu Main Battle Tank, as locking the level would limit the vehicle's future growth. Should I try using talent enhancement? A thought crossed my mind, but I quickly shook my head. What if it still locks the vehicle level after enhancement? I had previously enhanced one-time items, and they remained one-time items without any essential change, which left me with little hope for enhancing this book. After pondering for a long time, I finally decided, I'll wait and see. Perhaps I'll find a more suitable way to handle it later. After sorting through the special modification book, I looked at another blueprint I had exchanged for at the supply point yesterday. Lithium iron phosphate battery blueprint, blue quality. Vehicle item, standard power supply module. Uses high-temperature resistant lithium iron phosphate cells. High stability, heat resistant, not prone to thermal runaway. 100 kilowatt-hour capacity. Crafting requirements: 2 metal blocks, 1 rubber, 5 electronic components. When I first exchanged for this blueprint, I had intended to install it inside the domain space. But after careful consideration, I decided it would be safer to install it on the RV as a backup power source. After all, the vehicle nuclear reactor only had a few days of life left, and even if this repair was successful, accidents were inevitable. If the nuclear reactor failed, my newly acquired red-quality HX 9-ion thruster would also be rendered useless. Having this backup battery would provide an extra layer of security. With the blueprint sorted, I opened my wristband storage again to check the remaining miscellaneous items. Spirit Fruit Seed, Gene Reconstruction Serum, High Energy Core, purple quality. Vehicle Repair Kit, gold quality. RPG, 7 Heavy Kill Rocket Launcher, purple quality, and 3 vehicle cores. I looked at the stats of the Vehicle Repair Kit, gold quality. Vehicle Repair Kit, gold quality. One-time item, upon use, instantly repairs all damage to the vehicle. I whispered, I hope I never have to use you. The reason I dared to take a gamble against the sea-splitting Kraken earlier was precisely because I held this trump card. However, I had a lingering concern. Since repair kits were graded, would a gold quality kit be unable to repair vehicle items above gold quality? This question would have to wait until I encountered such a situation. Finally, I turned my attention to the talent fragments. The number of fragments I currently held was 1 gold, 2 legendary, 1 silver. Looking at these fragments, a hint of expectation flashed in my eyes, and the corners of my mouth curled up slightly. Soon, as long as I keep collecting them, there will come a day when I have them all. Having finished sorting through all my gains, I leaned back on the sofa and closed my eyes. Next, I'll wait for them to return and see what items can be exchanged here. I thought to myself, feeling a bit worried. I wonder what we'll face tomorrow. With these thoughts, I drifted into a hazy sleep. I don't know how much time had passed when a gentle call roused me. Brother Wu Di. I opened my eyes to see Lin Yu's slightly aggrieved expression. Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Su Kursin had all returned and were standing in the living room. How long have I been asleep? I asked instinctively. Guessed, it is currently 16:30. Yi's voice chimed in right on cue, announcing the time precisely before anyone else could speak. I finally snapped back to reality, turned to the four of them, and asked in confusion, "Why are you all back?" Lin Yu's face was full of frustration as she muttered, "Big sister told us to come back. We only took a quick look." As she spoke, she snuck a glance at Lin Shi. Lin Shi stepped forward, her tone gentle, yet carrying a hint of deeper meaning. "Brother Wu Di, why don't you see what items can be exchanged here? We haven't spent any points yet." Ever since hearing that the 10th floor allowed for item exchanges using points, Lin Shi had been cautious, deliberately avoiding any purchases while scouting floors 1 through 5. I understood immediately, turned to Yi, and got straight to the point. "What items can I purchase from you?" Yi nodded slightly, waved a hand, and a pale blue holographic interface instantly materialized in midair. The interface was empty, save for a string of text and a crystal with a particularly eye-catching pattern. The crystal was about the size of a palm, translucent and dark silver in color. Within its irregular shape, countless star-like streams of light drifted slowly, resembling a miniature universe. The text on the interface read clearly, "Fate Orbit Star Core, special item, the Tao gives birth to all things, each returning to its root. Only by maintaining stillness and profundity can one know the constant. Exchange requirement, 350,000 points." Su Kursin exclaimed almost immediately, her face full of disbelief. "You guys are robbing us. This piece of junk costs 350,000 points. She turned to me, her tone urgent. "Boss, don't fall for it. I just checked. These points are enough to fill our vegetable growing space with supplies." I glanced at Su Kursin, then turned my gaze back to Yi and asked in a deep voice, "What is the function of this item?" Yi maintained his standard respectful demeanor, his tone steady and devoid of emotion. "Guest, I am not authorized to know the specific effects of this item. I am only responsible for providing services and exchanges. May I ask, would you like to purchase it?" Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu remained silent throughout, simply watching me quietly, their eyes filled with trust as they awaited my final decision. Seeing that I seemed genuinely interested in the crystal, Su Kursin quickly turned to Lin Shi, her eyes pleading for help. She knew that the only person who could help right now was the calm Lin Shi. As for Lin Yu and Su Wanwan, they were not to be relied upon. Lin Shi felt Su Kursin's gaze, shook her head slowly, and signaled with her lips for her to stay quiet. Seeing that Lin Shi wouldn't budge, Su Kursin had to look back at me. I was wearing a look of deep contemplation. Just as she was about to try and persuade me again, she was gently pulled back by Su Wanwan, who lowered her voice and said calmly, "Let Brother Wu Di decide." Su Kursin looked at Su Wanwan's serious expression, scanned the others, and finally sighed in resignation, closing her mouth and saying nothing more. My mind was equally conflicted. An item with no stated purpose cost 350,000 points, not to mention I didn't even have that many right now. I suddenly remembered that my current vehicle points were only 358,600, and having already spent 100,000 to stay on the 10th floor, I was left with only 258,600. A thought struck me, and I immediately asked Yi, "What did you mean earlier about point exchanges?" Yi responded quickly, "Guest, the points you earned in previous events can be exchanged here at a 1-to-100 ratio into consumption points for the current points hub city." I quickly checked and found I still had 1,460 event points left. Previously, I had only exchanged them for materials like quantum primordial matter and some useful blueprints, intending to see if I could find better ones on the last day. I hadn't expected the final day to be so perilous, and I might have only survived thanks to Su Kursin's talent. I stared at the points interface for a long time, then took a deep breath and said to Yi in a low voice, "Exchange all my event points into consumption points. I'll take this item." Yi bowed slightly. "Very well, guest." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a palm-sized, dark brown wooden box appeared out of thin air. He held the box with both hands and presented it to me. I reached out and took the box. Its surface was smooth and devoid of any patterns, looking remarkably ordinary, not at all like something worth 350,000 points. I opened the lid to find the box lined with velvet, upon which the Fate Orbit star core rested. It looked even more stunning than it had on the interface. The translucent dark silver body shimmered with fine light, and the glowing specks drifting inside made it look as if I were holding a small piece of the starry sky. I held the star core in my hand, studying it for a long time. Aside from the pleasant texture, I couldn't feel anything, nor did I know what it was for. I frowned, feeling a bit puzzled. Spending 350,000 points on something like this felt rather mundane. But since I had already bought it, I didn't dwell on it. A special item must have some use. Perhaps it was just something I didn't understand yet. Brother Wu Di, let me see, let me see. Lin Yu, who had been unable to contain herself, had been staring at the star core the whole time. She squeezed in beside me, urging me with an expectant look. I didn't think much of it and handed the star core to Lin Yu with a smile. Lin she had wanted to warn her to be careful, but seeing my nonchalant attitude, she swallowed her words and stood by, watching the crystal in Lin Yu's hands with curiosity. Su Wanwan and Su Kursin also leaned in, staring at the star core. Lin Yu held it carefully, brought it up to her eyes to look closely, and gave it a gentle shake. Watching the glowing specks drift inside, she exclaimed softly, "Wow, it's so beautiful. The light spots inside actually move." Su Kursin watched for a long time, but couldn't see anything special. She looked puzzled and a bit annoyed. This is worth 350,000 points? It looks like nothing. It can't be used as a weapon or a material. We didn't get scammed, did we? She turned to me, looking anxious, as if afraid I had been taken advantage of. I shook my head gently and didn't say anything. Seeing that I wasn't bothered by Su Kursin's words, she stepped forward. Brother Wu Di, we went down for a look, and things are a bit strange. Floors 1 to 5 only have daily necessities. There isn't a single material or blueprint to be found. It's completely different from the previous safe zones. She paused, then continued. However, there are many more entertainment areas below, and a lot of service staff just like EE. EE says they are all artificial intelligence, just like him. After hearing this, I had a clear idea of the situation, and my original intention to go down and look vanished. To me, the most important thing now was to improve my strength. Anything else was meaningless. Since we have plenty of points left after this purchase, you should all exchange them for daily necessities. I won't be going down. He had been standing by silently. Seeing my decision, he immediately spoke up. Guest, would you like me to escort the others to the supply area? We will deliver the selected items directly to your room, so there is no need to carry them yourselves. Huh? Can we go shopping now? Lin Yu had been staring at the box containing the star core, but upon hearing about exchanging for supplies, her eyes lit up. She immediately handed the box back to me, grabbed my arm, and said, Brother Wu Di, are you really not going? There's so much fun stuff down there. Come with us. My tone was gentle but firm. You all go. This is a safe zone. Nothing will happen. I won't be going. I wanted to take advantage of this quiet time to get some rest. Throughout the journey, although my body didn't feel tired, my mind had been constantly on edge. I had never truly relaxed. Having said that, I looked at Su Wanwan and instructed softly, You all go together. With that, I didn't wait for them to say anything else. I turned, walked to a nearby room, pushed the door open, and lay down on the bed, letting go of the tension and exhaustion that had built up over the past few days. Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, Lin Yu, and Su Kursin looked at the closed door and exchanged glances, feeling a bit helpless. Lin Yu wanted to call out to me again, but Lin Shi gently pulled her back, shaking her head to signal her not to disturb me. At this moment, Su Kursin hesitated and whispered, Should I just stay here too? Seeing this, Yi immediately spoke up. Everyone, please do not worry. I will accompany you the entire time. If anything happens, I can contact Mr. Wu Di at any moment, so there will be no accidents. Lin Shi thought for a moment, looked at the three of them, and finally made up her mind. Let's go together. After the four of them followed Yi out of the room, the door closed slowly, and the room fell into complete silence. I lay on the soft bed, my nerves finally relaxing after being taut for so many days. Without the noise and danger of the outside world, I soon drifted off into a hazy sleep. On the other side, the four of them, accompanied by Yi, took the elevator directly to the daily necessities area. Lin Yu, unable to contain herself, excitedly broke free from Lin Shi's hand and started running toward the distant shelves. Lin Shi reacted quickly, grabbing her wrist with a mix of helplessness and seriousness. "Where are you running off to?" Lin Yu turned around, a fawning smile on her face, and gently shook Lin Shi's arm. "Big sister, I'm going to pick things out. Look at how many points we have. Wouldn't it be more efficient if we split up?" "No, we must stay together," Lin Shi said firmly, completely ignoring her fawning. Seeing this, Lin Yu had to hang her head and respond with a pout. "Oh, fine. You're the big sister, you're in charge." Afterward, the four of them walked along the shelves, picking out items. This supply exchange was much simpler than in previous safe zones. They only needed to tell E the quantity and type of supplies they wanted, and he would register them and have them delivered directly to the room, saving the trouble of carrying them back and forth. Even after spending 350,000 points on the Fate Orbit Star Core, they still had 54,600 consumption points left, enough to exchange for a large amount of supplies. An hour passed before they knew it. Just then, Sue Curson suddenly stopped and lowered her voice. "Have you noticed? There seem to be quite a few other survivors who have come in." Earlier, she had noticed some people in tattered clothes with exhausted faces walking into the supply area one after another. They were clearly survivors who had experienced long-term survival, but they had been too busy picking out supplies to pay much attention. Lin Shi glanced around following Sue Curson's gaze and saw many unfamiliar figures in the hall. Most of them looked vigilant, mostly alone, with a few pairs gathered together, picking out supplies with extra caution. It was easy to tell they were survivors. She shook her head gently and said calmly, "Don't worry about them. Let's hurry up and get our supplies ready so we can go back early." In fact, Lin Shi had noticed these survivors long ago, but since this was the safe zone of the Points Hub City, it was highly unlikely that anything would happen, so she didn't take it to heart. Furthermore, she now had some confidence in her own strength. She believed she could handle any situation. Although Su Wanwan hadn't said a word from beginning to end, she remained vigilant, her eyes scanning the surroundings from time to time. Even in the safe zone, she didn't let her guard down. Only Lin Yu didn't care about these strange survivors at all, remaining focused on picking out the things she liked with a happy expression on her face. At this moment, around a nearby corner, two men were hiding behind a shelf, staring intently at the four of them and Yi, who was following them. They were whispering to each other. These two were Chun Yi and Shen Jia, survivors who had just entered the safe zone. Chun Yi poked his head out slightly, his eyes full of confusion. "Asia, do you think they're a team?" Shen Jia frowned, his tone filled with bewilderment. "They look like a team. But this doesn't make sense. I've checked them with my talent. Although I'm not sure what their specific talents are, I can confirm they are all support type. If the four of them are a team, how have they survived until now?" Chen Ye's gaze fell on Yi, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Don't think about that for now. Aren't you curious about the service staff following them? I specifically asked when I came in. The service AIs here are fixed to their respective areas. I haven't heard of anyone being able to bring service staff along with them." Shinja rubbed his hands, his tone urgent. "What do you think we should do? It's no use just guessing here. If we don't go up and test them, we won't have another chance once they leave." Yi hesitated for a moment, observing the four of them while thinking, "Fine, let's go talk to them." With that, he patted Shinju on the shoulder and walked out first. The two of them walked straight toward the group. Su Wanwan was the first to notice the movement, her eyes immediately locking onto the two approaching men. She gently nudged Lin Shi's arm and whispered a warning. "Two people are coming over. They've been watching us for a long time." Hearing Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, Su Curson, and Lin Yu immediately stopped what they were doing and scanned the surroundings, quickly spotting Chun Yi and Shen Jia, who were walking toward them with smiles on their faces. Before Chun Yi even got close, he raised his hands, a gentle smile on his face. "Beautiful ladies, don't worry. I have no malicious intent. I'm just curious. Why is there service staff from here following you?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Yi. Su Curson was already wary of strangers. Hearing Chun Yi, she immediately frowned, her tone impatient. What does that have to do with you? If you have something to say it quickly, and don't delay my time picking out supplies. Shinja quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile. We were just asking. We're all survivors from Blue Star. Maybe we're even from the same hometown. That's not too much to ask, is it? Shinji pulled Shinja slightly and continued with a smile. We really are just curious. How about this? I see you've been looking at supplies this whole time without exchanging much. I'm afraid you don't have many points left, right? We have quite a few points, and we'd like to invite you to the restaurant next door for a meal, as an apology for our intrusion. In Chunye's view, although these women looked clean and tidy, they had only been looking without buying, so it was highly likely they didn't have many consumption points. In this survival world, no one should refuse a normal meal. Su Kursin retorted on the spot, her tone filled with anger. Are you sick in the head? Whether we have points or not, do we need to report that to you? Who do you think you are? Hearing Su Kursin, Lin Yu immediately hugged her arm and chimed in. That's right. We're not eating your food. Who knows what your intentions are? She glanced at the time on her wrist. It was almost 1800 hours. She just wanted to finish picking out supplies and go back as soon as possible, not waste time with two strangers. You too? We have things to deal with, so we won't be chatting with you. Please don't disturb us while we pick out supplies. With that, she signaled everyone to keep moving, ignoring Chunyi and Shinja. Chunyi and Shinja stood where they were, watching the backs of the four as they walked away. Neither of them moved first. Shinja was the first to lose his patience, lowering his voice. What now? They won't say anything, and their attitude is so tough. Should we still try to find a way to make a move? Chunye's brows were locked in a frown as he weighed the pros and cons in his heart. After arriving at the Point's hub city and moving into the 6th floor area, they had already found out that while this was nominally an absolute safe zone, it actually had a specific arena match mechanism. As long as both sides agreed, they could step onto the stage to compete, not only earning a share of the ticket points, but also directly obtaining all the losers' resources. However, they had wandered around for half a day without finding a suitable target. Weak individuals or teams were usually extra vigilant and didn't give them a chance, while they didn't dare provoke strong teams for fear of hitting a wall and getting themselves killed. It wasn't until they accidentally ran into these that their eyes lit up. This team consisted of 4 young women who looked clean and capable. Even if they didn't necessarily have many points, the key was that all 4 had support-type talents, making them an excellent target delivered right to their doorstep. Chinyi lowered his voice and asked thoughtfully, how do you think we can get them to willingly accept an arena match? Shinja was already impatient, his tone a bit agitated. If you've really set your sights on them, let's just follow them and pester them. If it doesn't work out, we can just change targets. It's better than waiting here and wasting time. And didn't you see how impatient they were? If we annoy them enough, they might just agree. Chinyi thought for a moment, weighed the options, and finally made up his mind, his eyes darkening. Let's go. Let's try. If it really doesn't work, we'll find someone else. Having made up his mind, Chunyi didn't hesitate and strode forward, quickly closing the distance between them. Seeing this, Shinja followed, his eyes scanning the surroundings from time to time. Su Kursin and Su Wanwan had remained vigilant. Both of them sensed the movement behind them almost simultaneously, stopped in unison, turned around, and looked at the approaching Chunyi and Shun Zhou with guarded expressions. Su Kursin's face turned cold instantly, her tone filled with obvious hostility. What do you want? This is the safe zone of the Point's hub city. I advise you to behave yourselves and don't ask for trouble, or you won't even know how you died. Su Wanwan's eyes were cold. Without any unnecessary words, she warned coldly, stop following us. Chinyi stopped, raised his hands in a harmless gesture, and squeezed a gentle smile onto his face, trying to ease the atmosphere. Don't misunderstand, I have no malicious intent. Seeing the 4 of you together, your strength shouldn't be weak, so I wanted to discuss something with you. Lin Shi's expression was calm, her eyes devoid of any ripples, and she refused indifferently. We're not interested. You can go now. Chinyi wasn't about to give up easily. He stepped forward and continued to persuade. Don't be so quick to refuse. This will only benefit you, not hurt you, and you can get quite a few points. It's a guaranteed win. Before Lin Shi could speak again, Chunyi struck while the iron was hot, saying quickly, You should know about the arena match, right? We want to have a match with you. There will definitely be other survivors buying tickets to watch, and we can get a share of the ticket revenue. And to be honest, we might not even be able to beat the four of you. We won't go too hard. It'll just be a friendly spar. Shunja immediately chimed in, his tone sounding exceptionally sincere. Exactly. And you don't even need to pay the 1,000 points required to initiate an arena match. We'll cover the whole cost. We're only approaching you because we see your girls and we feel comfortable with you. We wouldn't take this risk with anyone else. You guys must be short on points, right? Hearing the two men repeatedly bring up the arena match, Lin Shi and the other three girls all wore expressions of surprise. It was clearly the first time they had heard of such a rule within the safe zone. Almost in unison, all four turned their heads to look at Yi, who had been quietly accompanying them the whole time. Lin Shi asked, Yi, why haven't you mentioned that there's an arena match mechanism in the safe zone before? Yi replied in a steady, emotionless tone. Guests, although this is a safe zone where malicious private fighting is prohibited, an arena match mechanism has been specifically established to resolve disputes between survivors. As long as both parties involved voluntarily agree, they may apply to participate. During the match, if either side chooses to surrender, they will be safely teleported off the field by the arena mechanism, ensuring no risk to life. Chun Yi and Shun Zhe exchanged a glance, secretly pleased with themselves. They had been curious why a service AI was following these four women the entire time. But Yi's explanation was undoubtedly helping them corroborate their story, saving them a lot of effort. Chun Yi quickly struck while the iron was hot. See? I wasn't lying to you, was I? There's absolutely no danger. It's just a standard match, and you can even earn points. What a great deal. He harbored a secret he would never speak aloud. His talent was silent domain, which could create a soundless area within a certain range. Within that zone, all targets would be unable to emit any sound, so even if the four of them wanted to surrender, they wouldn't be able to. However, no sooner had Chun Yi finished speaking than Yi's calm, ripple-free voice sounded again. Guests, this is a right possessed by all survivors on floors 6 to 10. You may choose to accept or refuse. One more reminder. If the losing party dies, all their resources will belong to the winner. Hearing this, the expressions of Lin Shi and the others turned ugly in an instant. Without needing to think, they all knew clearly that Chun Yi and Shun Zhe had absolutely no good intentions. The so-called arena match invitation was nothing more than a calculated trap. Lin Yu couldn't hold back any longer. Clenching her small fists, she spoke with a firm, indignant tone. Big sister, let's go give them a taste of their own medicine and show them that trying to mess with us is just asking for trouble. At this moment, she was particularly eager to show off her strength. Ever since Su Kursin joined the team, her constitution attribute had reached 171 thanks to the contract enhancement. She was no longer the little girl who needed to be protected at all times. Su Kursin was also quite furious, her brows knitted together, her tone full of resentment. If my cloud-piercing bow wasn't currently unavailable, I'd definitely put an arrow in both of these guys and let them have a taste of it. Although Lin Shi felt anger as well, she was much calmer than the other two. She knew that this matter could not be rushed into blindly. At the very least, she had to consult with Wu Di before making a final decision. She looked deeply at Chun Yi and Xin Zhe, her gaze icy and her tone calm, but with an unquestionable certainty. If you want to hold an arena match, fine. Give us some time to discuss it. Having said that, she turned to Yi and ordered concisely, back to the room. Yi nodded, turned immediately, and guided the four of them toward the exclusive elevator. Chun Yi and Shun Zhe stood where they were, watching the four of them turn and leave again, the smiles on their faces gradually fading. Shun Zhe was the first to frown, his tone full of confusion. Chun Yi, what does this mean? Are they actually going to discuss it, or? Chun Yi didn't answer, his gaze locked tightly on the direction in which the four had left. His brows were deeply furrowed, his expression full of contemplation, as if he had sensed something wrong. Seeing him silent, Xin Zhe couldn't help but turn to him, his tone impatient. What are you acting all deep for? If you have something to say, say it. Look at the direction they went. Don't you find it strange? Chun Yi finally spoke, his voice carrying a hint of imperceptible doubt. Hearing this, Shinja turned to look at the direction the four had left. After watching for a long while, he remained blank. What's strange about it? Aren't they just going to the elevator? Shinji looked at him helplessly and reminded him, use your brain. Have you ever seen any other survivors use the elevator in that direction? Once these words were out, Shinja reacted instantly. He hurriedly looked at the direction they had left a few more times, his tone filled with surprise. You're right. When we came in, we all came down from the elevator in the other direction. I don't think I've ever seen anyone else use this one. Could it be a different elevator? Impossible, Shinji said firmly. I can be certain that apart from those four, not a single survivor has come out of that elevator. Shinja scoffed, his tone filled with disdain. What do you mean? Are they special? Don't tell me they're VIP survivors who can use an exclusive passage. Shinji didn't answer Shinja. He continued to stare deeply in the direction the four had left, his brows locked tight, wondering what he was thinking, his expression growing increasingly grave. On the other side, the four had already returned to the room with Yi. As soon as the door closed, Lin Yu couldn't help but lean toward Lin Shi, her tone full of confusion and unwillingness. Big sister, why did you pull us back? We should have just taught those two a lesson right there and let them know we aren't to be trifled with. Su Kursen chimed in from the side, her tone still angry. Exactly. If my cloud-piercing bow were in my hands, I'd make them pay dearly and teach them a lesson they won't forget. After saying this, she glanced at Lin Yu, and their eyes met with a sense of kindred spirit, understanding. Enough, Lin Shi said, rubbing her temples with a headache as she looked at their impulsive behavior. Since they dared to propose an arena match, they must have some confidence. There's no need for us to take such a risk blindly. If we fall into their trap, the loss will outweigh the gain. Lin Yu was young, so her impulsiveness was understandable, but Su Kursen was older than them. Why was she acting like a child too? Just then, Su Wanwan, who had been silent, suddenly turned to Yi and asked calmly, Yi, is this arena match a personal duel, or does it have other formats? Yi replied in a steady, emotionless tone. Guest, there is only one format for the arena match, a team match, and it requires the use of a vehicle to participate. Hearing this, the four of them were stunned. Lin Yu was the first to react, her face full of surprise. Huh? We aren't fighting them directly? We have to bring a vehicle? Su Kursen's eyes lit up, her tone becoming instantly excited. Then we have even less to fear. Let's just go and take them out. Our vehicle is still under repair, have you forgotten? Su Wanwan interjected at the right moment, dousing the enthusiasm of Su Kursen and Lin Yu with a single sentence. Lin Shi looked helplessly at the noisy group. All right, stop arguing. Lin Shi looked at the quiet group and said, let's wait. Once the vehicle is repaired, we'll ask for Wu Di's opinion. No need to rush into a decision. No sooner had she finished speaking than Yi reminded them. Guest, the time is now 1748. Your vehicle is expected to finish repairs at 1825. Su Kursen frowned and asked Yi. Yi, is there anything else we don't know about the safe zone and the arena match? Tell us everything. Yi nodded. Guest, this is just an ordinary supply point. There is no other additional relevant content. Su Wanwan, who had been silently observing, suddenly asked Yi. The arena match you mentioned, where in the safe zone is it held? Hearing Su Wanwan mention the arena match, Lin Shi, Su Kursen, and Lin Yu all turned their heads at once, their gazes fixed on Yi, waiting for his answer. Yi responded in a steady tone. Guest, the arena match is held on the top floor. Whenever an arena match is held, we will notify all survivors present, and you can take the elevator directly to the top floor arena area. Lin Shi keenly caught the key information, her brows slightly furrowed as she asked, what do you mean by whenever? Have other survivors been here before and held arena matches? Yi maintained his ripple-free tone. Guest, I am not aware of that. My programming is set to serve the current guests. Other relevant information has not been recorded. Suddenly, Lin Yu cried out, does that mean Wanwan's sister's treasure chest is gone for today? Having said that, she immediately turned to look at Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan had already thought of this. Hearing Lin Yu mention it, she couldn't hide her disappointment, but she suppressed her emotions and said, the vehicle repair is definitely more important. Seeing this, Lin Shi immediately changed the subject. Why don't we rest for a while? What do you think? Su Kerson nodded repeatedly. Okay. Since arriving in this survival world, she hadn't had a proper sleep. When she was alone, she was constantly fearful. Later, after being kidnapped back by Wu Di and his group, she had made do on the ground for 2 days. Finally joining the team, she had curled up in the passenger seat of the RV for a night. Now that she could finally sleep in a bed, she was full of anticipation. Su Wanwan shook her head slightly. I'll just wait here for a while. It's only about half an hour. No need to go back to the room. Just then, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. She turned to Yi and asked excitedly, by the way, Yi, can we order food here? I saw so many restaurants downstairs just now. Yes, guest. After Yi finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a tablet appeared in his palm. He then handed the tablet to them. Guest, you can select dishes on the tablet. Once you finish, I will arrange for the delivery. Lin Yu quickly took the tablet and called out enthusiastically. Big sister, Wanwan's sister, Su's sister, come over and see what to eat. Let's order a big feast and eat it together when Wu Di wakes up. The group gathered together to quickly order food and chatted briefly about the vehicle and the arena match. Before they knew it, most of the time had passed, with Yi waiting quietly on the side. Not long after, Yi's voice sounded again. Guest, your vehicle has finished repairs. Would you like the food served now? Do you need me to arrange for personnel to transfer the supplies you selected into the vehicle? I'll wait. Lin Yu reacted immediately, put down the tablet, and said to the group, I'm going to call Wu Di to come eat with us. After saying that, she ran toward Wu Di's room. She turned to Yi. Yi, please arrange for all the supplies we just selected to be delivered to our vehicle. Very well, guest. I will arrange it immediately, Yi replied. They watched as Yi tapped the air a few times, and then silently retreated to the side to wait. Before long, Wu Di walked out with Lin Yu. Lin Yu was holding his arm, chattering in his ear about something. After they approached, Su Kerson immediately asked eagerly, Boss, when are we going to find those 2 guys and get our revenge? A hint of helplessness flashed in Wu Di's eyes. Let's eat first. We'll consider the arena match after we're full. The group sat down, with Yi waiting nearby. After the meal, Lin Shi briefly informed Wu Di about the arena match invitation and its rules. After listening, Wu Di pondered for a moment, turned to Yi who was waiting nearby, and asked in a calm tone, Yi, if we agree to the arena match, will we be teleported directly to the arena with everyone? Yi bowed in response. Yes, guest. At that time, your entire team, along with your vehicle, will be teleported to the arena waiting area. We will notify all survivors present, and after giving you half an hour of preparation time, the arena match will begin on time. Wu Di remained calm and gave a crisp order to the group. You guys go back down and continue purchasing supplies. If those 2 come looking for you again, just agree to the arena match. Su Kerson immediately replied, but her tone lacked its previous drive, becoming hesitant and stuttering. Boss, I have something I want to say. Lin Shi, Lin Yu, and Su Wanwan all turned their gazes towards Su Kerson, their faces full of confusion. She was just eager to find those 2 for revenge. Why was she dragging her feet and losing her nerve now? Su Kerson lowered her eyes, a flash of embarrassment and unease crossing her face. She looked up at Wu Di, her voice softening. Boss, that cloud-piercing bow, I don't have a weapon I'm comfortable with in my hands right now, and I feel panicked. I have no sense of security at all. Wu Di was stunned for a moment. He had expected her to say something else. After a moment of silence, he took the cloud-piercing bow from his space and handed it to her, saying with deep meaning, Since we are teammates, I won't let you fight empty-handed. Boss, I love you so much. Su Kerson took the bow with both hands, shouting as she couldn't help but want to rush over and hug Wu Di. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately stood up, stepped forward, and grabbed Su Kerson's arm. Su's sister, don't mess around. Let's go. Let's hurry down and buy supplies. Don't delay the real business. As she was being dragged away, Su Kerson didn't forget to turn back and wave the cloud-piercing bow at Wu Di, her eyes full of joy. Afterward, Yi accompanied Lin Shi, Su Kerson, and Su Wanwan downstairs, leaving only Wu Di in the room. Wu Di turned toward the RV, opened the door, and sat in the driver's seat. Xiaoxi, check the vehicle's operating status. Commander, the global stealth reconnaissance drone has been repaired and is ready for use. The vehicle nuclear reactor energy is fully restored, with 7 days of remaining usable time. The 30mm autocannon ammunition has been replenished and is ready for use. Hearing Xiaoxi's reply, the corners of Wu Di's mouth curled up slightly. At this moment, he felt that the 100,000 points spent were well worth it. Wu Di tapped his fingers on the seat armrest, his eyes darkening. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his movements stopped abruptly. He immediately opened the system interface and sent a private message to Lin Yu. Keep an eye out and see if there are any furniture-related supplies. Before long, Lin Yu's message came back. Wu Di, we looked carefully for that in the last safe zone. There was absolutely no furniture-related stuff. Seeing Lin Yu's reply, a flash of disappointment crossed Wu Di's face. Since he had obtained the domain space, apart from using it to grow some vegetables, store supplies, and occasionally relax, it had no other use, which seemed a bit wasteful. Just as he was pondering, Lin Yu's message popped up again. Wu Di, we looked all over, but we didn't see those two. Do you think they were scared, didn't dare to come looking for trouble, and ran away? Wu Di frowned and replied, don't worry about them. Just get the supplies ready. He knew clearly that few people who could survive in this survival world until now were fools. They must have seen the exclusive elevator Lin Shi and the others took and realized they weren't ordinary, causing them to temporarily restrain their intentions. Wu Di closed the system interface and leaned back in the driver's seat, waiting quietly for them to return. However, only about 5 minutes later, he saw Lin Yu hurriedly open the door and walk in. Before Wu Di could ask why she had returned early, Lin Yu said with a pout of grievance, Wu Di, big sister told me to come back and said I should stay here and keep you company. After saying that, she walked quickly to the passenger seat and sat down. Leaning over, she brought her head close to Wu Di and asked with anticipation, Wu Di, do you need me to give you a talent amplification today? No rush. If you have nothing to do, you can go back down and look around to see if there are any supplies you missed that need to be replenished. The grievance on Lin Yu's face vanished instantly. She shook her head vigorously, a smile appearing in her eyes. I won't go down. Let big sister and the others go. I'll just stay here quietly and keep you company, Wu Di. She paused, tilted her little head, and asked with curiosity and a hint of imperceptible killing intent. Wu Di, if we run into those two again later, will they still dare to agree to an arena match with us? Looking at the look of cuteness mixed with ruthlessness in Lin Yu's eyes, Wu Di's heart stirred slightly. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Perhaps it wasn't just other survivors. Even the seemingly fragile girls around him had quietly changed in this cruel survival world. He pulled back his thoughts, ruffled Lin Yu's hair, and changed the subject. Don't think about that. Give me the talent amplification first. As soon as Lin Yu's talent amplification was applied, Wu Di didn't hesitate and immediately began the talent enhancement process for the day. In this dangerous survival world, every talent enhancement was key to improving his strength. He wouldn't waste a single opportunity. The first thing he enhanced was the silver grade talent fragment Lin Yu had traded for yesterday. Ding, talent, rule breaker, activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. Talent fragment, silver grade, has been promoted to talent fragment, legendary grade. Looking at the system notification on the panel, a flash of imperceptible joy crossed Wu Di's eyes, and he forcibly suppressed the excitement surging in his heart. Including this one, he now possessed 1 gold grade talent fragment and 3 legendary grade talent fragments. The goal of collecting 10 fragments finally had a clear path. After calming down slightly, he immediately began enhancing the next item. Ding, composite bulletproof crystallized glass crafting complete. Ding, talent, rule breaker, activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Composite bulletproof crystallized glass, purple quality, has been promoted to ceramic composite bulletproof glass, gold quality. Ceramic composite bulletproof glass, gold quality vehicle accessory, made of 12 layers of ceramic plates and high-strength polymer stacked and pressed alternately. It can effectively withstand direct hits from large-caliber armor-piercing shells and shrapnel from individual grenades. The surface ceramic layer disperses impact force through fragmentation and energy absorption, significantly reducing the deformation and damage probability of the glass body. It does not disintegrate under explosive impact, and the inner layer remains intact, effectively avoiding secondary injury. Protective performance will significantly decrease in high-temperature environments. Installation requirement: Level 4 or higher vehicle. After reading the item attributes, Woody didn't hesitate and immediately completed the installation, fitting this gold-quality bulletproof glass to the RV. Immediately after, he took out the lithium iron phosphate battery blueprint, blue quality, he had exchanged at the supply point yesterday. Ding! Talent, rule breaker, activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Lithium iron phosphate battery blueprint, blue quality, has been promoted to liquid-cooled lithium iron phosphate array blueprint, purple quality. Liquid-cooled lithium iron phosphate array blueprint, purple quality vehicle item, using a lightweight carbon fiber composite shell, equipped with an active liquid-cooled temperature control system, optimizing cell layout and heat dissipation channels. Even in low temperature and intense vibration environments, it can stably maintain voltage output with a capacity of 200 kilowatt-hours. Performance will gradually decay in extreme environments. Crafting requirements: metal block 10, electronic component 10, plastic 5, atomic mass matter 5. Installation requirement: Level 4 or higher vehicle. Looking at the enhanced blueprint, Wu Di slowly let out a sigh of relief, a hint of relief crossing his eyes. Fortunately, the required atomic mass matter was still 5 units. Ding! Liquid-cooled lithium iron phosphate array crafting complete. Ding! Talent, rule breaker, activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. System notification: liquid-cooled lithium iron phosphate array, purple quality, has been promoted to solid-state lithium iron phosphate integrated stack, gold quality. Solid-state lithium iron phosphate integrated stack, gold quality vehicle item. Utilizing composite semi-solid and solid electrolyte technology with a bipolar dense stacking process, it achieves a physical breakthrough in energy density, structural safety, and adaptation to extreme environments. The module requires no additional thermal management system and maintains performance without degradation in extreme conditions. It is harmless and non-combustible even if damaged. It can instantaneously release high-power current to provide explosive acceleration for the vehicle with a capacity of 500 kilowatt-hours. Installation requirement: Level 5 vehicle or higher. Looking at the final product, I felt a sense of relief. Although this equipment hadn't reached the reality-defying level of orange quality, it perfectly solved my primary concern. Once installed, my RV would have a sufficient backup power source, giving me more room to maneuver and react if I encountered special situations in the future. Taking a deep breath, I used my final enhancement opportunity on the last piece of blue-quality dog meat. I knew that the physiques of Lin Shi, Lin Yu, and Su Wanwan had already improved significantly, leaving Su Kersen as the only one in the team with a clear physical disadvantage. This enhanced dog meat would be just enough to help her bridge that gap. Ding! Talent, rule breaker, activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Dog meat, blue quality, has been promoted to dog meat, purple quality. Dog meat, purple quality, consuming 1 unit permanently increases physique by +10. Note: contains violent life force. Effects diminish with repeated use. Looking at the item info on the panel, I sighed softly. While it would help Su Kersen, the gap between her and the others was still quite significant. Oh well, I can't blame myself for that, I muttered, deciding not to dwell on it further. Lin Yu, noticing that the vehicle points had increased by another 1,900, knew I must have installed new parts. Seeing me talking to myself, she leaned over curiously and asked, "Big brother Wu Di, what are you thinking about now?" I snapped back to reality and, ignoring her question, addressed the air. "Shao Shi, check the new items." "Commander, the ceramic composite bulletproof glass and the solid-state lithium iron phosphate integrated stack have been integrated into the system. The stack has begun charging," Shao Shi's voice chimed in. I stood up, pulled out my ghost shadow pistol, and turned to Lin Yu. I'm going outside to test something. I pushed the door open and stepped out. Lin Yu followed, but I turned and warned her, stay back. Once Lin Yu retreated to a safe distance, I raised the ghost shadow pistol and fired at the RV side window. The shots rang out in quick succession until all 15 rounds were spent. I lowered the gun and stepped forward to inspect the window closely. Lin Yu trotted over, her eyes wide with surprise. Wow, there isn't even a single mark. I nodded slowly, confirming that the gold-quality glass was essentially immune to small arms fire. I put away the pistol and told Lin Yu, it's fine now. Why don't you go take a look yourself? I then returned to the RV and lay down in the driver's seat. Lin Yu followed me inside and, seeing me lying in the driver's seat, suggested, Big Brother Wu Di, why don't you go lie down in the room? It's much more comfortable there. I shook my head. I couldn't quite explain it, but even though the living area was indeed comfortable, lying in the driver's seat always gave me a profound sense of security. Seeing that I wasn't going to say anything more, Lin Yu thought for a moment before walking over to the passenger seat and lying down. She glanced at me a few times, and seeing that I had closed my eyes to rest, she settled down and remained quiet. The cabin fell into silence as time slowly ticked by. At 2023, I heard the faint sounds of Lin Shi and the others returning, and I slowly opened my eyes. Lin Yu seemed to have noticed the noise as well. She jumped up, grabbed my arm, and said excitedly, Big Brother Wu Di, Big Sister and the others are back. Quick, let's go see. Pulled along by Lin Yu, I stood up and followed her out of the vehicle. Lin Shi, Su Kersin, and Su Wanwan were walking toward us, with Yi following behind them. Lin Shi walked up to me and said calmly, Big Brother Wu Di, the points are all spent. Yi will arrange for someone to deliver the supplies shortly. Before I could speak, Su Kersin rushed over, her face beaming with excitement. Boss, with all these supplies, can we just lie back and relax from now on? I couldn't even imagine this before. As she finished speaking, Lin Shi, Su Wanwan, Lin Yu, and I all looked at her with strange expressions. The smile on Su Kersin's face froze, but she quickly regained her composure and said defiantly, What? Is it wrong that I've never seen so many supplies? You have no idea how miserable I was before. Now that I've latched onto a big shot, can't I be happy about it? Before anyone could respond, the elevator door nearby opened, and a service worker stepped out. She wore a silver-gray uniform with a name tag, a professional smile on her face, and an air of respectful detachment. Yi spoke up at the right moment, addressing us. Guests, the supplies have arrived. Where would you like them placed? Lin Yu was stunned and instinctively asked, Huh? Where are they?